Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. People at the back, can you hear me? I think the slide would be visible to you, right? I'll just check, I think because the session is also live on YouTube, some of the students would have also joined there. The students who are attending this online, can you now hear me? I think the sound should be fine, right? Okay, so we'll start. This is the first session for environment, and I think many of you would be from the new batch. How many here? Okay, great. So I'll just firstly tell you what exactly happens in PRP, that every day you are given a part of the syllabus, right? And based on that, firstly, we'll revise the topics which are mentioned, okay? So here also in the first, let's say the first part of the lecture, I'll revise all these concepts with you. And then in the second part, I'll discuss all the questions with you, right? And in doing so, I'll share a lot of tips. How could you have attempted it, right? Some other recent current affairs update, okay? So that will help you, let's say, binding all the things together, right? So I'll start here with this particular thing. Today is the 12th of February, right? And today itself we have the COP14. Okay, so this is the Convention on Migratory Species. Now this is happening in Samarkand, okay? And the outcome of this is going to be, for the first time, we would be having the state of the migratory species report. Okay, so this is going to be an outcome. Nature knows no borders. I'll talk to you about this later. But just to give you a context why this is important, because in 2020, during COP13, India was the president of this Convention on Migratory Species, and that very year, the mascot of that was Great Indian Bustard. And in 2020 itself, we had seen a question on that in UPSC Prelims. So this year, as you can see, it's snow leopard being the mascot. By the way, if you're following current affairs, snow leopard has also become the national symbol for Kyrgyzstan, okay? And for other reasons, it was in news. We'll also cover it when, I think, most probably in tomorrow's lecture, okay? So this is just to set the tone, because today is 12th of February, right? Okay. So since a lot of students have joined here, okay? So here philosophy is very simple. We are going to divide this in two parts. In the first part, we are going to revise, and in the second part, we are going to discuss, right? Today we are dealing with 5 major topics. One is, of course, a smaller topic wherein there is an introduction to environment and ecology, wherein we'll see some important terms, okay? Some of these terms sometimes can be confusing, so I'll firstly deal with this. This is a small part, okay? Then we move to functions of an ecosystem. Now this is conceptual also, and a lot of questions can come from this particular topic. Followed by terrestrial biomes, which of course means the land-based ecosystems. And 2 other topics include the marine ecosystem and the marine organisms, okay? Which is why you would have seen questions on planktons, phytoplanktons, zooplanktons, and within that a lot of details have been asked, because as per the recent trend we are seeing questions on that. And in fact, we've asked you a lot of micro details, okay? Which does photosynthesis, which does not do photosynthesis, bacteria, etc., being found in, let's say, very extreme conditions. So all of that we have tried to give you a good idea about all these areas, right? And then, of course, the moment we are done with this, then we move towards the discussion, okay? So because this is going to be a revision, I would not be dictating. So I would only request all of you to take notes alongside, okay? At least if not the exact things, but still make some running notes. That is going to be your memory with me, right? Because that is what is going to stay at the end. If there is any species, etc., please do mention it. If there is anything which at least the offline students have a problem, you can still ask me after the class. I will be available, but you can also ask me within the class also, not a problem as such. Okay. I hope this part is clear to online students as well. So with this basic framework in mind, okay, we'll do that. And again, last tip, try to be as active in listening, okay, because I know it is revision, but nonetheless, all the basic fundamentals should be crystal clear to you. The objective of this session is, I think we have 6 sessions. In these 6 sessions, try to complete all the environment here itself, okay, so that your revision becomes very fast. That is the whole objective, okay. So I will start here, okay, and I think some of the students who are wanting to know about this, you can avail, this last batch has started, so you can again go through the brochure. You can contact the team about the Prelims Revision Program, the students who are watching at the YouTube, right? And second is, in every lecture, I will be referring, I think the schedule which has been shared to you, I will be referring to the notes of Sunya, the environment ecology notes. In fact, this classification, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10, is from this particular source. So if anybody wants a very, let's say, very short, concise source for environment, you can refer this. Additionally, I'll be going through all the headings which are mentioned here. So for more clarification, if you need, you may want to refer to this. So I think you can again contact the team if you want for that, right? So we are starting with chapter number 1, introduction, okay? With introduction, I'll not be spending too much of time on the definitions here. The first term is ecology. Anything which has the word logos means to study. So here we are studying the interactions between the organism and its environment, which also begs the definition, what is environment? Okay, so basically what is ecology? It is the study of the relationship between the organism and its surroundings also, right? We are studying that. Now for this I'll tell you 4 other types of ecology, right? 2 of them were in news, that is why I'm discussing it. And then I move to the environment. So the first thing is, there is a term known as autoecology. Similarly, there is a term known as synecology. So when we are studying a single species, okay, that is known as autoecology. So let's say we move to the Western Ghats and we are only concerned about a Malabar civet, okay. Those of you who have attempted the paper of 2023 would be familiar about this strange species which happens to be a nocturnal, okay. Just like students are diurnal, some species are also nocturnal and diurnal, right? So if we are only interested in that particular species, I said Malabar civet, that would be autoecology, okay. Whereas synecology is not just one single species, but I am studying a whole range of species, that is known as synecology, okay. A very simple terms which are there that we should know. Other than that, there were 2 specific philosophies which were in use post-COVID. One of them is known as shallow ecology and one is known as deep ecology, okay. Now shallow, by its very name, you can easily understand that when we make some superficial changes into our life, okay, that yes, we say that we want to improve the environment, but the changes are very superficial, okay. And now when I say the word superficial, I can also refer to a similar term which you would have known, greenwashing. Just like there's a whitewash. If I want to improve my image, or let's say any celebrity, what they'll do a lot of philanthropic activities, okay. That is known as whitewashing. Similar, a lot of companies go for greenwashing. They'll say a particular jeans, a leather product, they are not emitting, but in actuality it would be emitting. And this was also asked one time, okay. So shallow ecology is simple. These terms were highlighted by a Norwegian philosopher, Arne Nice, okay, way back in 1970s. So this is not nothing new. But post-COVID, there is a lot of focus on nature, saving the nature. That is why you have terms like shallow ecology and terms like deep ecology. Now, deep ecology simply means that nature is at the core and not the humans, okay. And for deep ecology, I will not have shallow solutions. I would have deep, meaningful solutions, okay. These can be groundbreaking solutions also. So this is a philosophical, let's say, change. This shallow ecology, and there is deep ecology, okay. And of course, I linked this to greenwashing. I can even tell you a couple of more terms. there is anthropocentrism, there is biocentrism. Okay, now please, this term biocentrism will again be repeated when I talk to you about environmental legislations. A very famous Supreme Court case just of the last year mentioned this term biocentrism. But the concept of biocentrism is similar to the concept of deep ecology. When I say anthropocentrism, it means human beings are at the core and everything else is at the periphery. Whereas if I talk about biocentrism, it means nature at its core. So I can find a similarity between deep ecology and biocentrism, right? That is one thing that we can understand, right? Now coming to environment, okay, I did say that ecology is basically the study of how the individuals, organisms are interacting with one another and in their environment. Environment, just one keyword we have to remember, it is simply the surroundings. Okay, so anything, be it a small organism, individual, whatever is surrounding it. Geographically speaking, I can take a small area, the environment would be smaller. I can take a bigger area, even a bigger area. That is why when you draw a Venn diagram, which also we'll draw, there are terms like niche, there are terms like habitat, there are terms like home range countries, and then there is environment. So environment can be encapsulating all these terms, because again there is also a geographical connotation, because this class can also be an environment. Your library can be an environment, old Rajendra Nagar can be environment, Delhi can be environment, India can be environment. So the point is, whatever is surrounding, this is only limited by our study. Whatever we want to include in that, that is going to be the environment. Now when I said environment, of course, you would be wondering what it contains of. So again, basic two things, biotic and abiotic, right? Biotic would be the living things. So we, you and I, we are humans, we are living, right? So we are living beings, we are interacting with one another. There is light, there is air. You are in Delhi, you know how clean the air of Delhi is, right? What is the AQ? I will also discuss that when I discuss with you pollution also. But the point is, there are biotic components, there are abiotic components. Biotic components for us are living components. Can you give me example of biotic components? Plants, yes. Animals, right? Microbes, very important point, microbes, okay. And in fact, when I say microbes, this year, if you had seen the paper of 2023, there was a 4 statement questions. Some microorganisms can be found in pH less than 3, very cold conditions, very extreme conditions, etc., etc. So again, just to tell you, microbes can be found in very, or let's say different areas. I'll tell you different names for it. There are extremophiles, acidophiles, basicophiles, halophiles, so on and so forth, okay, later on. But again, coming back, so environment will have 2 components, biotic and abiotic. Abiotic can be soil, it can be pH, it can be temperature, it can be sunlight, it can be water availability. All these are abiotic components, okay. And in fact, it is the abiotic components which will put all the species under stress. So when the temperature is increasing, and this also we'll see today, there are certain adaptations which the species go through. In fact, the very simple adaptation of a species which is nocturnal, it is simply to survive. Okay, in fact, we see more nocturnal adaptations in desert ecosystems. This is just one way. Sometimes you'll see camouflage, you'll see mimicry, you'll see a thick layer of fat, okay. All these are responses to these abiotic components, which is why when I say climate change, when I say global warming, when I say the temperature is increasing, that is why ultimately, because it will produce a lot of stress. Not everybody is going to survive, okay. So I hope this is the first part that is clear to you, right? So what did we discuss here? Ecology, autoecology, synecology, shallow ecology, deep ecology, principles like biocentrism and anthropocentrism, also related to greenwashing, and I have environment. In that, only 2 things for now, biotic and abiotic factors, okay. Now the second thing, the level of organization, this is also known as ecological hierarchy, okay. Now in a hierarchy, we'll firstly see how these are distributed, and in fact here the confusing part sometimes is this. Okay, so of course, if you can see, we start at the level of an individual. Okay, when the individual is going to multiply, then you'll have a population. Okay, now please note, in the population versus a community, your individuals have changed. Here you have diversity, when here only a single individual has multiplied. Okay, so that tells me that in community I will have different individuals or perhaps different populations who are multiplying. Okay, now community can be divided again into two. There can be major communities and there can be minor communities. This is also easy to remember. Major communities are independent by themselves. Okay, independent in the sense they would only need sun, they will do the plants, they will do photosynthesis, that will generate enough, let's say, energy, and then the whole community can survive. Minor communities are also referred to as societies. I think this was question number 4 in your test. Okay, and minor communities are dependent. So minor communities would want, okay, some extra support. So let's say if there is a mat of lichens, etc., you would want organisms from other surrounding areas to visit it, or it can be a cow dung, etc. So you would want organisms from other areas. So this is not, the minor communities are not independent, they are in fact dependent, they need support. Okay, and we will see a similar term when I discuss ecological succession with you. Okay, some successions are independent but some require support. All right, this is one. Now we'll come to the most interesting part here. 3 terms, right? You have ecosystem, you have biome, and you have biosphere, right? Ecosystem, the basic definition is mentioned as the structural and the functional part, structural and functional part of biosphere. So if I were to make again a set and a subset, a bigger set will be biosphere. Within that I'll have a biome, and within that I will have multiple ecosystems. Again, to give you an example here, let's say if I'm talking of Delhi here, right? Now Delhi's climate will be, let's say, determined by the biome where this is, and in that there will be multiple ecosystem. So again, close to Delhi you have the Aravalis, okay, you have certain lakes and ponds. In some small areas you also have forests. Okay, so all that will be different ecosystems which are present in that part. Okay, so this is one thing you should remember, it is the structural and the functional part. Okay, and this also I will explain what it means, structural and functional. See, this class has a structure. I am standing here, you are, let's say, sitting in a particular ordered manner. Same thing of an aquatic ecosystem. In an aquatic ecosystem, the organisms are arranged. Maybe in the top layers I might find a floating organism, I might find some planktons which can be phyto, zoo, bigger animals. Maybe at the bottom I can find sea cucumber, which was also asked I think in 2 or 3 questions, right? All this can be found. So there is a structure to this. Similarly, if we go to, let's say, Amazon rainforest, this is a tropical evergreen forest. In a tropical evergreen forest, there are tall trees, small trees, there is a let's say layering of trees. Okay, so that is the structural part of it. The functional part of it is going to be two major functions. One is energy flow, okay, so the main functions of an ecosystem, one is energy flow. So when we discuss about energy flow, we will discuss the concept of ecological pyramids, etc., how the energy flows, and the other is nutrient cycling. And with that, we will discuss the concept of biogeochemical cycles. Out of that, the most important is nitrogen cycle. Every year you will find a question. This year, if you had seen the paper, there was a question on recirculating aquaculture systems, RAS. Okay, if you do not remember, I'll again tell it to you. And which also is inspired by a similar concept of aquaponics. Okay, in that you use biofilters, you use a certain denitrifying and nitrifying bacteria that I'll explain to you. So the point is, just one topic of ecosystem will have multiple branches. Okay, so if we cover that, we will cover our bases. Okay, now biome for us is going to be just one keyword. Biome for us will be driven by the climate. So based on the different climates of the world, we have different biomes. Okay, we can have tundra biome, we can have taiga. Okay, there are certain grasslands, there are different forests. So when I discuss chapter number 3, okay, today I'll tell you about the biomes in more detail. But for now, they are basically classified as per the level of climate availability. Okay, and the last term is biosphere. Okay, so I think most of you by now would be knowing this is where the life is present or the life is possible. Okay, so the intersection of hydrosphere, atmosphere and lithosphere, which is the land, air and water component, and ultimately where the life is possible, this is going to be the biosphere. Okay, now here also I'll just, let's say, bring your attention to one part. Generally speaking, biosphere is present only in the areas where harsh conditions do not exist. Okay, but still there will be certain areas. I think the very first question which you would have seen, let's say if I talk of extreme regions, even in the extreme regions there can be certain adaptation, and I think the question is framed as can. Okay, so if you see that question, you can still have certain microorganisms which can survive extremely cold temperatures, extremely warm temperatures. Okay, which is why you can even find a lot of these microorganisms very close to deep hydrothermal vents, or very close to volcanoes, or very close to the freezing Arctic ice. And it is not just microorganisms. In some cases, seals or let's say Arctic fox, a lot of this, they have evolved and adapted. Okay, now I am saying that this is going to be a very small fraction and a minority, but we will open our minds to the concept that yes, some living or let's say some parts of life can also be found in extremes. Okay, so for this just write down one keyword: extremophiles. Files means loving. Extremo, E-X-T-R-E-M-O, extremophiles. These in general are present in very extreme conditions. Okay, and one of the, let's say, famous example of this is tardigrades. T-A-R, tardigrades. Very recently, I think just 2 or 3 months back, a recent marine tardigrade was found in India. And tardigrades are important because they have, let's say, withstood a lot of extinctions also. Okay, so they are surviving in very extreme conditions. This is just one example. This is extremophiles. There is thermophiles, if you want to write down. Thermophiles can survive in extremely hot conditions. You can also have, I think the name is psychrophiles, which is there for very cold conditions. There is halophiles, which can survive very high salinity. There is acidophiles, extremely acidic environment. There is basicophiles. So for all these considerations, the point is there are some extreme resistant, very peculiar varieties which are present. Okay, so if the question is very general in nature, okay, then we will, okay, because generally this life is going to be possible in normal conditions. But if you have to go for exceptions, okay, because there are many questions like some. In that question also of UPSC, there were 4 statements with some, and all these attributes they wanted to ask. Okay, so and also for fungus also, I think for fungus also you should remember, fungus has a lot of varieties. Okay, which also means fungus can be used for psychosomatics, as a psychosomatic substance. Fungus can also have bioluminescence. I think one question is also on bioluminescence. So we'll also open our mind to this. Okay, that yes, multiple attributes and properties will be there. I'll explain to you when I discuss this in more detail, the different components of ecosystem. But for now, biosphere, is this clear to you? Okay. Now, yeah. Sorry? Aquaponics. A-Q-U-A, ponics. Aquaponics is very interesting. Aquaponics mein, in fact, abhi nitrogen cycle mein I'll explain this to you. Aquaponics mein, we plant a tree without soil. We only use water, and in that we will use, in fact, मैं आपको बताऊंगा, how many of you would have seen aquarium. हमने aquarium को, we have removed the disadvantages of aquarium, and we wanted to maximize, let's say, horticulture या production. उन दोनों चीज को हमने mix कर दी. Okay, that is aquaponics. Very interesting. Exact concept of aquaponics का एक और नाम है, जो RAS, which was no hydroponics is slightly different. RAS is this recirculatory aquaculture systems, जो आपसे पूछा गया था इस बार. which is a very basic concept of aquaponics. Okay. Now, because we were talking of ecosystem, now this is a simple thing you all of you know. Ecosystem as regulating services, cultural, supporting, provisioning services. I don't need to elaborate here. Okay. Here, if you put any ecosystem, if you put wetlands, you put mangroves, you put coral reefs, you put forest, anything, they will provide all these services. For example, if I call wetlands the kidneys of the world, okay, or Amazon rainforest also in a similar manner, okay, or if I call seagrass as the lungs of the, अभी आया सवाल ये, ठीक है, ऐसे सवाल जो हैं, तो वो सारी चीजें, these are related to the ecosystem services, okay, which means they will help in air quality, climate, water runoff. They will also give you cultural practices. When I say cultural, think of sacred groves. A lot of communities worship a lot of plants, etc. Right? Let's say Bargat ka ped, banyan tree, etc. is being worshipped. In other northeast and other communities, different trees and things are worshipped. Okay, we'll also see that tomorrow. Provisioning, isme se if you do not understand, provisioning simply means to provide. This is from the word provide. What can, for example, a tree, what can it provide to me? Of course, timber. I'll cut this, I'll get some leaves, and then I'll get a tons of non-timber forest products also, which can include resins, okay, lac, honey, bamboo, etc., etc. So, jo kuch bhi, whatever I get, I can even get a lot of, let's say, pharmaceutical formulations from this. Talking of pharmaceuticals, cinchona suna hai? The bark of cinchona tree is used to treat a particular disease. What is that? Answer is correct. It is used to treat malaria. And I have noticed malaria se thoda sa fascination hai UPSC ka. This year also there was a question on Wolbachia method. Padha hai aapne? That is also related to mosquito. Ha, okay. So I think mosquito based, and I think Mosirisk you would have also read about in Science and Tech. One of the recent vaccines which was approved. Then in Africa, Cape Verde was the third country in Africa to eliminate, third country in the world, I think, to eliminate, or I think it is in Africa, I'm not sure. Ek baar check kar lena. This was also very recent. So a lot of updates on mosquitoes are also what you should follow. Mosquitoes will be what? Plants, animals, microorganisms. Huh? Nee, insects are perfect. But in तीनों में क्या होगा? Animals. In animals you have vertebrates, you have invertebrates. In invertebrates you have arthropods. Arthropods के अंदर आएंगे insects. अगर arthropod नहीं भी पता है, so we'll know that these are insects. Okay? Because sometimes these very basic question also they are asking you. So that is something you have to be aware. I think this ecosystem services is clear to you. Okay. Then another thing is accounting of ecosystem services. ठीक है? अब accounting of ecosystem services is important. This is just to give a monetary value. Okay? कि जो भी हमारा ecosystem है, if I save that ecosystem, how much money I would be able to finally save. Okay. So you have TEEB. We'll also discuss about IPBES. WAVES is World Bank led, and ELD is Economics of Land Degradation. Okay. TEEB is very simple. The economics of ecosystem biodiversity. Okay. The economics of ecosystem and biodiversity. Here, only one thing you have to remember: it is not by any famous body. It is just led by an economist known as Dr. Pawan Sukhdev. Okay. The name is a giveaway that it is talking about ecosystem services. We are putting a financial value. So this is by Dr. Pawan Sukhdev. ठीक है? Then you have the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Okay. Now this brings out a lot of reports. First of all, this is doing the accounting of this part. ठीक है? दूसरा, it brings out a lot of reports. This year also it has brought in focus the rise of invasive species. Okay. But only thing you have to remember for IPBES is that this is not a UN body. This is not a UN body. Okay, this is one of the questions that can be asked. Okay. Okay, you're asking regulating services. See, regulating services can mean air quality, improving the air quality. Okay, water, climate. For example, you can plant certain trees. Neem, etc. also is able to let's say purify the air. Let's say if I talk about water runoff erosion. So when you have, and by the way, you'll understand this better when we discuss other aquatic ecosystems. So for example, water runoff erosion, etc., are taken care of by mangroves. Okay, they help a lot in this. Even the wetlands also help in mitigating the disasters. This has been proven again and again, that when we look at the Bay of Bengal area, especially the region of Sundarbans. Now Sundarbans has a unique distinction of having world's highest mangroves. World's highest. सबसे ज़्यादा यहीं पे मिलते हैं Sundarbans पे. But one of the problem is that the mangroves of Sundarbans are receding. They're declining. There is a lot of shrimp cultivation, unsustainable aquaculture. So because of this, the issue is, there are of course increasing tropical cyclones, both on Arabian Sea also, Bay of Bengal also. So the mitigating effect of the cyclones would reduce. Okay. So the student who has asked this, okay, that the regulating services, just you have to think about the word regulation, regulation of air, water, soil, all these things. Soil is also not mentioned here, but soil can be added to this. Okay. Okay, coming back, waves is, this is the wealth accounting of the ecosystem services, wealth accounting and valuation of ecosystem services. Only thing to remember here, it starts with W. It is World Bank led. In our lecture, we'll see a lot of role of World Bank, not just here, but also in climate finance. The biggest, let's say one of the supporters of climate finance in major funds, this plays a very important role, World Bank. Okay, this is World Bank led. Last जो term है, this is known as economics of land degradation, ELD. Okay, so name also tells you that if land degradation is happening, if I'm quantifying the cost of it, that is done by a body, economics of land degradation. ठीक है? अब एक चीज याद रखेंगे for current affairs, there is a very famous new report, State of Finance for Nature report. Now this report is published by United Nations Environment Program along with Economics of Land Degradation, ELD. The biggest report on climate finance as of now is the State of Finance for Nature. ठीक है? तो इसको, this is being published by UNEP along with ELD. Other than that, ELD, apart from degradation, you will not hear about it anywhere. Okay, but yes, UNEP you will read about in many cases. ठीक है? So all you have to do, जिस तरह से, if you are making the running notes, just draw something like this. TEEB, IPBES, WAVES, ELD. You can link the report, State of the Finance for Nature. Okay? Only the keywords, because exam के समय, all that you need to do, you'll know the heading. We have just completed ecosystem. We have seen the ecosystem services, and now we are putting monetary value. Although we know that whatever value we put is not going to be perfect. Okay, there are some statistical models, but still this is not going to be perfect. Why? The same logic that GDP does not cover the environmental costs. In the same manner, how would you quantify cultural values? There is no money we can put on this. I can roughly put money on other places, but still this is the best we can do overall, right? Okay, I think this is what we have discussed. ELD में एक चीज और याद रखेंगे, that this is related to UNCCD. Today also I'll talk about UNCCD, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. Okay? Anything related to land here, degradation, desertification, automatically think of CCD. For example, if I say Global Land Outlook, Global Drought Snapshot, all these reports are by UNCCD. Okay. Waves is World Bank led, nothing more than that you should know. We've already discussed IPBES. You will see this in other areas as well, okay? But main thing is it is not a UN body. All right? And this is by Pawan Sukhdev. This we have already seen. Okay. Coming to other concepts, there is a concept of niche. Okay? If you've seen Shark Tank, you will be very familiar of what is a niche. Okay? So let's say if you're talking of a big area, niche is a very small specific area, generally speaking. Put this in the perspective of environment and ecology. Okay? So let's say if a parrot or a honeybee, okay, or a squirrel, they live here. Okay, habitat इनका यहाँ पे, they live here. But the unique functional role they the unique functional role which they have will be in a very specific portion, or let's say if I draw a Venn diagram, if a habitat is bigger, a niche would be smaller. Okay, and let's say this is habitat, right? So here, for example, for parrot, they are, let's say, reproducing. Bee, honeybee, doing the waggle dance, now you would know, and then producing food, eating the nectar, etc., etc. Squirrels, okay, they are again doing the germination of seeds. Squirrels are graminivorous, herbivorous, yeah, omnivorous. What does graminivorous means? Exclusively grasses. Herbivores में slightly bigger term, but again related to plants. Omnivorous means, ठीक है, ठीक है. अब इसमें भी होता क्या था, the most misconception which happened for squirrels is that generally you will see it eating only, yes, only all the plant related things. But the point is, even if they have a small bite of insect, या कहीं पे भी आ जाएगा, so that will mean, of course, they will be also be omnivorous in that sense. ठीक है? Okay. So there is a habitat, there is a niche. Niche के लिए the only thing you have to know, here we are talking of the unique functional role which a species plays. Okay? अब जो मैंने ये diagram बनाया ना, ये भी पूरी तरह से correct नहीं है. Why? I've mentioned habitat and I've mentioned niche. अब put this in the perspective of environment ecology. There are so many different species who are going to be there. Okay? It may happen that the species, at least, academically or theoretically, that this niche may conflict हो सकता है. इसीलिए this concept has been modified slightly to say there is a term known as realized niche. Now, so after this, we'll also talk about, let's say, mutualism, parasitism, commensalism, amensalism, all of that. So here you know that certain species are going to emit a chemical, or there's going to be predation, etc. So based on that, ideally इतना बड़ा niche है, but the niche, जो realized niche है, that will be smaller even. Okay? So niche versus realized niche is more practical in nature. It takes into account all the different population interactions. When we decided this idea or this concept, this was done only thinking about one single species. But if you bring a host of different species, okay, and of course you know that the resource would be limited, they will be colliding, conflicting, etc. So इसीलिए a more, let's say, better specific term is a realized niche. Okay? Is this clear? Realized niche. So niche में please note we are talking of the unique functional role. Okay? Now if I say that somebody has a unique functional role, does it mean that two species can have the same niche? So that because it is unique, हमेशा ध्यान रखना, focus is on the word unique. Functional means यहाँ पे they'll do their function. Okay. Whereas जैसे let's take an example of students. You can roam around, you can have your coffee, you can move out. But let's say for students the function is to study. They might study at their homes or in their libraries. वो उनका functional role है. Okay. In the similar manner, when we talk about species specifically, here niche means the unique functional role. Okay. So here the big takeaway is that no two species will have the identical niche. हाँ, similar species में फिर then the concept will be about, let's say, resource partitioning हो सकता है, who is more dominant in general. Okay. Then ultimately the Darwinian concept will apply, survival of the fittest. ठीक है? But जो आप बोल रहे हो, competition में एक concept होता है, one is intra-species and one is inter-species competition. So more vigorous is between two other species. Between the similar species, थोड़ी बहुत they know कि हाँ, this is the, let's say you have a lion, etc. They attack in prides. Okay, or let's say you have a tiger or a leopard. उनको पता है कि this leopard will go and let's say take this particular prey into that area. So that particular, within that species, there is still the dominance hierarchy is well established. Okay. This is niche. Again, a term which you would have often known is ecotone. Ecotone for us simply means, if you see this image, very, let's say, good image to understand, this is ecosystem 1 and this is ecosystem 2. Okay. And then you have a transition zone. Okay. So ecotone is simply the zone of transition, or it is also known as the zone of tension. Okay, or let's say this is an overlapping zone between two different ecosystems, number one. Now here what we have found, and if you see this graph here, you had certain level of species, you have certain level of species here, but in an ecotone, the species are maximum. Why this happens? Because these two species, if they interbreed, etc., they can form a new species also, plus these species can also move from here to here, etc. So ecotone mein what we are witnessing, a greater biodiversity in general. This you can see from the graph also. Okay, this phenomena is nothing but known as edge effect, and in fact the species which are present here would be known as edge species, right? Up we have mentioned, for example, land hai, aquatic zone hai, there is this overlap which is happening. Few examples just to make this clear to you. For example, estuaries. Estuaries are ecotones. How? Here the river meets sea. River having the fresh water and the sea having, let's say, salty water, they will meet. That is why, because of the meeting of these points, these are one of the highest productive zones of the world, right? So estuaries is rivers meeting sea. That is why if you again link climate change, the glaciers are receding. If the glaciers are receding, more meltwater into the rivers, they will again flow and they will again mix with sea. Okay, so this can again happen. Second example can be mangroves. Okay, mangroves we'll also see, but mangroves for us are salt tolerant, halophytic. Okay, so they are found in these waterlogged salt tolerant conditions, and here also there is an overlap between two ecosystems, a land based ecosystem and a water based ecosystems combining together to form again mangroves. We can also talk about examples of, let's say, wetlands. Okay, the name is wetlands. So यहाँ पे भी you will see certain vegetation, land based component, and it can be sometimes waterlogged also. And that is why in all the three and other examples also, you'll see a high level of biodiversity, be it mangroves, be it estuaries, be it other examples. That is why it is very important to protect them also. Same concept of ecosystem services here also applies. We have to protect them, right? So ये एक चीज है that we'll also keep in mind, that yes, all our ecotones are very high in biodiversity. They exhibit something known as an edge effect, which has an edge species. ठीक है? अब this is ecotone. There is also a similar sounding word which is ecocline. Okay. The only, and I think this was also asked in this particular test, the only distinction between this, let's say there is ecosystem 1 and there is a change in an ecosystem 2. The change here is going to be gradual and not sharp. So a very gradual change if this occurs, okay. So from one ecosystem, this is ecosystem number 1, and then you have an ecosystem number 2. If there is a very gradual change from ecosystem 1 to ecosystem 2, this is defined as ecocline conceptually. And theoretically, it can also be applied. You can hear terms like thermocline, halocline. Acha, whenever we say thermo, think about temperature. Halo means salt content or salinity. For example, just after this, when I talk about adaptation, I'll talk about thermohaline, urihaline, stenohaline, so on and so forth. So jab bhi, whenever we say thermo, it means temperature, and whenever we say halo, it means salt. Is this clear? Okay? So ecocline mein the only thing you have to just have a takeaway, that here the change is very gradual. Okay? When we move from ecosystem number 1 to ecosystem number 2, it is not abrupt, it is not sharp, it is not forced, but it is a gradual change. Okay? And this concept is applied to thermocline, halocline, etc. So these are some of the terms, right, that you should be just aware with. Now there is something interesting. This is known as adaptation. Again, go back, we have a lot of abiotic factors. Okay? Abiotic factors can be temperature, can be water. When the water is less, think of deserts. There must be a way of these species to, let's say, survive. Think of polar conditions, extremely, let's say, cold temperatures, right? So abhi sabse pehli cheez, the first thing that we'll try to remember, is, or just understand a term known as thermoregulation. Thermoregulation is known by another term that is known as homeostasis. ठीक है? Now, humans, let's say us, अगर हम अपनी बात करें, when it is very cold, how many of you have seen the Delhi winters or experienced the Delhi winters, right? And you also have seen, or you are very fortunate that you will now experience the Delhi heat waves. Okay. So in the heat waves, what would you do? You will perspire, you will sweat. And in the winters, what would you do? You will shiver. And then of course, then you will get a blanket, etc. What is the body doing? This is body's way of regulating its own temperature. Okay? This is body's mechanism to regulate its own temperature. So thermoregulation or homeostasis simply means the ability of an organism to maintain constant internal temperature. Okay? Now you would be wondering what is the example to this? And this, the organisms which are able to control their internal temperature, they are known as warm blooded. Warm blooded ये नहीं होता कि उनका खून गर्म है, उनको गुस्सा आता है, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Warm blooded simply means they are able to regulate their body temperature. Okay? For us, the examples of this will be mammals and birds. These are warm blooded, they are able to regulate their temperature. Okay? Now you'll be surprised to know 99% of the animals and plants are not able, I'm saying not able to do this particular activity. They are not able to regulate their internal body temperature, and we'll see what this means. So when one term is warm blooded, the other is cold blooded. You can write down examples of amphibians, fish and reptiles. अब fish तो सबको पता होगा यहाँ पे. कोई example बताओ reptiles का. Crocodile, lizard, dinosaurs, snakes, lions, tigers. तो मैं कुछ starting में सही बोलूँगा, बाकी में गलत बोलूँगा. This is how the trap is, right? So here reptiles में again we'll discuss this in more detail tomorrow. Reptiles for us are examples like crocodile, and here we'll see all the three species of crocodile found in India. Okay, it can be, let's say, lizards, etc. Gecko, जो भी lizards होते हैं वो सारे reptiles हैं. Fish, I think you already know. Amphibians can be toad, salamander, frog, etc. These are prominent amphibians. Okay, so these are cold-blooded. ठीक है, cold-blooded simply means they are not able to regulate their internal temperature. Okay, and when I say not able to regulate, इसी के साथ एक बहुत interesting term आएगा, ecological amplitude. Okay, amplitude, what is this amplitude? If I draw something like this, this is a large amplitude, large variation. I can also have something like this, isn't it? So ecological amplitude is simple, that I have a species, I subject it to a large variation of temperature. Okay, so one example can be this, and in this band the species is able to live. So अगर मैं यहाँ temperature करता हूँ less than that, it will die. More than that, it will die. So warm-blooded, they will have a larger range of temperature tolerance. They will be able to survive a large range. Okay, whereas the ecological amplitude for other species will be very less. So they would, अगर बहुत frequent fluctuations हैं, okay, if the temperature is changing या बहुत कम temperature है, बहुत ज़्यादा है, they will have a low ecological amplitude. Okay, so they would not be having the capacity to adjust to rapid changes also, plus जो भी range है, मान लो ये range for example from 99 to 101 है, and this range can be, let's say, from 97 to 104, right? That is why our, let's say, learnings on climate change becomes important, because if the temperature or the global average land or sea temperature, if that increases, most of the species will start to die. Okay, and we'll again see tomorrow, out of all the species mentioned, the most vulnerable to climate change is amphibians. This was brought about by a recent IUCN report. In fact, अभी भी after the class just open करना IUCN red list, जो पहला snapshot आएगा उसमें 41% दिखाएगा amphibians which are threatened by climate change. Okay, so maximum threatened are amphibians, frogs, etc. Okay, so this is just one thing we'll know. But again, we are talking of the basic concept of thermoregulation. Okay, now if I extend this further, and then we'll see two particular things. So one thing I've already told you, 99% of animals and nearly all plants, they cannot maintain constant internal environment. ठीक है, पहली चीज. And this thermoregulation is very energetically expensive. Now we'll talk about two specific things. One, you've seen polar bear. ठीक है. Ab why am I showing you this? So if I talk about polar regions, and again this is also from your NCERT, very basic concept. NCERT asks you very simple question. Why are small animals not found in polar regions? I think this was also asked in your test. ठीक है. क्यों नहीं मिलते हैं हमको? This directly is tied to the concept of surface area. And you have to think very simply. Thermodynamics का basic क्या law है? Whatever you eat versus whatever you lose. If there is a balance, you will live. But if you eat, let's say 100 calories, but you lose 200 calories, very shortly you might not be able to live. तो जो small animals होते हैं, उनका surface to volume ratio is higher. Okay? So whatever they eat or consume versus whatever they lose, so they lose energy rapidly based on their small shape or size. Okay. तो अब यहाँ पे also think about nature's principle, survival of the fittest. So nature में जो भी organism, whatever you are finding at that particular area, there is a particular process to it. ठीक है? So these small organisms could not survive this, let's say, harsh conditions, and because of that they had to be wiped out in general. That is why I do not find small organisms in these polar regions. ठीक है? Now, why do I find a big polar bear? पहली बात तो it has a lot of furs, it has a big body, and then it will also eat more compared to its size. The small organism would eat very less, right? So it is then able to keep itself warm. That is why we do not find. So again, ultimately the crux of the matter is heat loss and gain is a function of surface area, and extending this is a concept of Allen's rule. Okay, this also is mentioned in your NCERT, that if you see the tropical animals, you have a fox or the rabbit, in let's say tropical areas, they will have longer ears and limbs. But colder regions में if you see Arctic hare या जो भी Arctic fox हैं, इनके ears or let's say tails etc., these are very small. The smaller it is, the lesser area will be exposed to lose heat. हाँ हाँ नहीं, small, by that I mean very small. We will definitely find seals, we'll find walrus, we'll find all these species, we'll also find Arctic fox etc. हम small animals की जो बात कर रहे हैं, they will be let's say very like rodents, mice etc. वो नहीं मिलेंगे अपने को यहाँ. Lemmings हैं, lemurs हैं, और भी जो बहुत है, they are very small in number. Only they have been able to survive and they will have enough prey. This is a general statement. That's say if you compare the biodiversity from let's say equatorial regions. Equatorial regions पे if I put कि इतने ज़्यादा burrowing animals या small rodents, all this is huge. All of that is generally not found in the polar Arctic regions. So हमें जो मिलते हैं बहुत ही कम मिलते हैं, और वो भी जो मिलते हैं they have very specialized mechanisms to deal with loss of heat and ultimately how to balance themselves. ठीक है? Okay, so this is the Allen's rule. We have understood about the heat adaptations. Now here also two more terms are here. There is a term known as uri-haline, okay, and uri-thermal. Whenever I will add the term uri means it has a big temperature band. Okay, so if I add to uri thermal, what does uri thermal mean? It will be able to survive large temperature variations. If I mention uri haline, large variations in salinity or salt content, it will be able to survive. Okay, तो ये uri thermal है, this is uri haline, fine. Same is steno. So one is stenothermal, stenohaline. Okay, so when I'm talking of stenothermal, they will have a very small band in which they'll be able to survive. Or stenohaline, again they will live in a very short or small range. ठीक है? This is the adaptation related to heat. When I discuss water, तो मैं आपको desert ecosystems पे भी I'll show you images of cactus and camels etc. how they are adapting. That is one. Other than that, apart from this, there is migration, which most of you know. So whenever there is stress, a lot of bird species and other species would travel. ठीक है, अभी तो मान लो चलो रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर चल रहा है, species would be thinking भाई अपने को मरना नहीं है, हम जाते हैं यहाँ से, ठीक है. Or let's say generally when the conditions are very cold, they would move for certain areas. For example, India में we have Keoladeo Lake in Rajasthan. Keoladeo Lake. Keoladeo Lake is a very good wintering site for migratory birds. Okay. Similarly, there is a Doyang Lake in Nagaland, for example, right? So Doyang Lake is again a very prominent site for Amur falcons. Okay. So again, the whole idea is migration is also one of the adaptations which these organisms have. Okay. Third will be you must have heard terms like hibernation, okay, terms like aestivation, terms like diapause. All these terms are similar. Why? Because here the idea is to stop or slow down the metabolic rate. Okay. If the organism, it can be a bacteria. In a bacteria, they will have outer spore formations. Okay. Just give me a second. So for example, you have a bacteria. The bacteria can have some spore formations, outer spore formations. This will act as a shield. Then you have terms like hibernation and aestivation. Hibernation, with hibernation, any species which comes to mind? Bear. So what happens? This is an activity of winters, whereas aestivation is the same activity done in summers. Example here of course can be snails, etc. In all of this, you also have diapause. The whole idea in all of this is to suspend or slow down the metabolic rate. If they slow down the metabolic rate, they will eat less. If they eat less, they will prolong their life. And in many times, the moment winter ends, then summers is good, they can roam out, move out. So many times, a lot of these species, they will either, you would have seen the story of grasshopper, ant, okay? For very, let's say, tough conditions, the ant is bringing the food, etc., right? In the similar manner, in aestivation, hibernation, or let's say spore formation or diapause, it is a stage ultimately of suspended development. ठीक है? अब इसमें से बस diapause है, which is for your zooplankton species, right? Again, diapause is for the suspended development of zooplankton species. Okay? So again, the whole idea here is how they are going to adapt. Okay. So these are some interesting things which actually keep on happening, and other things again we'll see as we move along, right? Keoladeo Lake is also one of the site of Montreux record. How many of you know this? पता है तो अच्छी बात है. In case you do not know, you can write it. The other site which is currently a part of Montreux record is Loktak Lake. ठीक है? Chilika Lake was the first site to be added, but then it was removed because of good conservation practices. So right now you have Keoladeo Lake in Rajasthan, and the second is Loktak Lake in Manipur, famous for the dancing deer. Okay, you have the Cable Lamjau National Park, you have the floating vegetation, Fumdis, which are found there. Okay, we'll again come back to it most probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow in the protected areas, right? So these are certain adaptations. Okay, how many of you saw this news? Very recent. Black tigers. Okay, black tigers found in Simlipal. Okay. Up in this case and with this concept, I'll tell you three terms: ecophene, ecotype, ecospecies. ठीक है? अभी क्या है? These black tigers are pseudo-melanistic tigers. What has happened? There is a TACPAC1 gene. That gene has undergone mutation, and because of that, we are seeing these black tigers. ठीक है? अब if it is black, what has happened? black color is because of melanin. Okay, so let's say if you compare racially Caucasians versus Africans will have more of melanin. ठीक है, तो अभी keeping that concept in mind, what happens? अब देखो आप, if you keep a European, take a European, if that European is present in a African region for some time, okay, and please note I'm saying some time, so we are talking of two things now. One is phenotypic changes and one is genotypic. Okay, these just are fancy terms. Phenotypic means outer appearance, ठीक है, which is visual outer appearance. Genotype means the changes at the genetic level. Okay, now what happens that it depends totally on the time of exposure. Sometimes if we take a species, okay, that species is found in equator, we move it to polar regions for certain time, it will have some changes. Maybe uska RBC ka production change hoga, maybe the breathing rate will change, and maybe this color might change. Okay, if I do this for a very short duration, most of the changes will be temporary in nature, because if I bring it back, it will again adapt. But ultimately ये जो changes हैं, अगर if it is done for a very long time, then they become genetic and ultimately they will become permanent changes. So based on the quantum of exposure, you will have three fancy terms. ठीक है, ecophene, ecotype, ecospecies. अगर concept आपको ये रखना है कि it is only आप कितनी देर के लिए, for how long you are putting that species. If it is only for a short time, तो सिर्फ basic appearance changes होंगे, that too temporary, which means they are reversible. थोड़े और टाइम के लिए जाओगे तो थोड़ा हो सकता है जेनेटिक चेंजेस हो, बट ज्यादा देर के लिए जाओगे फॉर परमानेंट लॉन्ग टाइम, तो दे विल बी परमानेंट चेंजेस. ओके, सो हियर वी विल अंडरस्टैंड, आई थिंक दिस टर्म यू नाउ नो, इकोलॉजिकल एम्पलीट्यूड. ओके, एम्पलीट्यूड तो हमने देख लिया है. इट इज टोटली द रेंज इन विच अ स्पीशीज कैन लिव एंड सर्वाइव. ओके, एंड वी शुड नो दिस कॉन्सेप्ट इकोलॉजिकल एम्पलीट्यूड, क्योंकि इसी से लिंक्ड एक और कॉन्सेप्ट है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी. ओके, विच विल सी जस्ट आफ्टर दिस. अब देखते हैं ये तीन टर्म्स, फाइन, इकोफीन, इकोटाइप, इको स्पीशी. अब जस्ट रिमेंबर वी आर मूविंग फ्रॉम हियर टू हियर, दैट इज इट. इकोफीन लोएस्ट एक्सपोजर, शॉर्टेस्ट टाइम. इको स्पीशीज मैक्सिमम एक्सपोजर, मैक्सिमम टाइम. सो इवन विदाउट रीडिंग द स्लाइड आई विल टेल यू, इकोफीन विल हैव टेम्पररी चेंजेस, ठीक है, एंड दे कैन बी फिनो, मतलब अपीयरेंस होंगे, अपीयरेंस के चेंजेस, and they can also be reversed if there is a time available. And eco species, this is the most extreme. What will happen? Changes both at the permanent level, both at the observable phenotypic and genotypic, even without reading. तो अपने दिमाग में इसी तरह से एक बनाइएगा. जनरली जब भी एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन बनेगा इस टॉपिक पे, पीपल आर जनरली इंटरेस्टेड इन नोइंग द एक्सट्रीम्स. सो ऑन वन एंड आई हैव इको स्पीशीज, then I have ecotype, and then I have sorry, you have ecofene. ठीक है, तो स्टार्ट हमेशा जब भी बोलो ये कॉन्सेप्ट याद रखो, सिर्फ इकोफीन याद रखना है. एंड इकोफीन इज ऑल्सो नोन एज इकैड्स. ठीक है, यहां पे क्या है, चेंजेस इन द वेरिएशन ऑफ फिनोटाइप्स. ओके, फॉर एग्जांपल यही एग्जांपल है, द यूरोपियन लिविंग इन अफ्रीका विल हैव दिस वन. ओके, इट विल हैव अ डिफरेंट लेवल ऑफ मेलानिन इन द स्किन. इकोटाइप में क्या होगा, इफ दे रिमेन फॉर देयर न्यू एनवायरमेंट फॉर टू लॉन्ग, इट बिकम्स जेनेटिकली फिक्स्ड. और इको स्पीशीज में क्या होगा, केप्ट इन अ सेपरेट एनवायरमेंट फॉर अ वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम, एवरीथिंग बिकम्स परमानेंट. सो बी इट अ मॉर्फोलॉजिकल और जेनेटिक वेरिएशन, सारी चीज अब परमानेंट हो गई हैं. ओके, सो यहां पे बस इतनी चीजें समझनी है कि इकोफीन है, इकोटाइप है और इको स्पीशी है. कमिंग बैक टू दिस, यू हैव सीन अ ब्लैक टाइगर. ब्लैक टाइगर से कुछ टाइम पहले देयर वाज काजी 106F, India's golden tiger. ठीक है, काजी 106F was the name of the tiger. काजी why? Because it was found in काजीरंगा. ठीक है, नॉट कजाकिस्तान और किर्गिस्तान. काजी इज काजीरंगा में. काजीरंगा इज वेयर, आसाम में है. आज सुबह तक तो आसाम में ही था ना. ठीक है, काजीरंगा इज आसाम. एंड बाय द वे, यू जस्ट जो भी लेट्स से व्हाटएवर प्रोटेक्टेड स्पीशीज और एरियाज आई एम सेइंग, you can write it down in case you do not remember. जिसको याद है बहुत अच्छी बात है, but through these 6 lectures I'll be, let's say, exposing you to a lot of different examples. ठीक है, now in this case what had happened, this was golden tiger. golden कैसे होगा, basic science अगर लगाएंगे, जो भी whatever gene is responsible for expressing black, वो होगा ही नहीं, काम, वो काम ही नहीं करेगा. So entire tiger is golden. So don't think this is something extremely unique, black tigers. It is just that you have a particular gene which has mutated. Similarly, what if the black stripes which are present, if the black stripes are not expressing themselves, it will become a golden tiger, which was seen I think 1.5 or 2 years back when that was in the news. Okay, so these kind of color based variations you will see in your exam. Okay, so these terms I think should not bother you now. Okay, and then to end this particular first chapter, there are very simple terms, most of this you already know. There is a biotic potential. Okay, so यहाँ पे simple है कि maximum rate at which the population which can increase. So if I draw a graph like this, okay, so please remember biotic वाला जो potential is ideal, carrying capacity is real. So biotic potential assumes that resources are unlimited, and this graph is also mentioned in class 12th NCERT. So you will see that here generally speaking the resources are limited, but it assumes that the resources are unlimited and conditions are ideal. ये है biotic potential, this is the maximum thing. Okay, but again because this is ideal, question इस पे नहीं बनेगा, question बनेगा carrying capacity पे. Okay, now this by the very name you can understand. For example, we have shoulders, we have bags, right? Depending on your shoulder strength, bags में जितनी books रखोगे हो सकता है बहुत अलग से you can add more and more photostat, but after a point of time either the bag will break or your shoulders will break. Fine. Same concept is for earth. It is only up to a certain point that the earth can carry the resources, okay, without significantly depleting them. And this also is tied to the idea of sustainable development, which was very well outlined in the 1987 Brundtland Commission report titled Our Common Future. ठीक है? Carrying capacity क्या है? The maximum number of individuals of that species which can indefinitely survive without depleting these resources. And this concept is tied to an idea known as so there is a body called Global Footprint Network. Every year it comes out with the Earth Overshoot Day. ठीक है? This body, what it says, concept क्या है? They say that every year from 1st Jan Earth के पास maximum power आती है. Everybody has played video games. तो आपकी character की power यहाँ 100 है. Okay? After the end of 1 year, so 31st December पे it will be very less. जैसे अगला साल आएगा पूरी power 100 हो जाएगी. Same for Earth. So Earth Overshoot says that initially Earth's capacity used to replenish in December. It means हम अर्थ में जितना भी स्ट्रेस डाल रहे थे it was able to survive for almost 12 months. But as and when more industrial revolution happened and other things happened, ये day shrink होता रहा है. Okay? And for 2023 I think it is almost 1st या 2nd August if I'm not wrong. एक बार check करना इसको. So this term is, let's say the days are decreasing. This means that Earth has exhausted its capacity almost in the end of July or the first week of August. तो उसके बाद जो भी हो रहा है, we are ultimately putting extra stress on the resource of Earth. ठीक है? So this is carrying capacity. Related to this is Earth Overshoot Day. This you should write down, or just after the class Google that what is the exact date on which you are, let's say, ending it. 2nd August. ठीक है? Okay. Last year it was 26 July. Okay, but अभी थोड़ा सा maybe better है, but still not that better. And it is by the Global Footprint Network. Okay. Now, how many of you remember the idea of biocentrism? Abhi bataya tha. Same concept is this GI or howsoever you pronounce it, hypothesis. Okay. ठीक है, गया बोध गया जो भी, howsoever you want to write in. This is actually a very famous work by a famous geographer. The main idea here is they mention that Earth is a complex living entity, and ultimately to save Earth you have to sustain everything. Okay. So again this is tied to the idea. So means Earth is dependent on other entities and other entities are also dependent on Earth. ठीक है? So this fancy word is actually having a very simple meaning. That is one thing you need to know. Then you have terms like ecological footprint. You might have also read about carbon footprint. Okay. So this is simply an accounting tool. Okay. So this is just going to mention For example, whatever resources we use, whatever emissions we have, so based on that, what is the footprint? So whatever we consume, okay, whatever we produce waste versus how soon the nature is able to replenish itself. ठीक है? So that is defined as ecological footprint. ये broad term है. इसमें से बहुत specific term अगर पूछा जाए, that is carbon footprint. Carbon footprint is only exclusively talking about carbon, right? But ecology is more than carbon, right? So this is one, and of course last term has already been asked by UPSC, 6th mass extinction. The idea here that the first 5 mass extinctions were driven by nature. Number one, they were slow processes. But अब ये जो 6th mass extinction है, another name is Anthropocene epoch. Here it is very, let's say, very serious, but the biggest issue is that there is a very high level of extinction which is happening. So the speed is very rapid. So वो बाकी, let's say, it is different from those 5 extinctions. Okay. So 6th mass extinction is the Anthropocene extinction. We saw something known as anthropocentrism. ठीक है? So these are certain things that we have just seen now. ठीक है? So this is the first chapter. Okay, so there were certain concepts, which is why I think you would have gotten to know. Okay. Yes, right now we are undergoing revision. अभी revision होगा, उसके बाद we will go and discuss the topics. Okay. Now the chapter 2 is functions of an ecosystem. I can simply divide it into energy flow and nutrient cycling. तो अभी इसको देखेंगे. This is a small topic because energy flow में ultimately we'll just quickly go through the pyramids. Okay, and then we'll go through the cycles. Okay. Now when I'm talking of pyramids or let's say energy flow, here let's say you see plants. Okay, and chalo before that let us also discuss. You know this term? Autotrophs. Can you give me example of? Yes. ठीक है, अब देखो इसको हम थोड़ा सा चेंज करेंगे. लैंड के लिए, वाटर के लिए. ठीक है, लैंड पे प्लांट्स, what in aquatic systems, phytoplankton. So basically we'll also see planktons are marine microscopic organisms. Okay, and you have phytoplanktons and then you have zooplanktons. But abhi I'm talking of autotrophs. Autotrophs are ones which are able to make the food themselves. ठीक है, अब plants हो गए, phytoplanktons हो गए, you also have blue green algae. Okay, you have cyanobacteria. They are able to produce food through photosynthesis. ठीक है, so for the major part of the earth, most of the energy or the things are regulated through that is why the sun is important. ठीक है, ये रहता है photosynthesis. But in deeper regions of let's say aquatic ecosystems, there are also autotrophs who will do chemosynthesis. So in that, for example, there will be a chemical reaction. So they can work with let's say hydrogen sulfide or methane, etc. And then they can utilize that for heat, and then the whole let's say system can take place. इस तरह से. So generally speaking, we are only aware of photosynthesis, but in deeper regions, deep hydrothermal vents और भी बहुत deeper regions पे, you will also have chemosynthesis. Okay. So though both the things are true. अब इसमें से, for example, plants will of course undergo photosynthesis. Phytoplanktons will also undergo photosynthesis, and they will only undergo photosynthesis. ऐसा नहीं होगा. Phytoplanktons are also doing chemo. Chemo जो करेंगे, they will be other organisms. So when we say phytoplanktons, because these are plants, they will be let's say the major source for energy for them will be photosynthesis. ठीक है. Now when we move to aquatic ecosystem in some point of time, we'll also discuss both examples of phytoplanktons also and for zooplanktons also. ठीक है. Autotroph हो गए. Autotrophs are eaten up by, you can have primary consumers, you can have secondary consumers, and then of course you can have an apex predator, you can have a top carnivore. It can be a tiger, lion, it can be a vulture, etc. ठीक है. So this is how the flow of energy is. You have plants eaten up by let's say herbivores, then maybe by some other species, and then so energy, this is how the energy is flowing. Now one thing to remember here, is that from one level to the other, these are divided into trophic levels. Only 10% energy flows. ठीक है. दूसरी बात, this flow of energy will always be in one direction, unidirectional, because the plants are creating or doing photosynthesis, they are creating the food. From them the energy will flow to other organisms. ठीक है. हमेशा प्लांट से ही होके एनर्जी जाएगी. So that is one thing we have to know, that energy flow one is unidirectional. Okay. And then अभी आगे हम देखने वाले हैं, the pyramid of energy in this sense is always going to be upright. Okay, that I'll tell you just in few moments of time. So you have autotrophs, you have heterotrophs, which can be primary or secondary consumers. Okay, so ये चीज याद रखेंगे that both on land and water you all have your autotrophs. Okay. Ab, I think this concept is very easy to understand. You have a food chain. Okay, food chain can be both in, you can have a grazing food chain and you can also have a detritus food chain. Detritus means the dead remains of plants and animals. So if the energy flows, so let's say if there's an earthworm, okay, and earthworm is going to, let's say, eat up, or wahan se if the energy is flowing, that is known as detritus food chain, because for detritus food chain the major flow of energy is detritus. Grazing means simple, there is a grass, okay, they're eating up the grass. Similarly, think of aquatic ecosystems, wahan pe sea grass hogi. Let's say, okay, some other organisms like dugong. Dugong is mainly eating seagrass. Okay, that is why the destruction of seagrass is a threat to dugong. Okay, dugong is sea cow. Dugong is carnivore, herbivore, omnivore. It is herbivore. Okay, dugong is sea cow. Okay, so this is the whole idea here in a food chain. And by the way, food chain does not happen in reality. Okay, this is a simple understanding because this is a linear way. But environment mein things are in a more complicated manner. Okay, there are multiple chains which are existing. And also remember, when I'm talking of a food web, so this is the idea of a food web. There are different nodes which are connected. Okay, the more complicated the food web is, the more stable it will be. True or false? Okay, because if any of these species die or are removed, what will happen? I would still have some other species to fall back on. So jitne bhi mature ecosystems hain, they will have a very complicated, okay, a better system. And that is why if the systems get very mature, one, they will have a very complicated food web. Second, unki niche बहुत ज़्यादा specialized होगी, because there are so many species now. Each of the species would want to occupy their niche. Okay, so this will become even more specialized. So this is a food web. We want this to be more complicated. Then only this will be more stable in nature. ठीक है? Okay. Now talking of ecological pyramids, the same thing. Autotrophs, producers, consumers, and let's say top raters. If they are arranged in a concept of a pyramid, that is overall the idea of ecological pyramids. ठीक है? अब यहाँ पे first of all we know that there are three types of pyramids: pyramid of numbers, pyramid of biomass, and pyramid of energy. All we need to know here is in which case it is upright and if there is a case of it being inverted or not. सिर्फ इतना भी हमें पता हो, that is all what we need to know. Fine. You have pyramid of numbers. In pyramid of numbers we know there is, let's say, generally सबसे ज़्यादा होंगे upright. But we are not interested only in upright, we are interested in the exceptions. In the exception, we are talking of, let's say, a tree ecosystem. You have a single tree. By the way, an ecosystem can be as small as a single tree. Why? Because it can support, ab iske niche there will be a lot of microorganisms. It will be visited by a lot of birds. There will be a lot of parasites on this. The pyramid of numbers may simply counting the species at the trophic level, I am arranging. है ना? So यहाँ पे what we'll have, because producer is one, let's say it is visited by 10 birds. Parasites are smaller, so they will be even more, let's say 100, and let's say this is hyper parasites are even smaller. So if I arrange it on a number wise, right? तो ये इस तरह का system बन जाएगा. Of course I know this is the producer, so producer से start होगी energy का flow. So this is how this is going to be arranged. So in pyramid of numbers, I know that it can also be upright, it can also be inverted. That is one. Second pyramid is pyramid of biomass. ठीक है? अब pyramid of biomass में, again, if I count or let's say weigh, the biomass. Okay, so this is, let's say, 900 kg of grass, X number of mice, snakes, owls, etc. So this is the weight which is there. Okay? In fact, you also had a term that something which is deposited in the tissue. I think one question was also there. That is actually related to pyramid of biomass. Okay, because pyramid of biomass is going to talk about, can you just tell me the question number? 30. Acha, ek second paper dena. I'll just read that statement out, because usme I have to tell you a difference and distinction between the other one also. In question number 13, which of the pyramid type represents the amount of energy that is stored in a living tissue? If I'm talking about storage of energy in a living tissue, that is biomass. Okay, but energy kya hai? Energy hai rate of transfer. Energy never talks about how much is stored. Energy will basically talk about, for example, अगर आप energy का unit भी देखोगे, so let's say ग्राम, जो भी area है per unit year. So मैंने biomass पे लिखा, but this is actually for energy. The unit of energy is this, whereas the unit of biomass is only this. So for this part, and this is a very peculiar detail, you might not find in many sources, but the point is, energy that is stored in a living tissue, that is ultimately the biomass. Or, oh, sorry, that is biomass, yes, and energy is what? It is the rate of transfer. So per unit time ya per unit area, that is going to be the energy part of it. Fine. So let us again go back to the discussion on biomass. So we were seeing grasses, mice. This is a general pyramid. So यहाँ पे if I calculate the biomass, okay, of let's say grasses, mice, snakes, so on and so forth, so I have to take 900 kg and then this is 100. So if I arrange it, this is upright. But can you tell me why this is inverted? Aquatic ecosystems. ठीक है, साइज नहीं, सोचो बायोमास के बारे में. मोर बायोमास. हाँ हाँ, वो बड़े होंगे साइज में. ठीक है, अब देखो इसमें देयर आर टू मेजर रीजंस. वन, while the phytoplanktons are small, they are larger in number, but if I weigh them, weight बहुत कम है. Second, they are very rapidly consumed. जैसे कंज्यूम होंगे तुरंत replenish होते जाते हैं. So there are two major reasons. That is why the producers, or let's say the phytoplanktons, are smaller, and इससे जो ऊपर species होगी, they will have to eat a considerable amount. That is why they have more biomass. उनसे बड़े, let's say herbivore, then you have carnivore, big sharks, etc. So here this is inverted. So biomass, also energy, both of them have inverted. Isn't right? All right. Now we have already discussed the part of energy, because this is the core component here. Energy में हमें पहले से भी पता है, if the producer is there, even if the ecosystem, so here the pyramid can be upright or inverted, but producer तो यहीं पे होगा ना, right? So the flow of energy will be from the producer to primary, secondary, tertiary. That is why this is always going to be unidirectional, number one. Second, it will always be upright. Then note that these are 10% efficient. That is why we knew in every trophic level there is going to be only 10% energy is transmitted. I'm not saying that 10% is lost. I should say 90% is lost, or only 10% is transmitted to the other level. ठीक है? Why is that? Because of losses of, yes, there are losses. So there are respiration losses, there are metabolic activities. So all of this is responsible for this problem to happen. Okay? तो यहाँ पे एक चीज है कि pyramid of energy does not have any inverted example, whereas the other two had examples of inverted. ठीक है? Now moving to the next part here, I think this part is clear. इसमें I don't think there is any other explanation needed. This is also very interesting part, but here we should know the examples. Okay? These are biotic interactions. तो पहली बात तो this table should make sense to you. When I say mutualism, plus means both species. Please pardon this image of spices, I think from wherever I got it. So I think, although yes, the species can be spicy in the exam, right? So you have mutualism, commensalism, amensalism, competition, predation, parasitism. ठीक है? अब इसमें we'll just quickly go through this, because most of you I think are aware. We are just going to revise it. Mutualism plus examples. Online students also? Sorry? Okay. The online students, I'm also waiting for your reply. For mutualism, for one by one, we'll go through the examples. One of the example is lichens. Lichens are a mutualistic or symbiotic association of algae plus both are getting benefited. One example, one very common example is this pollination activity. You have a bee, any other insect sucking the nectar out of a flower. सबसे common example है. One example which was also asked to you is mycorrhiza. ठीक है? Now mycorrhiza is very good example that you should know. Generally the people are only aware about rhizobium, that is a bacteria. ठीक है? Mycorrhiza का simple पहले तो definition क्या है? It is a symbiotic association of fungus with the roots of higher plants. ठीक है? What is mycorrhiza? Again I am repeating, by the way, जहां भी term myco दिखे, myco means fungus. There is also a term known as mycoremediation. Myco जहां भी आया, it means I am using a fungus to treat a waste. That would be mycoremediation. Mycorrhiza here is that we are using fungus, okay, and the fungus is having an association with the roots of higher plants. अब इसी में एक अच्छा सा एक interesting term आता है, WWW, Wood Wide Web. Okay, it is because of the associations which these mycorrhizas create. By the way, mycorrhiza बहुत important है soil fertility के लिए. They also are very important in reducing the infections. There is also a term known as mycorrhiza induced resistance. So if you have mycorrhiza, insect or pest attack कम होंगे. Conversely speaking, if the soil gets eroded, washed, rain से या wind से, you will lose the mycorrhiza, and that will mean more pest attack, other attacks, right? So this is one thing you should know. Mycorrhiza, it is responsible for a wood wide web, in the sense when you look at these structures, very good solid structures it creates. ठीक है? इसी को अगर मैं और extend करता हूँ, let's say you have myco means fungus. You would see a lot of birds, ठीक है? Sorry, birds कह रहा हूँ, ants. Ants will take small piece of leaf, not the entire leaf, very small pieces. They will take it. They will then become the fungus farmers. So ants in that manner, they create a lot of these fungus colonies, and that fungus can also be used for the nutrition. Maybe you can see very good images, etc. So you'll also understand this. वो से separate, this is separate. Of course, the ants doing this whole part. That is why ants are also having these very intricate colonies and very famous for cultivators of fungus. Okay, so that is one. Mycorrhiza, again, we have seen that. We have seen lichens. Additionally, you can think about coral reefs. ठीक है? I think most of you already are aware. Coral reefs में there is a coral polyp and a zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae is going to provide the food. Coral polyp provides support skeleton, right? Both are benefiting. Corals can be there, lichens can be there, mycorrhiza can be there. Examples of pollination of orchids, etc. All these are example of mutualism. Fairly straightforward. अब next आते हैं commensalism. Please note it is plus and zero. Okay, one is benefited, another is. तो इसमें one of the very, let's say, basic example is cattle egret. Okay, egret is basically a bird. Okay, so there is a cattle egret and a grazing cattle. मतलब कोई भी cow हो सकती है. You, अगर आपने images देखे हो, there is a cow and on top of that maybe there is a bird. That bird is known as egret, and sometimes it is called cattle egret. Okay, and for example, it is sitting on a grazing cattle, which can be any of the cattle. It can be cow, etc. उसमें क्या होगा? This egret will take up, or let's say use resources. Okay, so it is the one which is positively benefited, whereas the cow, etc. जो भी cattle है, उस पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है. Okay, so that is why that is commensalism. One. Then you have this shark, kind of. Okay, you also have the small remora or the sucker fishes which are moving close to this. So whatever this eats, जो left over होंगे, they'll have their party. Second, if इनके जो predators हैं वो देखेंगे भाई they are moving with such a big fish, they will not attack. So in both manners these are benefited, but ये तो अपने हिसाब से move करता रहेगा. It does not have any problem. This is what is known as epiphytes. Epiphytes are a very unique characteristic of a certain biome. Tropical rainforest, ठीक है? Tropical rainforest में we will find these epiphytes. अब epiphytes में please note करिएगा. Let's say this is a tree. Epiphytes will be there only for support. Only for the mechanical support they will take the use of the big tree, but they will not take nutrition. अगर nutrition करेंगे तब तो parasite हो जाएंगे ना. So if this is an example of epiphytes, पहली बात तो epiphytes are found in tropical rainforest. Number one, epiphytes. So if there's a big tree, these are just like your simple climber trees. So these climber trees are only, I'm emphasizing on the word only, there for the support, not for the nutrition. Had it been for the nutrition, तब तो पेड़ का भी नुकसान होता. ठीक है? So this is mutualism. Oh, sorry. The heading is wrong here. One second. Sorry. This should be commensalism. Okay. Going back to this again example here. Amensalism minus and 0. इसमें तेरा घाटा मेरा कुछ नहीं जाता. Right? Very simple. Amensalism. In amensalism, we will find examples wherein one species is negatively impacted and one has nothing. तो अब इसमें सबसे best example है, you have a big tree, you have a small tree. The big tree gets all the sunlight, etc. The small tree की जितनी भी sunlight आनी है, ये block कर रहा है बैठ के. ठीक है? The big tree is blocking all the sunlight. Because of this, the small tree is negatively impacted, but the small tree cannot have any impact on the big tree. So big tree is 0. ठीक है? One example. Second example can be, कोई बताएगा? Elephant on the grass, ठीक है? That can also be an example. Any other example? आप लोग बता सकते हो? ठीक है? Penicillium and bacteria is one example. Penicillium and bacteria is what? Penicillium releases antibacterial compound. ठीक है? When it releases an antibacterial compound, जो भी molds हैं या जो भी bacteria है, the bacteria is either harmed or the bacteria will run away. ठीक है? So penicillium में there is no impact on the penicillium, but the bacteria is negatively impacted. So penicillium and bacteria is also one example. There is also a term known as allelopathy. Yes, ठीक है? Allelopathy is one in which, let's say you have a plant, it secretes certain chemicals, and because of that other species run away from it. ठीक है? So that example can also be there. This is amensalism. Eucalyptus का बताओ कैसे? How? हाँ, it is invasive species, right? Right. ठीक है? उसको फायदा हो रहा है ना? वैसे देखा जाए. Eucalyptus we'll talk about in invasive species also, right? By the way, eucalyptus is also useful in treating wastewater. So it also has a use, but it also has a lot of negatives. Competition की बात करें, UPSC aspirants से better competition कौन जानता है? Competition जब भी होता है, अच्छा please remember, and whenever I say competition, sometimes people think if there's a war between Russia and Ukraine, okay, Russia if it is stronger, उसको कोई नहीं फर्क पड़ेगा. No, that is not true. ठीक है? Competition में both sides will lose. Russia, for example, will also lose money. Will also, so both blood, money, everything is lost. In the same manner, even if we have a dominant species versus a very weak species, both will lose something in the longer run in general from an ecological perspective. So don't think that in a competition the mightier species can simply wipe off. वो जो आप सोच रहे हो वो है predation. ठीक है? So competition is one wherein, and I think आपने सवाल पूछा था, competition में होता है जो within the species, okay, so within the same species and outside the same species. And this is where another concept which is again mentioned in class 12th NCERT, resource partitioning. ठीक है? So earlier what we used to think that if there is, let's say, a tree, and if there is a dominant species versus a small species, the moment a dominant species comes, it is going to take up the all area. ठीक है? But later on we realized that the species are very smart. So this species, small species, will know कि अच्छा ये जो बड़ी species है, it is only living in this area. This area is not being used. So it is only going to be present in that area. This concept is known as resource partitioning. So for example, when you go to libraries, one which does not have these, what do you call them? इसको क्या बोलते हैं यार? Barriers या क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Partitions, हाँ. तो उसमें if somebody is there, आपको पता है that person has given the interview, उन्होंने पूरी books फैला के रखी हैं, पर आपको पता है कि हाँ यहाँ से ना यहाँ थोड़ा सा स्पेस है, यहाँ हम भी अपनी बुक रख सकते हैं, ठीक है? So you'll also be very smart and you'll also place your resources smartly. So resource partitioning also happens. So two things, resource partitioning and specialized niches, niche are the reality. Okay, so that is one. Competition. You have predation. This is the easiest. You have seen Nat Geo documentaries. You have seen a tiger pouncing on a deer. भाग रहा है वो. You know what is the fate going to be. Predation is plus minus. And you have parasitism. Okay, parasites. So one is benefited, other is harmed. Can you give me example of parasites? सिर्फ इसके देने हैं, रियल लाइफ अपने नहीं देने एग्जाम्पल पैरासाइट्स के. ओके, सॉरी, मॉस्किटोस, ठीक है, दे विल टेक अप न्यूट्रिशन, गुड. टेप वॉर्म, राउंड वॉर्म. सो व्हेन ही सेज टेप वॉर्म, ही इज बेसिकली रेफरिंग टू एंडो पैरासाइट्स विद इन योर बॉडी, विच मीन्स दे कैन बी एक्टो पैरासाइट्स, ठीक है, आउटसाइड हो जाएंगे. एंड देयर इज ऑल्सो अनदर कैटेगरी दैट इज नोन एज ब्रूड पैरासिटिज्म, ठीक है, दैट आई ऑल्सो टेल यू. बट पैरासिटिज्म में जो कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स दैट वी शुड नो, ऑफ कोर्स वन इज द फेमस टेप वॉर्म, राउंड वॉर्म. ओके, देयर इज ऑल्सो अ zooplankton which is copepods, which is also a parasite. Okay, so that is also one of the prominent examples of parasites. And the third, so you have endo, ecto and you have brood. Brood parasitism का simple idea ये है, let's say you have cuckoo or quail, okay, there is a nest, so the nest is of a particular bird, the bird has its own eggs. So cuckoo, what will it smartly do, it will also hatch its own egg, ठीक है. Now this particular bird thinking that it is own egg, वो उसको nourish करेगी, but sometimes what happens, this egg will take up more space and its own egg may fall down, so for it is going to be negative. Okay, so this is known as brood parasitism. So again, three things: ectoparasites, okay, you have endo. So if you think of leeches, right, all these things on the skin, these are ecto. Inside will be these tapeworms, roundworms, etc., which are harmful, ठीक है. So this is your predation parasitism. I think यहाँ पे keep these examples very handy, and if you find any other very fancy example कहीं पे test में कहीं और, वो अपने notes में add कर लेना. But you should always remember the ones which you should know, right? Now talking of biogeochemical cycles, यहाँ पे basically there are two cycles. There is gaseous cycle and there is sedimentary cycle. Now gaseous cycles are known as perfect or let's say pure cycles. This was also one of the questions which was asked to you. And the sedimentary cycles are known as imperfect cycles. The simple reason being it is a sediment. So if a particular phosphorus or sulfur is produced, not the entire is going to be used, ठीक है, कुछ sediment में कुछ सालों तक store रहेगा. Whereas when I'm talking of the perfect cycles, the moment it is generated, it is used and again reused, recirculation, the whole cycle is moving on very fastly, right? So first of all, that is why these cycles are perfect, because there is a proper utilization of whatever is emitted. एक चीज है. अच्छा, while यहाँ पे मैंने लिखा है, yes, I am showing that sedimentary cycle as sulfur, but please note, I have also, let's say in my, some students are also there from the crash course and other classes, you have already been told sulfur is not totally sedimentary. Sulfur ka, most of you would be knowing, also has a gaseous component. Think about sulfur oxides, think about hydrogen sulfide emitting from a volcano, from a deep hydrothermal vent. तो सल्फर में ठीक है थोड़ी बहुत वेदरिंग ऑफ रॉक्स है, यस इट विल बी देयर, बट एंटायरली देखा जाए तो नहीं होगा. सो इफ यू हैव टू चूज बिटवीन दीज टू, व्हिच इज अल्टीमेटली सेडिमेंटरी साइकिल, एंड दिस वाज अ चॉइस यू हैड टू एक्सरसाइज 2 years बैक. ओके, सो द बेस्ट आंसर टू दिस इज फॉस्फोरस, बेस्ट आंसर, ठीक है. In fact, in our classes also we discuss this. So again, when we discuss phosphorus, so we know by weathering, this weathering is the main source of this particular phosphorus cycle. ठीक है. Now in this cycle I'm quickly going to go through nitrogen cycle, ठीक है, and this actually is the most important cycle that you should know. Nitrogen cycle से हमें याद रहेंगे nitrates, phosphorus cycle से what we'll remember, phosphates, and these two are the nutrients which cause eutrophication. Excess of nitrates, excess of phosphates cause eutrophication. What is eutrophication? Nutrient enrichment, ठीक है. So keep this in mind, and because जब भी cycle की बात हो, don't only think land or only water. Everything which is there. So when we see the nitrogen cycle, इतना component land का है, but yes, there is also a component of water, which is the eutrophication part of it. ठीक है. Now let me go through nitrogen cycle. Generally I cover nitrogen cycle in a lot of detail. It takes a lot of time. Abhi I'll just do it very rapidly. I'll just revise the basic steps. Okay. So okay, we'll go here. अब देखो nitrogen cycle समझने से पहले what should we know? Number one, you have abundant nitrogen. अगर हम atmosphere की बात करें, you have nitrogen around 78%, but the issue is that that nitrogen is not usable. वो usable ही नहीं है. In fact, this fact was also asked in your paper. ठीक है. पहली चीज, so that nitrogen must be converted into a usable form. That is one. So, and one thing I'll tell you, that nitrogen का जो form which is used by plants is something else, that is known as nitrates. Ultimate form, nitrates. So our whole journey is to convert these nitrogen molecules ultimately to nitrates. ये हमारी journey है, ठीक है. To understand this journey in a way, let's say the shortest and the quickest and the most efficient manner, so you have a process known as nitrogen fixation. So you have the atmospheric nitrogen. Now fixation can happen in multiple ways. One of the ways is through use of microorganisms. One can be through lightning, and one can be through industrial process. ठीक है. In process से I will be able to make this nitrogen usable. But is this nitrogen still usable for plants? अभी नहीं. ये जो भी बनेगा इसका आउटकम बनेगा दिस बिकम्स अमोनिया, ओके, और अमोनियम आयंस. सो द आउटकम ऑफ नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन इज अमोनियम, ओके. अब एक और चीज याद रखना, देयर इज ऑल्सो अ प्रोसेस ऑफ डीकंपोजिशन विच हैपेंस. अ क्वेश्चन ऑन डीकंपोजिशन, आई थिंक द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन वो भी था, राइट. देयर इज अ डीकंपोजिशन प्रोसेस. नाउ इन अ डीकंपोजिशन प्रोसेस देखिए, यू हैव अ बायोमास. बायोमास विल हैव कार्बन, ठीक है. So whenever a biomass is decomposed, oxides of carbon can be released, and of course nitrogenous भी waste होंगे उसमें. So when any of this plant or animal biomass is decomposed, what it gives out is ammonia. तो इन processes का outcome क्या है? Ammonia. And decomposition का process क्या है? Ammonia. ठीक है. Can anybody give me some microorganisms which help in fixing the nitrogen? Very good. यहाँ पे हम बोल रहे हैं rhizobium. Rhizobium is a bacteria, mycorrhiza is a fungus. ठीक है. Rhizobium bacteria helps. और examples देखो, nostoc, anabina, spirulina, और अब देखो I can even go more micro. मैं माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स को aerobic, anaerobic भी कर सकता हूं, ठीक. Aerobic means which use oxygen, and aerobic which can work without oxygen, okay. This can be aerobic or plus some of the microorganisms can also fix nitrogen in water. बताओ. Hint was asked in your exam. Very good. एक क्वेश्चन है साइनोबैक्टीरिया डायनोफिलिसिलेट, 3 स्टेटमेंट वाला. पहला स्टेटमेंट क्या है उसका? It will help in the global nitrogen cycle. Yes, because cyanobacteria will help in that. So cyanobacteria can also help in fixing the nitrogen. ठीक है. जब क्वेश्चन आएगा मैं वहां पे और भी बताऊंगा आपको, बट यू विल आल्सो अंडरस्टैंड. सो देयर आर मल्टीपल माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स विच विल हेल्प फिक्स इट, ठीक है. एज ऑफ नाउ आई एम नॉट टेलिंग यू द डिस्टिंक्शन एरोबिक कौन से हैं, अनएरोबिक कौन से हैं. इफ यू वांट वी कैन डिस्कस इट लेटर, बट देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स विच गेट द जॉब डन. पर अभी बना क्या है? अमोनिया. अमोनिया इज स्टिल नॉट यूजेबल बाय प्लांट्स, so it means something has to happen. Now this ammonia, there is a process known as nitrification. ठीक, nitrification हो रहा है. Those who do not have a background, I think some of the people in online, let's say you do not have a background, अभी just follow what I'm saying. Nitrification में firstly you will find nitrite, ठीक है. Nitrite बना, फिर बना 8 नाइट्रेट. दिस एंटायर, अच्छा प्लीज आई शुड हैव मेंशन्ड लाइक दिस, नाइट्रिफिकेशन इज द एंटायर प्रोसेस जिसमें अमोनिया बनता है नाइट्रेट. सो नाइट्रिफिकेशन इज द एंटायर प्रोसेस फ्रॉम वेयर द अमोनिया बिकम्स नाइट्रेट. इसमें एक इंटरमीडिएट स्टेप है नाइट्राइट, एंड इन ईच ऑफ द स्टेप देयर इज अ माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म. ठीक है, the students of environment are now you have to deal with a lot of these microorganisms. हाँ, जो nitrate बना finally, ये nitrate is the one which is being used by the plants, by the agriculture, and this is the one which is getting leached into water, and this is what leads to eutrophication. But आप कहोगे सर आप तो साइकिल की बात कर रहे थे, आपने तो प्लांट्स को नाइट्रेट दे दिया, आगे क्या होगा? आगे क्या होगा? Now whatever is remaining, this will again have to go back to the atmosphere. And again from the atmosphere the whole cycle will start. So if this process has to happen, this will happen through a denitrifying process. ठीक है? In a denitrifying process, so what I'm doing, nitrate को I'm trying to make it back into either nitrous oxide, जो nitrogen के oxides, or as nitrogen molecules which can be taken up in the air itself. Okay. So when this happens, then of course you have your nitrogen. So then nitrogen से फिर से nitrogen fixation होगा by these three mechanisms in industrial, natural process, microorganisms which will make ammonia. Ammonia can also be there because of decomposition. Then ammonia से हम जाएंगे nitrate, but in middle we'll find nitrite. This process is nitrification. क्योंकि if we were able to get this directly, तो हमें इतनी मेहनत करनी नहीं पड़ती. But this is there in the actual, let's say in your surroundings, this is happening. Fine. So when you finally have nitrate, and then ultimately there is a denitrification to make this a proper cycle. ठीक है? So this is what the image is actually showing. You have atmospheric nitrogen, lightning fixation होगा, ठीक है? Bacterial fixation होगा, okay? There are decomposers working on this part, okay? There is mineralization, okay? I think what was the third statement of the first question? Please, can you somebody say? That the demineralization is followed by decomposition. After decomposition, so वो भी आप इससे समझ सकते हो, decomposition होगा because there is a organic matter, and post that जो भी inorganic nutrients से mineral से निकलते हैं, ठीक है, and from that you will get a lot of nutrients. So you have organic matter decompose, ये भी बना ammonia. This is what we saw, right? अब this ammonia will have nitrification, nitrite, again back to nitrate. Nitrate will be taken up by the plants, ठीक है, and then you have a lot of denitrifying bacteria, okay, which will ultimately move this into gaseous oxide or ultimately atmospheric nitrogen. उसमें से भी जो excess part है वो जाएगा eutrophication, leaching हो जाएगी, right? So this is the entire nitrogen cycle that you have to understand. अब ये जो bacterias हैं, ये जो concept है bacterias का, these bacterias are actually used in both aquaponics and also RAS. Okay, so what happens here, for example, nitrification में you have nitrosomonas and nitrococcus. I'll just quickly go through this. We are shorter on time in general. तो nitrosomonas है, nitrococcus है. तो ये पहला step है for nitrite. For nitrate, it is actually nitrobacter. Okay, there is a nitrobacter. So for these two stages, for nitrite, there is one, nitrosomonas, nitrococcus, and then you have from nitrite to nitrate, which is by nitrobacter. अब उसके बाद there is a denitrifying bacteria which is known as pseudomonas or thiobacillus. Pseudomonas or thiobacillus is the one which is doing the denitrification. Nitrate बनेगा nitrogen. ठीक है, अब यहां तक समझ गए? Now picture in your mind an aquarium. Aquarium किसी ने देखा है? सबने देखा होगा किसी मूवी में या घर पे relatives के यहाँ. Aquarium में have you heard that after some days the water has to be changed? ऐसा क्यों होता है? ठीक है, decent point. Anything else? There is a lot of nitrogenous waste being produced. ठीक है? If somehow I'm able to hack that process, तो जो भी excess let's say nitrogenous या जो waste है, तो what we are doing in both aquaponics, let's say, or recirculatory aquaculture systems, please also इसको लिखो and just read about both once. Okay, I deal with all of this in more detail in my prelims crash course, but अभी यहाँ पे we have to revise and we have to be adhering to time also. तो यहाँ पे aquaponics and let's say RAS system है, वहां पे what they'll do, just in simple word, we will have a biofilter. ठीक है, in a biofilter we will have these bacterias. So the moment I have the nitrogenous या अमोनिया से ज्यादा जो वेस्ट होगा, which is more of ammonia, मुझे करना क्या है, अगर इस अमोनिया वाले वेस्ट को if I am able to convert to nitrate, तो aquaponics में क्या स्मार्टली करते हैं, you have fishes in one pond, fishes, वहां पे ढेर सारा अमोनियम वेस्ट आएगा, you have a lot of ammonia. If you, and in that let's say biofilters, the question this year was biofilters. Biofilters में we use this bacterias. Biofilters में when you have the bacteria, they will convert the ammonium waste into nitrate. अब ये जो nitrate मेरे पास बने waste से, ये मैं nitrate smartly transfer कर दूंगा plant को, which is only getting water. Otherwise, I would have to give the nitrates through a fertilizer to be applied on a soil. So what did we do? We were cultivating fish on one level. ठीक है, fish में जो waste आया ammonia, I treated that ammonia or subjected it to these bacteria. उससे मुझे क्या मिला, nitrate. Ultimately plant what wanted nitrate, and the plants are being, let's say plant को सिर्फ पानी दे रहे हैं हम. If you see the images, you might be shocked in case you are not aware. You are cultivating them without soil. You are giving them the nitrates. ठीक है, so this also saves space. You don't have to, let's say, take up a lot of land, and you can do both. Fish से भी you can make money, and through this also you can have different flowers etc. doing this. और यही सेम कॉन्सेप्ट होता है. दिस इज व्हाट रीसर्कुलेटिंग aquaculture systems. What is recirculating? So this is a very low cost method. You will use the water again and again, okay, because you are able to treat the waste through the use of biofilters. The concept applied here is simple nitrogen cycle. ठीक है, तो अभी अब for let's say for the last 2 years they are not asking you nitrogen cycle directly, but what they are asking you is an applied part. Sometimes they ask you, let's say, what are the legume fixing plants. बताओगे कोई? And अच्छा, one prerequisite I would have from the next class for all of you, please go through the previous year questions. I will also have a detailed discussion of all the previous year questions with you. Okay, I think that is scheduled on Wednesday if I'm not wrong, in the coming week. But I would want you to be familiar. एक बार देख लो, nobody is saying कि उसके बारे में पढ़ो, वो सब मैं पढ़ाऊंगा आपको, ठीक है? But if you are aware about all these terms and topics, because यहाँ पे a lot of related and interlinked topics are there, which you might not read directly, but हो सकता है indirectly कुछ idea मिलेगा आपको. ठीक है, is this part clear? Then of course we had sulfur cycle, and we also had let's say the phosphorus cycle. Sulfur में बस the only point to remember is that sulfur of course has the sedimentation, weathering of rock वाला part, but fossil fuel can also release sulfur oxides. We are also aware that sulfur oxides and nitric oxides, when they combine to form sulfuric acid and nitric acid, ends up as acid rain. ठीक है, यही दोनों की SO2 and SOX and NOx, right? Volcanoes can also emit H2S. By the way, deep hydrothermal vents, they can also have H2S, right? Hydrogen sulfides. So here this is just to tell you that it is not just a sedimentary cycle. Otherwise in many books you will only find this as a sedimentary cycle. And although you might know, but exam में वो याद ही नहीं आएगा, यही लगेगा ये तो sedimentary cycle है. So that is why I always emphasize this part, that here you will have both gaseous component also, and you also have a sedimentary component in sulfur. ठीक है, सल्फेट्स में ये ध्यान रखेंगे, plus of course nitrogen plus sulfates, acid rain. And phosphates and nitrogen is eutrophication. Okay, nitrogen by nitrogen, now I know it is nitrates. ठीक है, okay. So you have a rock, there's a weathering of a rock which is going on. Okay, so you will have phosphates in soil in general. Phosphates are very important for aquatic ecosystem. In fact, algal bloom का जो सबसे बड़ा component होता है, why algal bloom happens, one of the reasons is phosphates. Okay, so phosphates in general are an important limiting nutrient for us. ठीक है, एक चीज ध्यान रखेंगे. And of course when they move into water, this is what leads to eutrophication, which is nothing but nutrient enrichment. Till here everybody is following? Okay, okay, so this is one, and the last topic here is ecological succession of this particular chapter. Again, a small interesting topic. So firstly we will see types of succession. In types, the most important ones for us are primary and secondary, but there are also others like autotrophic and heterotrophic, hydrarch, xerarch, Okay, so let us see succession. You know, आप अपने modern history या history में पढ़ते हो succession of kingdoms, kings, battles. Environment में we will imagine that how from a very small area, okay, let's say in this area there's a burning going on, but let us focus on an area where there was no soil to begin with. Okay, so from there this journey starts and ultimately it ends up as a forest. ठीक है, this whole journey is known as ecological succession. In this journey there will be some stages which are known as series, SERES. ठीक है, and at the very starting you will have pioneer communities which generally would be lichens. Okay, you can also have, so for example if you see here, lichens and mosses, these are your pioneer communities. These are the first to invade any area. Okay, and of course this is the final stage. So from the pioneer communities we move to the climax community. All right, so this is one. So abhi yahan pe ecological succession is the whole idea in which how we move. So the first thing that we will see is primary versus secondary. Now primary succession is happening at a point where you do not have soil. So primary succession will take longer time. Just like if you're a first time aspirant, it will take you more time to read and revise. But secondary succession is happening when the soil already existed, but perhaps because of, let's say, fire. So this, you already had a forest, but because of fire, etc., this forest was lost. Fine. And then you have, after some times, a succession, then you finally have a forest. So maybe a fire, maybe a natural hazard, कोई भी ऐसी दिक्कत हुई उसकी वजह से. So finally, what is primary succession? It is happening at a very primitive level when nothing existed. Whereas secondary succession is one you already had a base, you already had soil which was disturbed and then later on regenerated. And the other question which can be asked, which is faster, which is slower? Secondary is faster, primary is going to be slower, right? So that is one. Now, so this is the one takeaway, the succession is quicker than the primary succession. Okay. Now, a couple of things extra that we'll also see here. That autotrophic or heterotrophic, autotrophic simply means if it is brought by autotrophs. ठीक है? Heterotrophic means if in an area I have less of plant species. ठीक है? But I have some rodents, I have some other animals, they bring in the food or they bring in the seeds from another ecosystem, and through that the succession happens. So that is known as heterotrophic. You also have autogenic and allogenic. Autogenic is simpler, just like the concept of major and minor communities. Autogenic means these are independent. Allogenic means the succession is brought about by neighboring communities. ठीक है? And hydrarch simply means you have abundant water. Xerarch means you have very less water. ये जो term कहीं भी मिल जाए ना ZER के साथ, generally think of desert areas. Let's say the animals living here are also known as xerocoles. Okay, so this is one. Up, if you have too much water, too less water, ultimately you want a golden mean, madhyam mark. That madhyam mark is mesarch, okay, which is ultimately between this hydrarch and xerarch. ठीक है? So this is also one thing that we have to keep in mind. All right, ecological succession. Okay. Now we move to the next. अब last के जो दो topics हैं here. This is a very small topic. Okay. Here just remember when we are classifying the vegetation. Okay. You want a break, etc. या कभी ठीक है? ठीक है? Okay. The natural vegetation is classified as forest. ये classification हमेशा याद रखना. This is the easiest way to understand and classify. And deserts. How is this classified? By the way, this is also mentioned in class 7th NCERT. ठीक है? ये हम याद कैसे रखेंगे? Why do you find forest or a grassland or a desert? It is simply based on availability of water. ठीक है? In forest, of course, you will have more water available. In grasslands, the water will reduce, and deserts, you will have least amount of water. Now, this can be further segregated into evergreen, in general deciduous, and coniferous. Grasslands, of course, we can have grasslands in tropical region, in temperate region. You can also have them in mountainous region. जब भी हम बात करेंगे alpine, this term you'll also see most probably in the third day. Alpine, in some maybe you'll see these grasslands, fine. So grasslands में they can also be tropical. Again, please revise your geography. Pampas, selvas, campos, llanos, कौन सा किस part में है? This is your basic geography. अच्छा, ये जो part है terrestrial ecosystem, I am only let's say talking to you about the ecological part of it. But the major part, let's say कौन से tribes हैं, what are the activities they do, this is more covered in more detail in your geography also, okay? And this is again, this is slightly factual topic, so again if you follow the book or any other single source, you can do this, okay? So I'll not be going into too much detail, but I'll only tell you the main concepts here, ठीक है? Deserts में, we generally are aware about hot deserts, but there are also cold deserts. Cold desert, India में कहाँ पे है? Ladakh, okay? Ladakh में है, you have the cold deserts. By the way, Ladakh and Himachal is also famous for something known as sea buckthorn. नहीं सुना है तो हो सकता है किसी टेस्ट में सुन लोगे. By the way, UPSC had already asked a question on this sea buckthorn. Soil binding. होते क्या हैं? Right. हाँ मतलब they are very good looking. ठीक है, they have a lot of good properties in the sense economic, ecological, etc. We will also find this अभी आगे देखेंगे. Sea buckthorn है. तो अभी we have hot deserts. Hot deserts are found, चलो again geography में encroach करता हूँ. They are found on which margins of the continent? Eastern or western? Western. Why western? Desiccating effect of warm currents or cold currents? Cold currents. ठीक है. कोई example बताओ. Namib Desert is an example of this. You have a Namibian current. वो थोड़ी सी, this is cold current. That can be one. Atacama, right? That is also there. So desert is one. And in fact, when I discuss desert, I'll show you a couple of modification also. Fine. अब ये है evergreen deciduous conifers. Conifers, ये याद रखो, these are needle shaped. Okay. Secondly, these needles are very prone to catch fire. They release resins, etc. So यहाँ पे अगर आप नोटिस करोगे इंडिया में भी जहाँ पे भी कॉनिफरस है, let's say the areas of Ladakh and let's say Himachal, these are prone to forest fires. These are needle shaped. Okay. So these are one. Evergreen के बारे में what do you know? अच्छा, पहली चीज, let us define evergreen deciduous in terms of shedding of leaves. If I say evergreen, they shed leaves throughout the year. True or false? सोचो. And deciduous, they shed the leaves only in a particular month. True or false? So deciduous, अभी चलो I'll repeat, maybe ये बहुत basic है, but sometimes we also forget this. Deciduous trees will shed the leaves in a particular time of the year. उसकी भी reason है. The reason is maybe because of adverse weather conditions, maybe the water is less, etc. To conserve that, they will only be shedding leaves in a particular year. Now when the leaves shed, क्या हो जाएगा? It will not have leaves. So can I also say that उस समय कोई photosynthesis नहीं होगी? Was this also one of the statements of a question? Okay. So this is how you understand. And also what is evergreen? So they don't have a particular month of shedding leaves. They will shed leaves throughout the year. ठीक है? तो पहला homework है इस class का. You read this. Most probably we'll cover it tomorrow also. Evergreen or deciduous basic trees जो हैं इंडिया में. Okay, five examples, just do this. Because when you are aware about this fact, so from tomorrow when you will see, let's say red sanders, sandalwood or some other species, सबसे पहला जो attribute आपके दिमाग में आना चाहिए वो आएगा, वो evergreen है कि deciduous है. For example, if I say bamboo, इस पे भी सोचना, is bamboo evergreen or deciduous, or is it a tree, या वो grass है, ये क्या है? ठीक है, अभी मुझे भी नहीं पता क्या है. ठीक है, ठीक है. But again, these are cues for you. Fine. These are cues. Please think about it. What is bamboo? Okay. And by the way, this year we had a question. By the way, that question was very, let's say, बहुत specific पूछा था. I generally teach it to the students, to my students of forestry optional, but उन्होंने, I think याद होगा आपको इस बार. They had mentioned 3 varieties. उसमें भी they had asked about deciduous. Is it? हाँ, jackfruit, mahua, और उसमें भी उन्होंने scientific names भी दिए थे. We read about that. Maduka, indica, etc. Okay, ठीक है. By the way, मैं ये क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? अभी again one more thing is in news. You have Dalbergia sisu, which is known as shisham. So shisham ko there have been certain export restrictions because India had requested in COP19 of sites. So shisham है, shisham most of you are aware has a lot of uses in woods, furniture, etc. ठीक है? तो shisham पे पहला सवाल, shisham evergreen है deciduous है? ठीक है, सो आई एम सेइंग दिस इज हाउ वी विल बिल्ड थिंग्स फॉरवर्ड. तो कॉन्सेप्चुअल लेवल कभी नहीं मिस होना चाहिए, इसलिए टेरेस्ट्रियल बायोम में कुछ आए ना आए ये जरूर आना चाहिए. ठीक, पहली चीज. सेकंड थिंग विच यू शुड नो, out of all the biomes that you'll see, okay, you have tundra biome. Tundra is present in very cold regions. If it is a very cold region, what would happen? You will hardly find any vegetation, you will hardly find any species. So that is why in tundra you generally have lichens and then maybe certain mosses, or in very specific cases koi arctic fox mil gaya, koi arctic deer mil gaya. So that is tundra. Okay, so tundra is of course present at both the places. You also have the arctic tundra, alpine tundra. Whenever I say alpine, alpine means mountainous या height based. Species diversity जब आप पढ़ते हो, so you know that diversity changes as per latitude, but it also changes as per altitude. ठीक है, ये एक चीज है. तो अभी बात करते हैं, out of this the most important for us is tropical evergreen. First point that you should remember for tropical evergreen is number 1, 10 degree north से 10 degree south they are found. From 10 degree north to 10 degree south, very basic geography का point. ठीक. Second, you will have a proper canopy, right? And you will have epiphytes. Epiphytes will show commensalism, isn't it? ये चीज हमेशा याद रखेंगे. अब एक और point है which is slightly, अच्छा, by the way, can you tell me what is the agriculture quality of tropical evergreen? Why is it not fertile or why is it not यहाँ तो, अच्छा, बाय द वे अगेन ऑफ कोर्स ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन में सबसे ज्यादा बारिश होती है. ठीक, क्यों दिक्कत है? व्हाई इज दिस अ प्रॉब्लम? सॉरी, लीचिंग. यस, बिकॉज ऑफ एक्सेसिव लीचिंग, एक्सेसिव रेनफॉल. सो यस, इट इज गुड दैट यहाँ पे टेम्परेचर इज गुड. आई गेट ऑल ईयर रेनफॉल. बाय द वे दिस इज ऑल्सो नोन एज 4 o'clock showers. ये भी आप पढ़ते हो ज्योग्राफी में, दैट इन ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन फॉरेस्ट्स यू हैव 4 o'clock showers. ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन फॉरेस्ट आर फाउंड इन अमेज़न. अगर मैं अफ्रीका की बात करूं, कॉन्गो, ये भी एक सवाल हमने पूछा आपसे 3 बेसिन समिट, दिस आल्सो हैपेंड. ये क्वेश्चन इससे भी हो जाएगा, उससे भी हो सकता है. सो 1 अमेज़न, 1 कॉन्गो, एंड थर्ड इज ऑफ कोर्स पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया, बट बेसिकली साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, जिसमें कि यस वी कैन टॉक अबाउट इंडोनेशिया, मलेशिया, ऑल दीज रीजन्स, बट बेसिकली मेकोंग का जो पूरा डेल्टा है, ओके, दैट इज वेयर यू फाउंड इट. Now talking of India, India में the western parts of Western Ghats, true or false, या eastern parts? सोचो, basics of, हाँ ठीक है, you will find it in the western parts. Again, concept of windward, leeward side. Okay, so western parts it will have more rain. Andaman and Nicobar, true or false? And also the entire part of northeast. अब, sorry, हाँ, but I think is it थोड़ा तो होगा, ये बिल्कुल नहीं है. ओके, सो चलो I'll have a look at it, but I think in some certain parts is there, because generally book में it is generally mentioned northeast part. ठीक है, when I say northeast, it does not exactly lie in the 10 degree, और इस पे नहीं lie करता, पर क्यों वहां पे मिलते हैं? ये भी मैंने बोला ना, पहले बोला 10 to 10, but now I am contradicting myself. Why? ठीक है, डिसेंट, पर सबसे सिंपल पॉइंट है भाई, abundant रेनफॉल है वहां पे. ठीक है, so sometimes the climatic factors will overshadow. Okay, so that is one part. That is why you will also find it, you know, Cherrapunji, Mawsynram, all that part. तो मेघालय वाले parts हो गए, अपने और भी parts हैं that you should remember. So that is the main part you have to remember, the 4 o'clock showers. ठीक है, but agriculturally very poor because of leaching. एक और चीज है, there is a term known as undergrowth. अब अंडरग्रोथ क्या होती है? लेट्स से दीज आर बिगर ट्रीज. यहां पे बिकॉज द सनलाइट इज हाईजैक्ड, आई शुड से कैप्चर्ड बाय बिगर ट्रीज, इट इज नॉट एबल टू. आर यू ऑल राइट? अरे नहीं, इट्स ओके, कोई बात नहीं. आप इतनी देर बैठ रहे हो, वही बहुत बड़ी बात है. यू वांट वाटर, यू वांट सम हेल्प? ठीक. सो यू हैव बिगर ट्रीज. ठीक है, they take up all the sunlight, so the sunlight is not available for the smaller trees. That is why you have very, let's say, shallow or very small undergrowth here, because the sunlight is not able to percolate deep inside. इसीलिए यहाँ पे आपको proper canopies भी मिलते हैं. ठीक है, so the taller trees will have the most sunlight, but smaller trees would not get enough sunlight. Your small shrubs, they cannot grow as much, and in general because of excessive let's say fast rainfall, what is the problem? Leaching. So soils are agriculturally poor. ठीक है, so that is there. तो बायोम्स में एक तो ये मेन चीज मैं आपको बताना चाहता. Now I'll move to the part of deserts. This one part you can, I think you can go through. This is a slightly factual part. I did have all my slides, but I think this will take a longer time to cover with you. Okay. So for example, for biomes of the world, I'll just quickly show the slides. For example, if I'm talking of tundra, ठीक है? Tundra has permafrost. Permafrost means permanently frozen, which has methane, which has carbon, etc. अब दिक्कत क्या होती है? Tundra, because of global warming, permafrost is going to melt. It will release all these gases. That is a problem here. ठीक है? Now tundra, I did tell you, Arctic, Antarctic में मिलेगा, but mountainous regions में भी मिलेगा tundra. Okay? So you can also find them here. And other than that, we know Arctic foxes, polar bears. Okay? All these examples you will find. This was already asked once by UPSC. Marmot. ठीक है? Musk ox, not Elon Musk. ठीक है? Arctic hare है. Lemmings है. Squirrel. I think you spoke about lemmings. Somebody, हाँ, you spoke about, right? ठीक है, बट इन जनरल यू विल हैव जो वेजिटेशन है, वेजिटेशन विल बी वेरी लिमिटेड इन द केस ऑफ टुंड्रा. ठीक है, सो दैट इज जस्ट वन थिंग यू हैव टू नो. अदर देन दैट यू हैव टैगा. टैगा में ओनली थिंग टू रिमेंबर कि रुक जाओ, हम टुंड्रा से आए टैगा. ठीक, थिंक ऑफ इक्वेटर. सो दिस विल बी मोर हैबिटेबल, स्लाइटली बेटर. ओके, बट टैगा में द मेन थिंग टू रिमेंबर इज देयर आर नो टैगा और बोरेल फॉरेस्ट इन द southern hemisphere. ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है. बट ऑफ कोर्स इट विल हैव स्लाइटली हायर बायोडाइवर्सिटी एज कंपेयर टू द टुंड्रा रीजन्स. ठीक है, बिकॉज यू आर मूविंग क्लोजर टू द इक्वेटर. द क्लोजर यू मूव द बेटर इट इज. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे ये चीज देखते तो अगेन लिंक्स, बियर, porcupine, squirrel, all these etc. you will see that. Okay, other than that nothing very prominent. यहाँ पे देखो, इसलिए विकीपीडिया पे अगर आप देखोगे, it is only found in the northern part. It is not there in the southern part at all. Fine. So that is one. Then you also have temperate forest. I'm just going to go through this. इसमें कोई बहुत ज़्यादा nothing important. एक चीज़ ये important है, broad leaf trees. Okay, you should know the term broad leaf trees and the example of somebody saying bamboo is a tree. Government declared tree under the National Bamboo Mission. No, there is a history to this. Okay, Shruti. The history is that initially what happened, that bamboo was, let's say bamboo was considered a general tree and it could not be cut, because if you would cut it, there were penal provisions under the Indian Forest Act 1927. फिर क्या हुआ, because of that India में इतना bamboo था, but जो भी tribes थे India के, they could not cut it. So that is why there was a decision taken that it could be cut down in the in the non-forest areas. Okay, so that was one. And second, that is also bamboo is a non-timber forest product. Okay. So that is there. So there is a whole history behind it. Maybe when we do the Indian Forest Act of 1927, we'll discuss ये क्यों किया हमने. Okay. So while you are true that yes, the National Bamboo Mission, Bamboo Nomics, bamboo as the green gold, these are very famous terms. But हमने क्यों किया? Because we wanted to give more livelihood and revenue to the people and the tribes from northeast. Okay. That is there. एक term यहाँ लिखा है, ये भी परेशान किया होगा आप लोग को. Have you seen this term? Marsupials are found in ऑस्ट्रेलिया. अच्छा, कोई आइडिया नहीं. मार्सुपियल्स, I'll teach you. When I tell you mammals जब हम पढ़ते हैं, there are placental mammals, there are marsupials, and then there are metronemes, which are platypus, echinida, etc. वो egg laying mammals होते हैं, वो अलग हैं. Marsupials we have seen, they have a pouch in general. ठीक है, तो वैसे क्या होता है, जनरली they have a placenta through which जो बॉडी के अंदर नरिशमेंट मिलता रहता है. You have, let's say, तो placental mammals अलग होते हैं, marsupials अलग होते हैं. और ये क्वेश्चन कुड हैव बीन इंस्पायर्ड बिकॉज सम ऑफ द मार्सुपियल्स वर ट्रैफिक्ड एंड फाउंड इन द नॉर्थ ईस्ट ऑफ इंडिया, जबकि नॉर्थ इंडिया में मिलने नहीं चाहिए थे. सो दैट वाज अ करंट अफेयर्स डेवलपमेंट. मे बी दैट कुड हैव इंस्पायर्ड, बट दिस ईयर तास्मेनियन टाइगर वॉज इन न्यूज. इट इज रिलेटेड टू साइंस एंड टेक. ओके, वो भी मैं शायद आगे आपको बताऊंगा. दैट दे आर ट्राइंग टू रिजरेक्ट द तास्मेनियन टाइगर एंड इट इज नॉट अ टाइगर, इट इज एक्चुअली मार्सुपियल. ओके, एक और है, बहुत फेमस न्यूज चल रही है, अगर फॉलो किया हो, डी एक्सटिंक्शन ऑफ द बर्ड, द फ्लाइटलेस बर्ड डोडो. डोडो इज अ वेरी ओल्ड बर्ड एंड उसका जो सबसे क्लोजेस्ट कजिन है वो है निकोबार पिजन. सो फ्रॉम इट्स, लेट्स से जो भी डीएनए एक्सेट्रा, व्हाट दे आर गोइंग टू पुट दिस इनटू स्टेराइल बर्ड्स. तो ये है, मतलब जस्ट आई एम टेलिंग यू, बिकॉज ऑफ दीज, लेट्स से टर्शियरी डेवलपमेंट, समटाइम्स दिस इज देयर. और एग्जामिनर के पास सबसे बड़ा ट्रम्प कार्ड है. इफ दे रियली वांट टू कंफ्यूज यू, दे विल जस्ट इंक्रीज द स्पीशीज और मॉडर्न सॉरी एंशियंट हिस्ट्री बढ़ा देंगे, मिडिवल बढ़ा देंगे. दैट इज व्हाट दे डू, राइट? ओके, ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन वी हैव ऑलरेडी सीन दैट, राइट? ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन में एपीफाइट्स देख लिए थे हमने, कमेंसालिज्म, ऑफ कोर्स रेनफॉल एक्सीडिंग. ये जो मैं कुछ पार्ट्स आपको अभी नहीं बता रहा हूँ, आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग यू टू रीड इट. ओके, वन ऑफ द वेरी गुड सोर्सेज, वी हैव वेरी वेल कंपाइल्ड इट थ्रू जो हमारे स्टैटिक नोट्स हैं. ओके, आई हैव लेट्स से अपडेटेड ऑल ऑफ दैट. आप एक बार उसको देख सकते हो. अदर दैट वॉट एवर सोर्स यू आर फॉलोइंग फॉर ज्योग्राफी एक्सेट्रा, बायोम्स जहाँ से भी कवर करते हो. इन्वायरमेंट में तो मैं ट्राइब्स नहीं कवर करूंगा बायोम्स में, राइट? बट अगेन इफ यू रीड दिस इन मोर डिटेल, अफ्रीका की कुछ ट्राइब्स हैं, देयर आर सर्टन कम्युनिटीज एक्सेट्रा, प्रेरीज को आप और डिटेल में पढ़ सकते हो. सो बट दिस इज वन थिंग, थोड़ा सा टाइम इन्वेस्ट करिएगा इस पे, ठीक है? दिस ऑल्सो आई टोल्ड यू, अंडर ग्रोथ इज रिस्ट्रिक्टेड बाय द लैक ऑफ सनलाइट. ओके, देयर आर ग्रासलैंड्स, सो दिस इज वन थिंग, प्लीज डू दिस. कैन बी आस्क्ड एज अ सिंपल मैच द फॉलोइंग. दिस क्वेश्चन इज अ रेगुलर फीचर ऑफ अ लॉट ऑफ स्टेट बेस्ड एग्जाम्स. अभी यूपीएससी ने बहुत फ्लेक्स इस पे नहीं किया है, बट यू नेवर नो. दिस इज वन सिंपल थिंग, यू शुड बी अवेयर अबाउट द ग्रासलैंड्स, ठीक है? Then we will just give me a second, we will move to the desert part here, and then the adaptations. Desert mein we know that they are present, so Namib desert etc., Sahara desert, Atacama desert. You people also told me the particular. Acha, isme bhi warm current, cold currents, please do that also, that will also help you. So that is also one thing, please keep that in mind. Now coming back to, again we were talking about adaptations, ठीक है? तो adaptations का जो एक छोटा सा last part बच रहा था, if you see let's say cactus, okay? Now in cactus what you are seeing, there are small prickly spikes. Why? To conserve water. यहाँ पे भी the whole idea about not just cactus but let's say other species also is that they want to conserve the water as much as possible, ठीक है? So maybe they can have some widespread roots, they will have a thick fleshy skin, okay? They will have wide feet, let's say if I'm talking of animals. This is camel. Current affairs mein if you have read, 2024 is going to be the year of International Year of Camelids. Okay? Camelids, and this international year कौन declare करता है? Okay? Last year it was millets. This year it is, so दोनों आपको थोड़ा सा you have to know about. Again, I think in the next test we will have questions on maybe Kharai camel or camels in India, just to give you a brief idea about how to approach this, but you can also track this development, okay? Now talking of deserts in general, so desert mein I think ek ye hai, I think this was also asked to you. This is a direct question which is there in your mentioned in NCERT also. You have a kangaroo rat, okay? It meets its water requirements through oxidation of fat, okay? So that is one. Second, what it does, it excretes very concentrated urine to conserve water, ठीक है? So again these are small things. अब adaptations में मैं बोल रहा हूँ अभी से भी. Let's say अभी I think somebody at the back spoke about seals, okay? और you have penguins. Penguins पे अगर आप image देखोगे ना, penguins क्या करते हैं? Huddling. All the penguins will come together and they huddle. Just like Indian cricket team में you see, जब भी विकेट लेंगे या let's say when they go, they do a huddle. Why the huddle? Generates more heat, helps them. So this is just for penguins. So there are certain species which are very famous. By the way, we asked you also a question on sea cucumber. That is a कि as a defense strategy, it is going to cut off a part of itself. वो बहुत unique attribute है. And it secretes a chemical जो बहुत dangerous है, पर वो खुद उससे नहीं मरता है, बाकी लोग मरते हैं. So this is a very, and by the way, it has a technical term to it. We did not ask you the technical term, we just asked you what is sea cucumber in general, usse related, right? So these are the few things we want you to at least focus on, okay? So, okay, ठीक है, आप सब लोग बोल रहे हो, start the questions quickly, I'm just going to start that. Okay. अब deserts में, there is one thing which I'll just quickly tell you. For deserts, okay, how my framework for deserts is, on top I will mention plants and animals which were there in the news etc., their adaptations, okay? I'll remember that. Then I will go into the basics. What is desertification? I am just drawing the framework for you, you can fill the details later on, okay? Then there is UNCCD, then there is the part of India, ठीक है? अब देखो, UNCCD में पहली बात तो it is the sole legally binding treaty which is related to deserts and desertification. Number one, UNCCD की reports भी if you want you can write down. You have the global land outlook, okay, and let's say the global drought snapshot. This is a recent report. Up when the CCD happened, of course there will be some COPs, conference of parties. The most recent was 15th and then 14th इसलिए लिख रहे हैं क्योंकि this happened in New Delhi. 15th COP which is the most recent happened in Côte d'Ivoire which is in Africa. Okay, so this is Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, and this 14th one is in New Delhi. This led to a New Delhi declaration. This is older, this is of 2019. This is the newer one, Côte d'Ivoire. ये सबसे recent है, ठीक है. So what we are doing, desert से related जो भी plants है, for example, generally people only know about cactus. So cactus is one, but we can also read about Optunia. Animals पे हमने camels पे देखा, camels से you can link International Year of Camelids. You can also link, let's say, kangaroo rat and other adaptation. By the way, I am also saying desert ecosystem में you also find certain nocturnal species as well. Okay, so that is one. अब desertification, अब इस पे भी कुछ कुछ लेट्स से, चलो वो इंडिया में भी कर सकते हो. इंडिया में यू हैव इसरो. इसरो हैज द लैंड एंड लैंड डिग्रेडेशन एंड डेजर्टिफिकेशन एटलस. दिस इज पब्लिश्ड बाय इसरो. ऑल यू नीड टू नो, नंबर वन ऑफ कोर्स इट इज पब्लिश्ड बाय इसरो. सेकंड, व्हाट आर द ट्रेंड्स, ठीक है. तो क्या हुआ है, बोथ डेजर्टिफिकेशन एंड डिग्रेडेशन in India has increased. When I say degradation and desertification, of course degradation बड़ा term है, उसमें से जब finally desert बनेगा, desertification is a smaller term. Okay, so this you can mention maybe in the conceptual understanding. What is desertification, degradation? Simple. एक और चीज इसमें ये कर सकते हो to for more clarification, drought and what are the types of drought. When does IMD declare drought? Hydrological drought, okay, meteorological drought, okay, yes, agriculture drought also. तो ये सब चीजें एक पेज में, इसके बियॉन्ड आपको कोई इशू ही नहीं आएगा फॉर डेजर्ट्स और डेजर्टिफिकेशन इन जनरल, ठीक है. इंडिया में पहली चीज ये लिखेंगे हम, ओके. इसरोज सेकंड एट द एक लास्ट चीज और है इंपॉर्टेंट, दैट इज बॉर्न चैलेंज. ओके, इंडिया में मैंने डेजर्ट्स में इफ यू फाइंड एनी पर्टिकुलर अपडेट और सम न्यू वेराइटी और समथिंग वेरी सब्सटैंशियल हैपनिंग, that you can mention in the part of India. अगर कोई एक चीज बहुत important हो रही है, that we can mention here. In Born Challenge, what you need to know, it is an initiative by IUCN and the government of Germany, ठीक है. The whole idea is to restore land. Now here there are two targets. There is a global target and there is a target at India level. Both have the target year 2030. The global level target is 350 million hectares and the Indian target is 26 million hectares. ठीक है. मोस्ट अपडेटेड इज 26. बुक्स में कहीं पे आपको 10 भी मिलेगा, 14 मिलेगा, 19 मिलेगा. दोज आर ओल्डर टारगेट्स एंड इट इज दिस टारगेट्स विच योर ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड द एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्टर इज स्पीकिंग इन मेनी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस. दो ही टारगेट्स वो बोलते हैं, एक तो पंचामृत के 5 टारगेट्स हैं, वो हम देखेंगे अभी COP26 में ग्लासगो में, एंड द टारगेट्स ऑफ बॉर्न चैलेंज. बॉर्न चैलेंज का होल आइडिया इज टू एंश्योर लैंड इज टेकन केयर ऑफ प्रॉपरली. ओके, इनफैक्ट CCD में आप और भी चीजें देख सकते हो, व्हाट इज द आइडिया ऑफ लैंड डिग्रेडेशन, न्यूट्रलिटी एटसेट्रा. ओके, सो दैट इज मे बी वन थिंग. सो कीप दिस फ्रेमवर्क हैंडी. जब हम कन्वेंशंस, आई थिंक दैट विल बी द लास्ट और द 5th डे व्हेन विल कम, वी विल फिल द डिटेल्स हियर. 15 COP के कुछ मेजर आउटकम्स दैट यू शुड डेफिनेटली हैव एंड हियर. सो इफ यू हैव अ फ्रेमवर्क लाइक दिस, एवरीथिंग विच इज देयर फॉर डेजर्ट्स एंड डेजर्टिफिकेशन यू विल हैव इन वन पेज. ठीक है, ओके. This is the part of desertification, right? अब ये है last part. This is a small part because again slightly factual details. So I'm combining both chapter 4 and chapter 10 now, right? Here basically we're talking of aquatic and let's say marine organisms. Fine. इसमें काफी चीज हमने देखी है. I think this is also to, one second. हाँ, the people who have joined in. So in case you wanted to join the crash course, the foundation course 2025, this is all the details. All the things would be covered. So this is specifically for the online students who do not have much idea. So you can do so and you can make the best use of this foundation course, right? Now in aquatic system, what we'll talk about, number one, what are the different zones, ठीक है? Then what are the organism को करते हैं, और उसके बाद मैंग्रोव्स एंड कोरल्स के जो भी क्वेश्चंस है वो मैं क्वेश्चंस में आपको बताऊंगा डायरेक्ट फिर, ठीक है? सो दैट वी कैन ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड दिस बेटर. नाउ क्वेश्चन ऑन लिटोरल एंड लिमलेटिक हैज बीन आस्क्ड. देखा है? व्हाट इज अ लिटोरल जोन? इट इज क्लोज टू दिस पर्टिकुलर पार्ट ऑफ द शेल्फ, ठीक है? सो दिस इज ऑल्सो एन ओपन एरिया but it is closer to this, so this will also have a lot of plants or plant diversity in the region, ठीक है? Limnetic zone in that sense is an open zone, ठीक है, which will be very deep in nature. Okay, so the moment the deeper you go, so it might have also phytoplanktons, but जितने नीचे जाओगे you might also find some chemosynthetic microorganisms also. Now talking about other cases, अब देखो, let's say you have a photic zone where the light comes in, okay? जहां तक लाइट आ रही है वो है photic zone, ठीक है? उसके beyond you have a aphotic zone, right? अब if why am I mentioning light? Light because जो भी phytoplanktons है they will take up light, and when they take up light then only they'll do photosynthesis. But what about the deeper profundal zone, benthic zone? Benthic here means the bottom, the most bottom. And for benthic zone you will have benthic organisms, right? ये चीज हो गई. तो अब इसमें in the photic zone I'll find the phytoplanktons etc, whereas in the deeper parts I will find other organisms. Other organisms can be, तो 5 basic organism है. सबसे पहले है planktons. Planktons में you have phyto and zoo. Phyto के मैं बस examples बोल रहा हूँ, if you want you can write down. पहला example है diatoms, okay? Second, cyanobacteria, and in fact one of my most dear students is sitting at the back. आप चाहते हो आंसर करना? क्योंकि सब फसाद हो गया आप मुझको. So one, what did you write? Diatoms, cyanobacteria. Good. Write down dinoflagellates, dinoflagellates. Dinosaur मत लिखना, dinoflagellates लिखेंगे. Dinoflagellates, और इसमें और अच्छे लिखो, एक लिखो कोकोलिथोफोर्स. कोकोलिथोफोर्स के साथ डैश करके लिखना कैल्शियम. ये पूछा गया आज, आई थिंक इन 2 क्वेश्चंस वी हैव आस्क्ड यू. कोकोलिथोफोर्स आर phytoplanktons, okay, which help in calcium cycle. कोकोलिथोफोर्स, COCCO, कोकोलिथोफोर्स, okay. So what all did I tell you? Diatoms, dinoflagellates, cyanobacteria etc, cocolithophores, okay. BGA भी we can mention BGA. Other than that ठीक है, अभी कुछ और आएगा तो I'll also tell you. Zooplanktons पे example लिखो, ZOO. Copepods, 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 COPE, cope. Foraminifera, FORAMINIFERA, foraminifera. प्लस देर आर लॉट ऑफ अदर, वो हम आगे भी देखते जाएंगे, ठीक है? सो पहली चीज मैंने क्या बताई आपको, देर आर प्लैंक्टॉन्स विच यू विल फाइंड इन एक्वेटिक इकोसिस्टम्स. एट द बॉटम यू विल फाइंड बेंथिक ऑर्गेनिजम्स. वन एग्जाम्पल कैन बी सी क्यूकम्बर, फाइंड एट द मोस्ट बॉटम. आप सोचो जो इतना नीचे रह रहा होगा, देयर मस्ट बी समथिंग इट इज डूइंग विच इज हेल्पिंग इट सर्वाइव. ओके, सो जस्ट कीप दैट इन माइंड. सो यू हैव बेंथिक. अब इसमें और 1-2 टर्म्स आते हैं. वन इज न्यूस्टॉन. So these are the plants which are basically at the air-water interface. ठीक है? This is air, this is water. So the plants which are there, these are, please note, these are unattached. These are known as newstons. And then you have a powerful category of swimmers. They are known as nectons. They can swim. We also asked you this. ठीक है? The whole idea is कि organism से marine में कोई भी question आएगा. And we also in fact asked you sea snot or marine mucilage. वो भी बहुत डिटेल में है यूट्रोफिकेशन के. सो द पॉइंट इज न्यूस्टॉन इज व्हाट? अनअटैच्ड, लिविंग एट द एयर वाटर इंटरफेस, राइट? And second is nectons. Nectons are your powerful swimmers. Fine. General example can be turtles, it can be fishes, it can be whales. वो सारे example होंगे nectons के. Neustons, nectons. There is also one periphyton. The name is peri and phyton. It means peri and phyton are attached. So these are attached organisms. Okay. Neustons unattached थे. Periphytons क्या हैं? These are attached. Fine. So we have seen neuston, periphyton attached to the stems of rooted plants. Okay. Plankton, both zoo and phyto. You have nectons. Acha, phytoplankton, when I'm saying these are plants, so of course they will do what? Photosynthesis. Okay. But there are other organisms other than these phytoplanktons who can also be autotrophs. But they would be chemoautotrophs or they would be doing chemosynthesis. क्योंकि जो photic zone है वो छोटा ही होगा. Whereas the depth part, benthic zone, will be far deeper in nature. Because it is going to be more deep, so what will be the problem? They do not have enough light. Okay, so please keep that also in mind. ठीक है? So benthos, necton, ये आप समझ गए? Okay, these are. Then of course lentic, lotic होता है. There is also classification freshwater, brackish and basic marine. तो उसमें whole idea is freshwater is PPT means parts per thousand. So around 5 PPT or less is what? Fresh water. 5 PPT means salt content parts per thousand. Just like CO2 के लिए मैं बोलूँगा ppm, parts per million. So this is freshwater ecosystem. You have brackish. This is 5 to 35. And then of course you have marine, greater than 35 PPT. You have lentic systems, lotic. अब ये तो सिर्फ academic definitions हैं. Lentic means, lentic rhymes with static. Okay. And lotic means flowing in nature. All right. So these are also certain terms which are used to define certain points here. ठीक है? ये हमने देखा zoo और ये सारी चीज I think we'll do in better detail. Okay, I think this we've already done. Sea weeds की बात करते हैं और sea grass की बात करते हैं. ठीक है? And then we'll do sea cucumber and then most probably then we'll start discussing. देखो, sea weed है. Okay? Seaweed is simply made of algae or I should say microalgae. So what is seaweed? अगर microalgae है और अगर let's say I'm not going to plant classification, but again if I were to talk to you about, so you start with the thallophyte, bryophyte and pteridophyte. होता क्या है? एक बहुत undifferentiated होता है organism शुरू में, which can be an algae. It becomes more differentiated, then it can become a moss, and then it can become a fern. So in that sense, seaweed is what? Seaweed is basically microalga. एक और चीज है, when all these microalga or seaweeds combine together, they also form something known as kelp forest. You might have heard about kelp forests. Kelp forest is nothing but a dense area wherein you have either a lot of seaweeds, okay, or a dense area where you have too much of microalga. ठीक है? तो microalga हो सकता है वहां पे ढेर सारा, वही है kelp forest. But in kelp forest what will happen? There will be a very dense concentration of all of these above. Fine. अब कुछ points which जो हमें पता होने चाहिए, क्योंकि this is, अगर आपको जैसे अगर आपने बोला seaweed is what? Algae. Will it have flowers? It will not have flowers. Will it have seeds? It will not have seeds. Will it have जो भी stems, roots, वो सब नहीं होंगे इसमें. ठीक है? So these are non-flowering marine algae. Only thing you have to know for seaweeds, non-flowering marine algae. पहली बात. ठीक है? That is the first thing that you should know. Okay? Then I did tell you dense underwater forests are known as kelp forests. ठीक है? That is also one thing. Other than that, seaweeds has a lot of benefits. Okay, found in a lot of estuaries, Gulf of Mannar, etc., etc. जहाँ पे भी आपको मिलेंगे, आपको you will get them. But understand that seaweed and seagrass are differentiated. यहाँ पे seaweeds do not bear flowers; they are non-flowering. They will have flowers. These are grasses, fine, and these are an important food for your dugong. They are known as lungs of the sea. Okay, so they will have proper flowers. They will have, or let's say they are the higher plants in that sense, right? So they will require sunlight, etc. for photosynthesis. So seaweed or seagrass में I hope now the difference is clear. One is flowering and one is non-flowering. वही है जो basic point of difference है. ठीक है? And that difference can be extended. That one has seeds, one does not have seed. One bears flower, one does not bear flower. Okay, one will not bear fruit also because of that. So this is seaweed and then there is seagrass. Okay, I think somehow the slide is not visible, so sorry about that. But still, so and seagrass, please remember dugong से याद रखो seagrass. हाँ. Sorry. Seagrass उसमें angiosperms में और इसमें थोड़ा सा there is a slight let's say difference. Okay, they are while they are seagrasses, but they are not two grasses. What he is asking, so there are two things. One जो मैंने एक बताया, इनको हम बोलते हैं cryptogams, thallophytes, bryophytes, pteridophytes. Then there is phanerogams. Cryptogams में reproductive organs छुपे होते हैं. ये मैं इसलिए भी बता रहा हूँ कि इंडिया का फर्स्ट क्रिप्टोगैमिक गार्डन इज इन देहरादून. आर यू अवेयर अबाउट इट? ओके, राइट. एंड व्हाट ही इज आस्किंग इज सॉरी जिम्नोस्पर्म्स एंड एंजियोस्पर्म्स. जिम्नोस्पर्म्स का आइडिया होगा नेकेड सीड्स, जस्ट लाइक कॉनिफर्स. कॉनिफर्स का अगर आप इमेज देखोगे दे विल नॉट बियर ट्रू फ्रूट, बट एंजियोस्पर्म्स में प्रॉपर फ्रूट्स भी होंगे, प्रॉपर फ्लावर्स भी होंगे. बट देयर इज अ स्मॉल डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन द सी ग्रास विच वी टॉक अबाउट. नाम से लग रहा होगा सी ग्रास से सब कुछ है, बट इट इज नॉट द ट्रू रियल ग्रास. सो इन दैट सेंस इट कैन हैव some of the attributes of these higher plants, but exactly speaking shayad I'm not sure, but whether we classify it or not, because what I have read here that sea grasses are not exactly mimicking but very close to it. So whether exactly us classification mein follow karte hain nahi, ye I'll tell you tomorrow. theek hai? Okay, sea cucumber se yaad rakho bhai, these are invertebrates and these are detritivores. They eat up the detritus, they are found in the bottom. हमने एक और चीज सीखी है, दे हैव ग्रेट डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म. ओके, जस्ट लाइक चेतेश्वर पुजारा, राइट? ऑफ कोर्स ही कैन नॉट कट हिमसेल्फ. अब इसमें क्या होता है, देयर इज अ प्रोसेस दे हैव दैट इज नोन एज एविसेरेशन. थ्रू एविसेरेशन इज व्हाट आई हैव आस्क्ड यू इन दैट क्वेश्चन, जो पूछा है ना आपसे सवाल. दे विल कट आउट अ पार्ट ऑफ देयर लेट्स से एरिया, दे विल रिलीज वेरी डेंजरस केमिकल्स. दिस इज जस्ट टू सर्वाइव. दैट इज नोन एज again one more important thing, Lakshadweep will have the world's first conservation area for sea cucumber. Lakshadweep of course has become very important because of Maldives, right? इसको देखेंगे तो ये क्या है हमारे लिए, these are invertebrates. I think we have 2 or 3 questions on sea cucumber also. Okay, and one, these are also detritivores. इसको लिख सकते हो. I should have added an image, that image is not here. But again, in case somebody has not seen sea cucumber yet, it is not at all the cucumber which you eat. ठीक है, उससे बहुत अलग है. It will have its tentacles निकलते रहते हैं. Okay, so that is there. Okay, ठीक है. So now I think we'll move to the discussion of questions. अपने papers निकाल लो. Also to the online audience which has been patiently asking me about the questions. Thank you for very patiently listening. Now we'll also discuss the questions, plus now you will have enough fodder to tackle the questions. Okay? And then the parts of coral reef and other parts, I'll tell you in that questions itself. Okay? We'll start with question number 1. I just want also from the online students, if they can now see the questions, are they being displayed? Please, if you have attempted the tests, let me know. And now the online students are also requested to be very active. We are now going for the discussion of these questions. Okay? So here we will also try to see, देखो इसमें भी है, for some of the microorganisms we have asked you in a lot of detail, but that will help you remember. Fine. So we'll start with the first question. अब ये question is, let's say this is slightly difficult to answer because there are 3 concepts involved here. Okay? Biosphere can be found at extremes of north and south poles of the earth. This question is basically derived from the idea, especially recent 2 सालों में बहुत specific microorganisms and certain species which are existing in very extreme conditions they're asking. So the question is saying can, largely speaking you would not find enough biosphere, right? Living part ज़्यादातर hospitable condition में मिलते हैं, but in rare cases it is there. The question is not very limited, it is saying it can exist. So if I am finding certain microorganisms, certain maybe some let's say wild plants or any other animal, so in that sense this statement would be true. ठीक है? ठीक है. सेकेंड क्वेश्चन, कॉन्सेप्ट है एल्बिडो. एल्बिडो मीन्स रिफ्लेक्टिविटी. स्नो इज वाइट, ब्लैक इज ब्लैक. स्नो क्यों वाइट है? उसकी रिफ्लेक्टिविटी ज्यादा है या कम है? पहले ये बताओ. रिफ्लेक्टिविटी ज्यादा है स्नो की, क्योंकि देखो दिस विल हेल्प यू आंसर. दूसरा ये सोचो, यू हैव अ वाटर बॉडी, ओशन, और ये लैंड है. कौन ज्यादा विजिबल दिखता है और विच इज डार्कर? ओशन इज डार्कर इन साइट, लैंड जनरली अपीयर्स मोर ब्राइटर. इसकी रीजन ये है सिंपली बिकॉज ऑफ एल्बिडो. लैंड हैज अ ग्रेटर एल्बिडो. ओके, द ओशन और द वाटर सरफेस विल हैव अ लोअर एल्बिडो. जिसका भी एल्बिडो लो होगा दैट विल अपीयर डार्कर. And this concept of albedo is also very important for black carbon. When you have glaciers and when on top of the glaciers black carbon will deposit, क्या होगा? Black carbon being black, it will absorb a lot of sunlight. उसकी वजह से क्या होगा? The glaciers will start to melt. Although yes, the glaciers do have what do you call let's say snow, ठीक है, पर वो absorb ज़्यादा करेगा. और इसी से related दो और concepts हैं, please लिखो. If you want, we can also discuss and maybe we'll cover it. One is Arctic amplification. And second is Karakoram anomaly. Both the concepts utilize the concept of albedo, which is reflectivity. Arctic amplification. अब आप कहोगे कि आप आगे वाले टॉपिक्स भी अभी रिवील कर दे रहे हो. हमारे स्पॉयलर्स, वी डोंट वांट अ स्पॉइलर अलर्ट. Arctic amplification and Karakoram anomaly. And do read about them. These are very interesting concepts. ठीक है. Third, so now this is clear. Lower albedo makes it appear darker. एक बार में सवाल नहीं बनेगा. I also know there are a lot of comparisons that have to go in your mind, and I know you have to just attempt 50 questions in 60 minutes. It is difficult, but कोई बात नहीं. ये एक purely conceptual question है. और क्वेश्चन है सिंगल वन लाइनर है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल क्वेश्चन नंबर 8 ऑन कंगारू रैट. कोई अगर आता है तो आता है, ठीक है, बट दिस विल रिक्वायर, क्योंकि हर एक पॉइंट पे सोचना है. एंड उसके ऊपर आप कहोगे सर ओनली वन, ओनली टू, इवन मोर डिफिकल्ट, राइट? So I totally agree with you. This is not that easy question. पहला वाला. अच्छा, please do remember it is asking correct. Now, during the stages of soil formation, the process this takes after the process of decomposition. This is also true. Organic matter है, it will decompose, and then the other parts of humification, humus बनेगा, demineralization, जो भी चीजें होंगी वो उसके बाद होंगी. ठीक है? So this takes after the process of decomposition. So this is also true. So here all the three statements are correct. ठीक है. प्रशांत, जो आपने स्टेटमेंट लिखा है, दिस इज, आई नो इट इज प्रेजेंट इन सम सोर्सेज. माय पॉइंट इज वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट इट कैन बी फाउंड. सो इफ यू रीड अबाउट सर्टेन ऑर्गेनिजम्स लाइक tardigrades or certain exceptions, it can be there. My statement does not contradict what you are saying. Plus, in a lot of books, the data or the text they have used is the biosphere definition, which is let's say slightly बहुत पुरानी हो गई है. अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज रिलेटेड आप अडेप्टेशन के, इफ यू रीड मोर आर्टिकल्स यू विल फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ अडेप्टेशंस इन दीज रीजन्स आर हैपनिंग. तो जो ऑर्गेनिज्म हमने सोचे ही नहीं थे वो भी हमें मिलते हैं. सो इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ ऑल दिस, एंड आई ऑल्सो गेव यू अ डिस्क्लेमर इन दिस क्वेश्चन. Okay, that in some parts, despite inhospitable conditions, you will find life. And how we define biodiversity? So I'm not saying a lot of biodiversity, right? I hope this part is clear to you, and I know some students would have certain issue in this also, but I wanted to emphasize the presence of a lot of microorganisms as well. Okay. Second, how many can be classified into biotic components? अब इस क्वेश्चन में क्या है? How we define biotic components? One is directly which are living, etc. But second, whatever products we get from those living organisms, and it can even be older products. ठीक है? So you know how natural gas is formed? या let's say petroleum products कैसे बनते हैं? और सोचो, the fossils कैसे? How are fossils formed? There has to be an organic matter which is then put under a lot of stress over millions of years. ठीक है? So because and this is how these two things are classified. Natural gas is formed through the process which is living. मतलब living organism, when it dies off over a period of millions of years. I think if you also see your explanation, उसमें भी ये चीज emphasized है, not just living but also the products which are associated with them. Similarly, हाँ, sorry, In that case, I think they've gone more specific about a dead skeleton of that, okay, which again cannot be. जैसे coral bleaching में हम पढ़ते हैं, if the skeleton has now died, ठीक है, तो अब ये है कि this question we're going based on the definitions which are given in standard, some of the standard texts. If you see your answers, अगर आप देखोगे तो उसमें biotech के साथ लिखा है not just the organisms which you find, okay, but also beyond the products which you also find with them, okay. क्योंकि क्या हो सकता है अगर कोरल रीफ को थ्रू लेट्स से बायो रॉक टेक्नोलॉजी और थ्रू आर्टिफिशियल रीफ, व्हाट इफ आई एम रीस्टोरिंग इट, ओके, तो दैट इज अ फेयर पॉइंट विच यू आर सेइंग, सो आई कैन ऑल्सो कंसिडर दैट पॉइंट, ठीक है, कि पर जनरली स्पीकिंग डेड जो स्केलेटन है उसको हम नहीं कर पाते हैं. देयर आर 3 स्टेजेस, देयर इज अ हेल्दी कोरल, देयर इज अ स्ट्रेस्ड कोरल, देयर इज अ ब्लीच्ड कोरल एंड देन देयर इज अ डेड कोरल, ठीक है. अ डेड कोरल मीन्स इट कैन नॉट बी सेव्ड, ठीक है, तो इन दैट सेंस ये सेव नहीं हो सकता है, ओके. तो दैट इज द पार्ट हियर. अदर देन दैट दीज 3 जो अदर चीजें हैं वो है हमारे ए बायोटिक कंपोनेंट्स, ओके. बायोगैस इज ऑल्सो फाउंड. व्हाट इज बायो इन बायोगैस? व्हाट इज बायो इन बायोगैस? फॉर एग्जाम्पल देयर इज अ प्रोसेस नोन एज बायोमेथिनेशन, जिसमें हम लेट्स से वी क्रिएट बायोगैस, ओके. देयर इज अ माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म वर्किंग इन अनएरोबिक कंडीशंस, ठीक है, प्रोड्यूसिंग मीथेन एटसेट्रा, ऐसा, हाँ, बायोडाइजेस्टर एटसेट्रा के साथ. So in these 2 cases, we are using biotic components or products derived from biotic components. Okay, so that is why these are classified. So this again goes beyond our slight basic understanding. थोड़ा सा कि we also talk about this part here. ठीक है? ये I think this should not be bothering you. Communities with high species diversity are comparatively more stable than the ones. This is true. Communities with this many alternate pathways exist for individuals to get the required energy. Both the statements are correct or not? पहले ये बताओ. Anybody has a doubt? दोनों सही हैं? And is this, अच्छा, we do not end here. हमें ये भी बताना है, is the statement 2 the correct answer? हाँ? It is correct. ठीक है? So here the answer will be, question number 3, the answer is A. ठीक है? This we now understood. अब इसमें तीनों को देखोगे तो all the 3 can support themselves. Society is a minor community, okay, so it is only a cow dung pad, or even I can say a part wherein you have lichens etc. So they would be a society. Other than that, the grasses, evergreen forests, or in Jim Corbett National Park etc., what we would have is a major community. Only cow dung pad is a minor community which is termed as a society. ठीक है? ये भी फेयरली इजी क्वेश्चन होगा. इकोटोन्स हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ एग्जिबिटिंग एज इफेक्ट कंपेयर टू एडजेसेंट इकोसिस्टम्स. ट्रू और फॉल्स? ट्रू. इकोक्लाइंस कैन बी ऑब्जर्व्ड इन शार्प बाउंड्रीज, ग्रेजुअल. ठीक है? सो दिस इज बिकमिंग रॉन्ग. विच इज करेक्ट? 1 ओनली. ठीक है? अब ये क्वेश्चन, आई नाउ टेल मी, दिस इज नॉट नाउ अ डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन. यू नो ऑल द 3 स्टेटमेंट्स. द क्वेश्चन इज सेइंग विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज करेक्टली मैच्ड. व्हाट इज योर आंसर? सॉरी, ओनली 1. कौन सा सही है? चलो ठीक है, पढ़ते हैं इसको. पढ़ते हैं. देखो, इकोलॉजिकल एम्पलीट्यूड, यू आर सेइंग environmental conditions exceeding the amplitude will lead to formation of new species. सोचो. अच्छा नहीं, अभी हम थर्ड वाले पे की बात. आप लोग थर्ड कह रहे हो, सही है. अच्छा, एक बार फिर से पढ़ो. डू यू बिलीव इन लाइफ आफ्टर डेथ? नहीं मान सकते हो. यू कैन. क्या होगा? पॉइंट इज यू हैव एम्पलीट्यूड सिंपली मीन्स, let's say this is 99 degree, this is 101 degree. If you go beyond, it can be this side also, it can be this side also, species will die. Amplitude means the range or the limit or the, let's say, overall temperature bounds within which it can survive. ये है चीज. तो यहां पे क्या लिखा है? exceeding which. भाई exceed करेगा तो मर ही जाएगा ना. एक बार ये सोचो आप. ठीक है? So here it will not lead to formation of new species. New species form ही कैसे होंगे when they die? ठीक है? इज दिस पार्ट क्लियर? थर्ड वाला. ये दोनों बताओ गलत हैं, सही हैं? दोनों गलत हैं. ठीक है? सो हियर बोथ इकोटाइप, इकोफीन, ऑल द 3 आर इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड. विच इज करेक्टली मैच्ड? क्वेश्चन नंबर 6, द आंसर इज डी, नन. Sai Prasad, you are asking me rain, water, etc. will be an abiotic component. Water, air, pH, soil, all these things will be abiotic component. Okay, I hope this makes it clear to you. अच्छा, जो हमने 4 चीजें लिखी हैं उसमें एक और चीज ऐड करो. This is the 5th one that you should know. System of Environmental Economic Accounting Ecosystems, SEEEA. Okay. So this is, so sometimes when you get a question, शायद इससे पहले you would not have an idea किस टॉपिक से है. From accounting of ecosystem services से टॉपिक है, ठीक है. Here the only trap I am telling you is the 3rd statement. बाकी statement सही है. It is not done by the United Nations Environment Program. It is an accounting exercise. In this case, it is done by the UN Statistical Commission. Okay. So here for SEEA, it is the United Nations Statistical Commission which is doing the implementation part of it. Other than that, India has implemented it, it's true. Enables environmental statistics, that is true. And it is an international framework for natural capital accounting. ये term भी सुना होगा आपने बहुत बार. When you have the physical capital in terms of infrastructure assets, you also have the natural capital. So in the 4 things we had seen, add this also. इसके beyond you don't have to read anything. Okay, this is S, system of environmental accounting ecosystem, right? Which of the following animals has adapted to utilize internal fat oxidation to meet all of its water in, okay, what is this? It is kangaroo rat, and we had also seen for camel. What does camel do? By the way, camel can store up to X gallons of water in its stomach. बताओ कितना? Take a guess. 30 और कुछ 200. भाई सही बात है, कोई लिमिट ही नहीं है, कुछ भी चलेगा. Just the answer just would not be infinite. बाकी तो सब चलेगा. और how much water can, let's say, a camel store? Now this question has not been asked by UPSC, but I've seen this appear in many of the state exams also, just for reference and International Year of Camelids. हाँ, चलो इसको लिखो. Just a very factual detail. Read about it. Somebody here is very close. इतना मैं बोल सकता हूँ. चलो. Okay. Which of the following? Now please note the question is asking incorrect. Question number 9 में क्या पूछ रहा है? So what did you people mark? किसी ने attempt किया इसको? हाँ, what did you mark? D. और कोई? D. Okay, we'll see. The correct answer is D. पर देखते हैं. Ecological succession is of paramount importance in order to practice effective silviculture. Pure English. What is silviculture? नहीं भाई, वो that is not silviculture. When I said जो basically scientific management of forest and trees is silviculture. That's it. Scientific management of forest and trees is silviculture. In case somebody did या पढ़ा अपने फॉरेस्ट्री ऑप्शनल कुछ, उसकी पहली डेफिनेशन यहीं से स्टार्ट होती है सिल्वीकल्चर से. साइंटिफिक मैनेजमेंट ऑफ ट्रीज जो आप सोच रहे हो, देयर इज आल्सो फॉर एग्जांपल हनी के लिए व्हाट इज द कल्चर? द बी एटसेट्रा. एपीकल्चर, एपी. सिल्क इज सेरिकल्चर. सोचो व्हाट इज पिसिकल्चर? फिशेस. ओके, विच इज व्हाई हर्बीवोर होता है, एक होता है पिसीवोर्स, दे ईट फिशेस. ओके, so ठीक है, first statement is correct. Second आ जाओ, fire can help reset ecological succession in wetlands by maintaining equilibrium state. Sometimes what we think that forest fires are bad. I'll tell you, forest fires are also natural. Human भी होती हैं. So if, and by the way, natural fires happen after a long time. They help in replenishing the lost resources. एक equilibrium set करने में help करती हैं. Problem है man-made fires. You go to सफारी, पिकनिक हो रही है, रात में कैंप फायर हुई, ध्यान ही नहीं रहा, आग लग गई, पता चला. ठीक है. सो दैट इज द प्रॉब्लमैटिक पार्ट बिकॉज इट इज अनप्रोवोक्ड. ओके, सो इन जनरल इट कैन हेल्प टू रीसेट. यस, दैट इज ट्रू. व्हेन यू रीड अबाउट फॉरेस्ट फायर्स इन मोर एनालिटिकल डिटेल, यू विल रीड मोर अबाउट दिस. जब आप फॉरेस्ट फायर्स पढ़ोगे आगे, दैट इज ट्रू. पाइनियर स्पीशीज कैन हेल्प इन फॉर्मेशन ऑफ सॉइल. बताओ, गिव मी एग्जांपल ऑफ पाइनियर स्पीशीज. लाइकेंस सबसे पहले आएंगे याद, और उसके बाद वी कैन ऑल्सो से मॉसेस. Which is incorrect? None. Okay. जस्ट एक सेकेंड, लेट मी हैव अ सिप ऑफ वाटर. चलो ये तो दिस इज फेयरली इजी. बताओ. ग्रास नो, ये एक जनरल स्टेटमेंट है. ग्रासलैंड्स के लिए यू आर फाइन. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल वन ऑफ द वेज थ्रू विच जो ट्रीज और वो नहीं होते, तो इट इज अ गुड लिमिटिंग फैक्टर. वन इज वाटर, वन इज फायर. बट फॉरेस्ट्स में भी देयर आर नेचुरल फॉरेस्ट फायर्स विच हेल्प इन रिप्लेनिशिंग सॉइल, बट वो बहुत लेट स्टेजेस में रहती हैं. देयर इज अ बिग टाइम गैप फॉर देयर. ओके, तो ऐसा नहीं कि फर्स्ट फायर्स में अगर फायर आ रही दैट इज नॉट यूजफुल. इट कैन बी यूजफुल प्रोवाइडेड इट इज डन नेचुरली. हाँ, इसमें भी, वेटलैंड में भी. वेटलैंड में वेजिटेशन तो होगा ना आपका. पॉइंट ये कह रहा है रीसेट कर रहा है. हम लोग क्या सोच रहे हैं, हमें लग रहा है फायर कोई बहुत गंदी चीज है. नहीं नहीं, ये दिस इज ऑल्सो व्हाट आई यूज्ड टू फील व्हेन आई रेड इट इनिशियली. बट देन लेट्स से अ स्पैन ऑफ 200-300 years में इफ देयर इज अ फायर विच क्या बोल रहा है, रीसेट कर रहा है. ठीक है, इट हेल्प्स टू रीसेट द इक्विलिब्रियम सक्सेशन. इफ यू रिमेंबर दिस इमेज, याद करो जहां पे एक पूरा एरिया था, देयर वाज अ फायर, देयर वाज सेकेंडरी सक्सेशन इन दैट. फाइन. So here also it can help reset the succession in wetlands by maintaining a proper equilibrium state. हाँ, आपको ये लग रहा है कि वेटलैंड में फायर नहीं लगेगी. ठीक ठीक, गीला है, पर देखो पॉइंट है, इट विल डिपेंड. वेटलैंड का एक टाइप होता है पीटलैंड. सुना है किसी ने? पीटलैंड्स आर प्राइमरली टेरेस्ट्रियल. वेटलैंड्स में बेसिकली यू हैव वेजिटेशन एंड इन सम केसेस यू विल हैव वाटर लॉक्ड एरियाज. यू कैन गो टू अ लॉट ऑफ वेटलैंड्स, ठीक है, जहाँ पे आपको दिखेगा बहुत अच्छे स्पेस में यहाँ पे पानी नहीं होगा. ठीक है, या फिर कम पानी होगा. तो पॉइंट है आग वहाँ भी लग सकती है. देयर इज नो एरिया विच एटलीस्ट इन द टेरेस्ट्रियल स्पेस एक्सेट्रा विच वुड नॉट हैव फायर. तो उस केस में इफ यू थिंक एंड इफ यू अप्लाई, क्योंकि आप इस क्वेश्चन को तो वैसे भी सोच सकते हैं ना, वन ऑफ द टाइप ऑफ वेटलैंड में, तो चलो मैं टेरेस्ट्रियल वाली साइड पे चला गया. पीटलैंड मानते हो? तो पीटलैंड में तो आग लग सकती है. अब बताओ, स्टेटमेंट हुआ, वैसे सोचो. But wetlands can also have that, and if you are also interested, you can also read about it. इसमें और अच्छे articles आपको मिलेंगे. ठीक है? But this is the general statement. इतनी बुद्धि नहीं लगानी थी, पर ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. We also learn. Very small animals are rarely found in the polar region. True. Second बताओ. Smaller animals have small surface area. नहीं भाई, अब सबको पता है. They have large surface area. So here what will be the answer? Surface to volume लिखा है. हाँ, sorry, हाँ, that will be larger. तो statement कौन सा गलत होगा? ठीक है, what is the answer? Right. This is question number. अच्छा, I don't have this print. अच्छा, question number 10. ठीक है, यहाँ पे भी है. Okay, this is there. चलो, places where chemosynthesis can be observed. अब based on the knowledge now we have, अब करो इसको attempt. हो सकता है पहले आपको नहीं पता था chemosynthesis का, अब attempt करो. Hydrothermal vents यहां हो सकती है. ठीक. Cold seeps हो सकती है. Active volcanoes, mountain peaks. माउंटेन पिक्स ऑलरेडी वहां पे इतनी अच्छी सनलाइट आ रही होगी, वहां तो फोटोसिंथेसिस होगी. ठीक है, सो बेस्ड ऑन दैट 4 एलिमिनेट कर सकते हो. ये जो काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस हैं, दिस द मोमेंट यू ट्राई टू एलिमिनेट, दिस विल गिव यू कॉन्फिडेंस इन द एग्जाम कि बस 1 2 3 4 देखिए, सब में ऑल 4 नहीं होता है. इन सम केसेस यू विल ओनली ट्राई टू एलिमिनेट, और एक दो बार आप करने लग जाओगे, देन यू विल हैव अ हैंग ऑफ इट. दैट इज व्हाई कीमोसिंथेसिस इज द वन. ओके, ठीक है, इसका आंसर क्या है? ओनली 3. ठीक है, this is chemosynthesis. Now this is a very decent question. Okay, some bacteria, some fungus, some bacteria etc. अब क्या है? Some bacteria can use light to create their own food, but they are not autotrophs. बताओ. This is also true. There are certain bacteria, you can read this more in detail in your answers. They will take up the light, but उनको photosynthesis करने के लिए they would want more carbon, so they would want additional resources. तो इसीलिए वो खुद photosynthesis नहीं कर पाते. While they are able to, let's say, create, or they are able to get the light, sun से वो light लेते हैं, but maybe they are deep, slightly deeper, but they are not able to get other resources, be it carbon, CO2 or water. So based on that, this is why they are not autotrophs. Otherwise, for autotrophs, what do you need? You have CO2 plus H2O in the presence of sunlight. फॉर्मेशन ऑफ ग्लूकोज एंड ऑक्सीजन, ठीक है. सो ऑटोट्रॉफ इसलिए नहीं है, देयर आर सर्टन ऑफ दीज बैक्टीरिया. आई थिंक आई just read it from the explanation here. Question number 12. So I think these are photoheterotrophs. I think this would be there in your solution. Usko underline kar lo. There are photoheterotrophs. Okay, so this is a very special category. And why are we nitpicking here? So yahan pe they are reliant on more chemicals, so that you have a very good base on microorganism. ठीक है. सेकेंड आते हैं फंगस पे. अब फंगस की जब बात है, जब भी फंगस दिखे एग्जाम में या न्यूज़पेपर में, एक बार हाथ जरूर जोड़ लीजिएगा फंगस को. इन सो मेनी डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स इन एवरी ईयर, अगेन एंड अगेन दे आर आस्किंग यू. वन क्वेश्चन वाज गुच्ची मशरूम. यू विल फाइंड व्हाट इज अल्टीमेटली व्हाट, वो भी तो फंगस है. चाहे मोल्ड में बोलूं, चाहे ये बोलूं, ये घूम घाम के फंगस ही पूछ रहे हैं. इस बार क्या, व्हाट डिड दे डू, दे टास्क यू 4 प्रॉपर्टीज. ओके, सो now can they use gamma radiations for their growth? Yes, they can. Okay, and again the question is some. So here कोई भी अगर एक भी, even if we find one microorganism, okay, so then that would be true. Okay, so here second part is true. Some bacteria occupy the first level in a food chain. बताओ, think about. Yes, example दो, example अभी हमने डिस्कस करे हैं. ओके, नहीं बैक्टीरिया के नाम बताओगे. Decent cyanobacteria, and think of the nitrogen cycle, helps in nitrogen fixation and can be one of the primary producers also, right? Some bacteria use chemicals without using light. बताओ, this is also true. So here, yes, chemosynthetic भी हो जाएंगे. तो here what is the answer? All 4 here are correct. Okay, so again if you go through your, let's say, explanations, काफी, at least for this one you should read. Okay, but for others I think I'll just mention किस किस में पढ़ोगे extra. This is a good question for your understanding on microorganisms. Pyramid which represents the amount of energy stored in a living tissue. It is biomass, because the rate of energy, यहाँ पे बात होता है कितना rate जा रहा है. Pyramid of energy never tells you the amount of let's say the energy in that tissue stored in a trophic level. वो हमेशा rate of energy बताता है. And rate of energy is different from the idea of the energy stored in a particular tissue. So there is a slight difference in this. Okay, so here the answer is pyramid of biomass. Okay, तो जहाँ पे भी wherever you have your notes on pyramid of biomass, please add this detail. Sometimes they only may ask you this particular attribute. Okay, very straightforward. चलो, which treaty or talks about bioaccumulation and biomagnification? Okay, let's say you have bioaccumulation, biomagnification. Accumulation is simple. You have a certain species, over a period of time, in that species the pollutant is increasing. But in biomagnification, you have phyto, you have zooplankton, you have other crustaceans, and let's say you have other fishes. So in that, पहली बात तो pollutant level increases. Finally, let's say if a fish ultimately happens to come in your food plate, you would also eat it. तो जैसे कि this is very prominent in case of mercury. Mercury pollution जब होता है, so ultimately the mercury reaches your, तो अगर बहुत ज़्यादा mercury toxicity भी हो जाती है, that is a problem. But other than that, I'm concerned more about DDT. Let's say PCB, polychlorinated biphenyls, dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane, all these are organochlorides. These are organochlorides. There are multiple examples. Okay, aldrins, dialdrins, furans, carbofurans, so on and so forth. ये सारे के सारे अल्टीमेटली एक अम्ब्रेला टर्म में आते हैं, POPs, persistent organic pollutants governed under the Stockholm Convention. Again talking of Kerala, in Kerala there is an issue of endosulfan. सुना है endosulfan? Because of that the kids etc. they have deformities, and the recently Supreme Court again, it did talk about banning, but it actually, let's say, scolded the Kerala government for not doing enough in the last 5 years. Okay, again DDT, why is it used? Very cheap. It is used to control the spread of mosquitoes. तो पहले क्या होता था, एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड में यूज हो रहा है, मॉस्किटो स्प्रेड में यूज हो रहा है, एंड इट्स वेरी चीप. दैट इज द मेन प्रॉब्लम. बिकॉज मेनी कंट्रीज कैनॉट अफोर्ड इट. इनफैक्ट अभी भी बहुत बार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैव टू ऑर्डर कि जो भी एक्वेटिक बॉडीज है कुछ है वहाँ पे आप DDT स्प्रे करो. बट द इशू इज दैट इट कैन बायोमैग्नीफाई. सो दिस इज रिलेटेड टू स्टॉकहोम, ओके, नॉट कॉन्फ्रेंस. स्टॉकहोम कॉन्फ्रेंस 1972 में हुई थी. ओके, दैट इज वन. व्हाट वाज द क्वेश्चन वी वर डिस्कसिंग? 1-4, ठीक है. बेसल कन्वेंशन, ट्रांसबाउंड्री मूवमेंट ऑफ हजार्डस वेस्ट, रॉटरडैम, chemicals and pesticides, Cartagena protocol on biosafety talks about LMOs and GMOs, part of convention on biological diversity. ये सब चीजें हम लास्ट क्लास में देखेंगे. माइकोराइजा, फंगस एंड प्लांट रूट्स, ठीक है. बायोजियोकेमिकल साइकिल्स बताओ. ये तो आई थिंक, हाँ, इसमें स्टार्ट विथ स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 में बताओ व्हाट इज द आंसर. सिर्फ डोंट टेल मी द आंसर टू द क्वेश्चन, टेल मी व्हाट डिड यू मार्क. कंबशन ऑफ फॉसिल फ्यूल्स रिलीजेस, फॉसिल फ्यूल रिलीजेस नाइट्रोजन मॉलिक्यूल. अच्छा, ठीक है. इनटू द एटमॉस्फेयर दैट रिएक्ट. अब देखो इस पे दो झूठ बोले गए आपसे, ठीक है. पहला झूठ क्या है? जो N2 है दैट इज अनरिएक्टिव, है ना. N2 अनरिएक्टिव था. उसकी व्हेन यू डू द नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन एक्सेट्रा, और इफ यू बर्न द फॉसिल फ्यूल यू विल रिलीज द नाइट्रोजनस ऑक्साइड्स व्हिच इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम N2 मॉलिक्यूल. N2 मॉलिक्यूल पर से इज अनरिएक्टिव. तो ना तो वो N2 मॉलिक्यूल रिलीज करेगा ना वो रिएक्टिव होगा. सो ऑन बोथ द फ्रंट्स दिस स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3, maybe this is where you would have not given much attention. Second statement is relatively easy to eliminate. Gaseous cycles are perfect. Sedimentary are not perfect. All biogeochemical cycles follow. If this is true, the mass has to be conserved in the form. So question number 16, what is the answer? So 1 second, we are at question number 16. Yeah. Only which is incorrect. There are 2 statements incorrect. The answer is B, only 2. ठीक है. हाँ, प्लीज. नॉक्स, ठीक है, मतलब नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड रिलीज करेंगे. N2 इज बेसिकली जो N2 मिलता है हमें एटमॉस्फेयर में 78% के आसपास, दैट इज N2. दैट इज अनरिएक्टिव. दैट इज व्हाई द होल प्रोसेस ऑफ नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन हैपेंस. नाउ दिस इज, आई नो, इज अ वेरी फाइन डिटेल, ओके, बट देन अगेन द आइडिया इज हर चीज को भी पढ़ो. इफ यू गेट इट रॉन्ग, नो इश्यू एज सच. यू आर जस्ट लर्निंग हाउ अ स्टेटमेंट कैन बी रॉन्ग, ओके, सो दैट यू कैन अवॉइड इट इन फ्यूचर. वेरी इजी. यूट्रोफिकेशन किससे हो रहा है बताओ, कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ. किसने मारा है? अच्छा, ऑल 5 भी होना चाहिए था एक्चुअली. ओके, व्हाट डिड यू मार्क? हाँ, डी सारा. अच्छा, आपने एलिमिनेट क्या किया? ऑक्सीजन. अच्छा, हैड दिस बीन ऑल 5 तो मारते ऑल 5. अच्छा, फिर ठीक है. Why isn't the answer only 2? हाँ, अच्छा नहीं. अभी देखो, in my classes we are only discussing on the thinking line. आंसर क्या है वो बात की बात है, ठीक है. If your thinking line is right, when you give the exam, वो सब सही कर ले जाओगे, ठीक है. अभी ये सोचो, अभी इसलिए जिसका कोई भी अजीब गरीब लॉजिक हो उस पर कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है, ठीक है. We'll try to think our minds and we'll try to be true to our thinking. If it is wrong, no issues. If it is right, बल्ले बल्ले, ठीक है. इसमें क्या है देखो, इंक्रीज्ड कॉन्सेंट्रेशन विल कॉज यूट्रोफिकेशन. अब देखो भाई, यूट्रोफिकेशन होगा अगर, इफ यूट्रोफिकेशन हैपेंस, व्हाट हैपेंस हियर? यूट्रोफिकेशन के केस में देयर इज एल्गल ब्लूम, मींस एल्गीज ग्रो. भाई एल्गीज को मिल रहा है नाइट्रोजन फॉस्फोरस टू ईट. दे विल ईट इट अप, दे विल रैपिडली एक्सपैंड, so there will be huge algal bloom. If algal bloom happens, there are 2 things you should know: dissolved oxygen and biological oxygen demand. Now when the algae grow, first of all they will consume the oxygen which is already there. उसके बाद इसको डिकम्पोज करने के लिए भी जो डिकम्पोजर है उसको भी ऑक्सीजन चाहिए. So let's say before the algal bloom the dissolved oxygen was 100. Post the algal bloom this would be somewhere around 50. और कम होने लग जाएगी, है ना. Similarly, because the dissolved oxygen is reducing, the demand of this is going to increase. Just the same like economics, okay? That when the rupee is short in supply, etc., the demand for that increases. It does not mean the oxygen has increased. ऑक्सीजन की डिमांड इंक्रीज हो जाएगी. दैट इज वाई BOD एंड DO विल ऑलवेज हैव अ इनवर्स रिलेशन. ठीक है, तो यहां पे इंक्रीज्ड कंसंट्रेशन ऑफ DO विल कॉज यूट्रोफिकेशन. फिर से पढ़ो, अगर डिसॉल्व ऑक्सीजन बढ़ रही है तो दिस इज नॉट गोइंग इन व्हाट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड. यूट्रोफिकेशन विल एक्चुअली लीड टू द डिक्लाइन ऑफ. हाँ है ना, क्योंकि ये कॉन्सेप्ट समझना पड़ेगा एल्गल ब्लूम वाला आपको. ओके ठीक है. सेडिमेंट मर्करी हैज नो रिलेशन विद दिस. सेडिमेंट एंजाइम्स हैव नो रिलेशन. सिंपल ये याद रखेंगे, नाइट्रोजन एंड फॉस्फोरस इज देयर in case of eutrophication. All that you have to remember. Nitrogen and phosphorus is all that you have to remember. Fine? Sorry? No, because ultimately जो algae जो they feed on is primarily this first main limiting nutrient is phosphorus. ठीक है? Now this was just a kind of a statement just to confuse you. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि पहली बात तो increase concentration. How will this happen? We know that through man-made interventions यही तो बढ़ेंगे ना. ऐसा तो है नहीं हम enzymes कैसे बढ़ाओगे, आप ऐसे उल्टा सोचो. ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि because of the concentration of enzymes this is going to increase. If you see any infographic, कोई भी text, only two things, nitrogen, phosphorus, और confuse नहीं होना इसमें. ठीक है, fine. Moving on. Which of the following is incorrect? What did you mark? How many mark? D? Okay, why? ठीक है, और आप what is your logic? क्योंकि बाकी तीन सही थे. ठीक है, that is also fair logic. First statement, early succession will have higher rate of photosynthesis and resource uptake. ये बताओ, just read this and is it true or false? ये tell me, just because the questions which are conceptual I am focusing more there. देखो क्या होगा if there is more let's say early succession, right? वहाँ पे क्या होता है, first of all more areas available, you'll have more sunlight available, हर चीज़ ज़्यादा, so you will have higher rates of photosynthesis and more resources available. But after a certain point of time there will be thousands of trees competing for that same valuable resources, so the later successional plant will have less photosynthesis, they will have lesser resources available. तो पहला सही है. इसीलिए जब भी starting होती है तो यहाँ पे this is generally seen that early successional plants, because let's say they are first present in that ecosystem, they will have abundance of resources. ठीक है, so first is true. Species diversity ये बताओ एक एक करके. Species diversity tends to increase with the successional age and it will become more complicated. Okay, all these systems will become more complicated. Absolutely true. ठीक है, early successional systems tend to have smaller plant biomass and higher rates. ये बताओ. And you should tell me with example. पहली बात, क्यों plant biomass by lichens? How much would they weigh? And third point is also a extension of first point. When I'm saying it has high rates of photosynthesis, that is why it has high net primary productivity. What is PP, primary productivity? What is that? The rate of biomass production. And it is saying primary by autotrophs. तो एक concept होता है gross, एक होता है नेट. जैसे आपने इकोनॉमिक्स में पढ़ा, नेट में यू सब्ट्रैक्ट ग्रॉस माइनस रेस्पिरेशन, यू गेट नेट. ओके, ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर ट्रू. तो इसका मतलब इस स्टेटमेंट लास्ट में कोई दिक्कत है? अच्छा, यहां पे द ओनली थिंग इज इट इज नॉट अ प्रूवन मेथड, इट इज जस्ट अ न्यू थिंग विच इज हैपेंड. ओके, सो वाइल बहुत बार ये होता है आप सोचते कुछ और हो पर सवाल सही हो जाता है. ठीक है, so sometimes this also happens. So restoration ecology is actually a new emerging discipline wherein it is not a proven method to speed successional process. Okay, अच्छा, by the way please remember climax community is the final stage. उसके beyond कुछ नहीं होता. ठीक है, मूवी में उल्टा होता है, क्लाइमैक्स के बाद हो सकता है सीन चेंज हो जाए. ओके, सॉरी, हाँ या हाँ बोलो बोलो, दोनों को साथ में एक्सप्लेन करते हैं. ठीक है, देखो क्या है, यू हैव इमेजिन दैट इमेज, यू हैव अ बेयर रॉक. बेयर रॉक में सबसे पहले इट इज अ अर्ली सक्सेशनल स्टेज, राइट? यू विल फर्स्टली हैव लाइकेंस, लाइकेंस का श्रब्स आएंगे, छोटे ग्रासेस आएंगे, स्मॉल ट्रीज, बिगर ट्रीज, प्रॉपर फॉरेस्ट. So when this whole thing is happening, first of all, the area is relatively open. Okay, when the area is open, what they, first of all, हर चीज available अच्छे से है उनके पास. तो पहली बात, because these are small plants in general, तो बायोमास कम होगा कि नहीं, प्लस दे आर लेसर इन नंबर ऑल्सो. अर्ली स्टेजेस में यू हैव वेरी लेस shrubs, but in the by the way this succession happens over thousands of years. So after thousands of years आपके पास इतना बड़ा फॉरेस्ट है, बट उससे पहले क्या था, that is early successional stage for both the cases. So in early successional stage higher rate of photosynthesis and higher resource uptake होगा, because all the things are easily available, so they can take a lot of things, but they are very less in number. So that would mean the biomass would be less, but productivity will be high. अच्छा ये चलो एक और चीज, गुड क्वेश्चन. प्रोडक्टिविटी, यू ऑल नो व्हाट इज प्रोडक्शन एंड प्रोडक्टिविटी. इफ यू टेल मी सर आई रेड 10 pages of Lakshmikant, कैन आई अप्रिशिएट यू? आई कैन नॉट, बिकॉज आई डोंट नो इन हाउ मच टाइम. आपने बोला मैंने 1 घंटे में पढ़ी, आपने बोला मैंने 10 घंटे में पढ़ी. नाउ आई कैन से भाई तुम्हें 10 घंटे क्यों लगे. तो प्रोडक्टिविटी मीन्स पर यूनिट एरिया. अब ऑलरेडी देखो इन अर्ली सक्सेशनल स्टेज द एरिया इज वेरी स्मॉल, प्लस रिसोर्स ज्यादा अवेलेबल है, दे आर डूइंग प्रॉपर फोटोसिंथेसिस. सो व्हाट इज प्रोडक्टिविटी? न्यूमरेटर अपॉन डिनोमिनेटर, है ना. तो डिनोमिनेटर छोटा है यहां पे, तो यहां पे प्रोडक्टिविटी ज्यादा हो जाएगी. इस कॉन्सेप्ट को एक और जगह लिंक करते हैं, इकोटोन्स में वर्सेस द ओशंस. ओशियंस में प्रोडक्शन ऑफ बायोमास इज वेरी हाई, but when you compare oceans with mangroves, why the productivity of mangrove is higher? Because numerator versus denominator. Productivity means per unit area या per unit time. Mangroves are ecotones, number one, they have edge effect, they are very productive. तो edge effect होगा, so they will produce more photosynthesis, है ना, more species, but in a very small area. But oceans have a very large area. तो ये सेम कॉन्सेप्ट और भी जगह थी. तो एक तो सक्सेशन में लगा, बट इट कैन ऑल्सो बी अप्लाइड. सो अगेन रीड एवरीथिंग, हायर रेट, बिल्कुल दैट्स अ वेरी वैलिड क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज आई डिड नॉट एक्सप्लेन दिस कॉन्सेप्ट, प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी. ओके, अब समझ में आ रहा है थोड़ा थोड़ा. स्टिल इफ यू हैव अ डाउट, इसको लिखो. आप एग्जैक्ट का सोच रहे हो, हम अब डाउट को डाउट काउंटर करेंगे, ठीक है. अगेन द होल आइडिया इज, सारा भाई हर चीज लॉजिक है. आप, मैं कुछ बोलूंगा लॉजिक, आप मेरे लॉजिक काउंटर करो, ठीक है. फाइनली जो लॉजिक जीतेगा वो जीत गया, ठीक है, राइट. Then again, which of the question, sorry, this is incorrect. अब देखो, ये देखो पहला स्टेटमेंट. अब ये सारी चीजें ना एक बार ध्यान से पढ़ोगे समझ में आ जाएगा. इवन इफ द एबायोटिक कंडीशंस आर फेवरेबल, मतलब लाइट इज गुड, वाटर इज गुड, ऑल द थिंग्स आर गुड, इट मे नॉट बी सूटेबल एज अ हैबिटेट. क्यों भाई? हो सकता है वहां पे वो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ बोलते हैं प्रेडेटर्स. There may be certain chemicals, maybe the something else is a problem. So even if the abiotic is correct, biotic खराब हो सकता है. बस statement हो गया wrong. So that means this is correct. How many marked this statement as correct? चलो ठीक, then it's very good. Second, changes in a group made in a group of body organ systems in order to maintain. This is actually known as, this definition is of acclimatization. Acclimatization, हाँ सॉरी, नहीं जैसे बता रहा हूँ acclimatization की बात. हैव यू बीन, नहीं ट्रैक तो नहीं किया होगा ऐसा कहीं. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू हैव अ ट्रैक टू अ माउंटेन, तो वहाँ पे क्या करते हैं, जैसे इफ यू वांट टू लेट्स से पूरा आपको माउंट एवरेस्ट ट्रैवल करना है, सो दे विल हैव अ बेस कैंप्स. The concept of base camp is that if you move to a certain altitude, वो कुछ देर आपकी बॉडी को, let's say it has to acclimatize. Group of body organ system simply means here, for example, if the production of RBC has to be increased, if you want to give more oxygen, तो ये body acclimatize करती है. तो in some cases, let's say when you have to move up, and that is why you see nausea, that is why you see vomiting as coping responses. अभी आप किसी भी hilly areas में जाओ, you know what happens? What happens? Dizziness. ठीक है. Acclimatization here, let's say you go to very colder regions या फिर regions where enough oxygen is not available, what will body do? फटाक से RBC बढ़ा देगा. RBC बढ़ाएगा, so that will increase the binding capacity. So that is what changes made in a group organ systems to maintain a constant set of point. That is acclimatization. हाँ मतलब कह सकते हो, हाँ मतलब ultimately this is a way to be able to live there and survive there. Yeah. Okay. Next, temperate deciduous. Which of the following is a feature? Because maybe you could have gotten confused here. No photosynthesis occurs during a certain period of every year. अब समझ में आ रहा है? These are deciduous, which means maybe in April or May all the leaves will fall. एक महीने में, या maybe one season. If that happens, if you do not have leaf, will there be photosynthesis? नहीं होगी. Yes, of बस बिल्कुल सही है. तो because of that, no photosynthesis occurs during a certain period every year. Statement is slightly confusing, but this is true. Sorry? हाँ, नहीं बहुत सारे प्लांट पे करता है, बट इट एटलीस्ट इन दिस केसेस दैट इज नॉट ट्रू. बट याली चीज आई श्योरली, मतलब एक बार मैं पढ़ लूंगा कि स्टेम का कितना कंट्रीब्यूशन है. दैट्स अ फेयर पॉइंट. आई विल रीड अबाउट इट. नहीं समझ गया आपका पॉइंट. डिजर्ट वाले प्लांट्स में दे विल हैव द रिजर्वॉयर्स ऑफ वाटर एटसेट्रा. वो तो सेव करते हैं ना. वहां पे इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन है. अल्टीमेटली द गेम इज अबाउट स्टोमेटा, ओपनिंग एंड क्लोजिंग. हाँ हाँ हाँ. नो, वी आर टॉकिंग ऑफ टेम्परेट डेसिडुअस फॉरेस्ट. इसमें से कौन से इसमें रहते हैं? आपका जो पॉइंट है, आई थिंक दैट्स अ फेयर पॉइंट. आई रीड अबाउट कि स्टेम्स का एग्जैक्टली क्या रोल रहता है, बट बेस्ड ऑन द लिमिटेड नॉलेज आई हैव, आई थिंक ठीक है. आई रीड अबाउट इट. ठीक है, फेयर पॉइंट. ओके. बाकी ऑल, अच्छा ये देखो, नेट इज लेसर देन द बायोम फाउंड इन 10 डिग्री नॉर्थ. व्हाट इज दिस? 10 degree north and south is tropical evergreen. Okay, so it is lesser than this. Of course it will be lesser. There will be higher output in evergreen. So this statement is also true. अब आप समझोगे कि ये क्यों लिखा था 10 degree north and south. Okay, then moving forward, what is the answer then? 20 का precipitation is constant. Okay, and soil is rich in inorganic and organic. वैसे all the 4 are correct. Okay, but on the part which you are mentioning, I'll just read about it and tomorrow class के पहले update मैं दे दूंगा. ठीक है. Then we are talking of long and cold winters. In this case, what did you mark? Okay, evergreen trees of this ecosystem are able to photosynthesize earlier in the spring. Early in the spring than deciduous. ठीक है. Second, evergreen trees of this ecosystem retain their needle like leaves, shape every year. What did you mark? अच्छा देखो, एक्चुअली कह रहा दोनों स्टेटमेंट ठीक हैं. दैट, वन सेकेंड, हाँ, व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट हियर. सो इन दिस केस, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल फोटोसिंथेसिस जल्दी हो जाती है. दैट इज ट्रू, बट दिस इज ऑल्सो ट्रू, बट दिस इज नॉट द एग्जैक्ट रीजन वाई दिस हैपन्स. ओके, सो हियर द आंसर विल बी, one second. हाँ, statement 2 is not the correct explanation of this. Okay, हाँ, right, हाँ हाँ हाँ. नहीं कॉनिफरस जो हैं अपने, वो अपने some of them can also be, हाँ, some of them can also be evergreen. हाँ हाँ, लॉन्ग एंड कोल्ड विंटर्स के से रिलेटेड, राइट. हाँ बोलो. राइट, अच्छा, ओके ओके, ईयर अराउंड, राइट, समझ रहा हूँ, समझ गया. बट यहाँ वाले पे इसमें ये मतलब पॉइंट है ना, हमें स्टेटमेंट देखना. आपका स्टेटमेंट वाइज योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, बट वी हैव टू सी वेदर दिस इज गोइंग टू सपोर्ट दिस और नॉट. सो इन दैट केस दैट इज नॉट देयर, राइट. सो हियर फॉर 21 द आंसर इज बी. देन यू हैव दिस. ये बताओ, ये ट्राई, तो आई थिंक दिस इज इजी. ओनली वन स्टेटमेंट एंड यू कैन आंसर दिस. बताओ, अगर आपको सिर्फ कमेंसालिज्म दिख गया, what is this? 22. It is, we are talking of epiphytes. Epiphytes are a characteristic of what? These are tropical rainforest biome. ठीक है. 22 में the answer is A. Okay, which of the following factors would lead to formation of savannas? Somebody did mention about this elephant. और बताओ. अब savannas में भी there are certain types. Okay, पहली बात तो soil conditions can also help, climatic conditions can also help. We know because these are grassland systems. Ultimately जितना भी पानी या precipitation होगा, people clearing the forest land for cultivation, this can also contribute to savannas. Okay, and a concentration of, let's say, elephants. By the way, elephants are known as ecosystem engineers. Okay, because of they destroy trees after they trample the grass and how they move, etc. So all of this will help in the formation of savannas, all the four factors. ठीक है? But यहाँ पे I would again say, when you read about savanna, also read about the part of Africa and also read about Central Asia, and also try to do a comparison between the two. But then again, this is a part you read in more detail in your geography. हाँ. It is correct. ये घूम घाम के savanna is what grassland है ना, तो ये clear होगा तो ultimately you will have grasses. बाकी factors में भी you are also supporting the case of grasses. ठीक है? Which is diurnal? You'll see a lot of these questions tomorrow. Diurnal means active during day. ठीक है? अच्छा, एक और चीज है, when you see somebody or some animals nocturnal, it does not mean कि this is only active nocturnal. They can also be present in day, but generally they are active in night. Okay? So diurnal for us is GIB होगा. Great Indian Bustard is there. Black buck भी है. Indian wild ice भी है. Caracal is nocturnal, number one. Caracal is the recent species which was added to the species recovery program. Species recovery program is a very important initiative. अभी 22 species है उसमें, 22. It is the species which our ministry or the government has the highest focus. इसको भी do read about species recovery program. It is also known as integrated development of wildlife habitat. And if any species is to be added, okay, if any species is to be added to the species recovery program, whose approval is needed? बिल्कुल सही. The answer is National Board for Wildlife's approval is needed if any species is to be added to species recovery program. Right now you have 22 species. The latest addition is Caracal. Caracal looks like this. ठीक है? इसके जो ears हैं, it is because of these long ears, it is the name. It is also present in a lot of medieval Indian texts, including I think Akbar और आकी times पे बहुत prominent text पे भी इसका जिक्र होता है, मतलब it is found. Okay, so this is Caracal. This is again kind of a wild cat. Okay. 3 Basin Summit was in the news if you have followed it. किसी ने सुना? India actually attended the 3 Basin Summit. इसको जिसको समझ नहीं आ रहा है, simply imagine in your head tropical rainforest. This is where you have tropical rainforests. You have Amazon basin. Okay, this is from the site. अब उन्होंने इस तरह से लिखा है. You have the basin of Congo, and you have this part here. Although हाँ, हम यहाँ पे हम ऐसे ही बना देंगे, because you also find the tropical evergreen forest in parts of India. So yes, in northeast also, but again this whole part of Mekong. Okay, so Amazon, Congo, and Mekong are there as a part of 3 Basin Summit. Why this question was asked? Because India recently visited this. Okay, so what is not the answer here? Parana Basin. अब ये do look about it. Where is Parana Basin? ठीक है? Okay, if the streams are closer to the origin, ठीक है? And then when they move, then there will be certain changes here. Temperature is generally maximum in this region along the entire stream. बताओ पहला point. If the stream is just starting, temperature maximum होगा या कम होगा? Incorrect. It will be lesser. And then yes, and this also is true. Entire stream में there can be changes in temperature. Okay. Photosynthesis in this region is mostly attributed to phytoplankton. 26. Why? Why incorrect? यहाँ पे okay, but this actually is attributed to algae here. Okay, तो ये ज़्यादातर यहाँ पे algae करते हैं, because we are only talking about the exact जहाँ से stream start हो रही है. Okay, and then you have, in fact, when you have the swift currents, when you move through, जब आप आगे आओगे, जब swift currents आएंगे, then your phytoplanktons would join. तो स्टार्टिंग में यू विल हैव अ लॉट ऑफ एल्गी, इफ यू हैव सीन द रिवर्स एक्सेट्रा, बहुत एल्गी स्पीशीज फ्लोट करते रहते हैं. So it is those algae species who are, let's say, doing this part, right? Okay. Third, plants and animals have a body form that reduces drag. क्यों? देखो, if you think of drag, everybody knows fast moving Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bugatti. Okay, what's the color of a Bugatti? चलो, एक बहुत फेमस आदमी ने बोला है स्टेटमेंट. तो इसमें the point is, when I'm talking, if something is moving fast, it is ultimately the principle of drag. ठीक है, यहाँ से air आएगी, and the more you minimize drag, the faster you can move. Same यहाँ पे है, अगर plants they have to modify the body in the region because the currents are fast flowing. तो अगर वो या तो उसके बीच में आएंगे, वो खुद हट जाएंगे, okay, or they will be impacted. So though they have a body form that reduces drag. ये थोड़ा सा applied nature of question है, which you have to, again, if you have a basic knowledge of the stages of a river also, but even if you do not, I think you might be able to attempt it. What did you mark here? 26 में only one. ठीक है. अच्छा, ये शायद नहीं सुना होगा. ठीक है. So which of the following is a climate of high rainfall and low temperature? दो चीजें हैं. The options are so close yet difficult, you will not be able to answer it अगर नहीं सुना होगा. ठीक है. पहली बात है, this question is related to peatlands. Okay. The answer to this is blanket bog, which satisfies both. It has high rainfall, it has also low temperature. In other options, you will have maybe in some cases high rainfall, but the temperature will also be high. In some cases, low rainfall hogi, low temperature hoga. So I'll say definitely read about these terms. Just one line definition, or maybe this is already in your answer. But the answer to this is blanket bog. These are what? Peatlands, and you can think of Irish, जो पूरा British ये जो Irish region है वहाँ पे मिलते हैं blanket bogs. So high rainfall भी है उन कहीं पे cases में, and it has low temperature. So again, this is not there in, वरना you will find a lot of peatlands in the Brazzaville region or in parts of Africa. Okay, so ये वहाँ नहीं मिलते हैं blanket bog. But this is a purely factual question. In these kind of questions, if you do not know, और चार ऑप्शंस हैं, there is only 25% probability of getting it right. Okay? हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो भी है इसमें, सॉरी. हाँ नहीं, पर वो तीनों कंडीशन ही फुलफिल करेगा. स्वैम्प तो हमें अपने आप ही मिल जा रहे हैं. वी हैव द स्वैम्पी रीजन्स. इफ यू थिंक ऑफ तेराई रीजन, इज इन दैट स्वैम्पी? बताओ, तेराई रीजन है अपने यहाँ, तो वो तीनों कंडीशन फुलफिल होनी चाहिए. हैज टू बी लार्ज एक्सपेंस ऑफ अपलैंड एरिया, ऊपर भी हो, हाई रेनफॉल भी हो, प्लस लो टेम्परेचर भी हो. दिस इज एक्चुअली पार्ट ऑफ ज्योग्राफी हियर व्हिच आई हैव आस्क्ड. ठीक है. Which of the following is incorrect? पहला स्टेटमेंट, डैम्स कैन रिड्यूस द एरिया ऑफ वेटलैंड. What do dams do? They control water. So if something has a lot of water, dams will reduce the water. खत्म. तो पहला स्टेटमेंट सही होगा. Second, zoo planktons are able to move freely. बताओ. They can move in the limnatic zone, etc. क्यों? Why? पहले ही बताओ why. Why? मैं इसको अगर उल्टा कर देता, they are able to move freely in the littoral than the limnatic. अब देखो, this is why you should go and remember. This is the part of the continental shelf, etc. This is the part where littoral zone है, यहाँ पे ढेर सारे plants होंगे, तो यहाँ पे वो बहुत अच्छे से move नहीं कर पाएगा. Whereas limnatic zone is the part, याद करो image, it is deeper in nature, it is full proper expanse होगा, तो यहाँ पे vertically, horizontally, easily it can move without colliding. So ऐसे statements में, I know these are slightly trickier in the first instance, but after that कभी भी कोई limnatic littoral पूछेगा, आप हमेशा याद रखोगे. Okay? Third statement, in fresh water, highest probability of photosynthesis. बताओ भाई. Of course, ये तो गलत ही होगा. गलत है. Fourth आओ. Fourth वाला आओ. Fourth statement. Littoral zone is negatively impacted. Of course, these regions are very productive. अब यहाँ पे अगर human habitat है, river sand mining है, this is going to impact, right? So this is there. So third समझ में आ रहा है? तो this is actually easy, but it is hidden between three different statements. And again, ऐसे statement में जरूर देखो खुद सोच के, because these two terms are different. Littoral is different, limnatic is different. Okay? So here the answer is C. ओके, दैट इज वाई देखो यहां पे क्या होगा ना, यहां पे सम अटैच्ड प्लांट्स एक्सेट्रा विल बी हियर. ओके, अडेप्टेशंस फाउंड इन एबिसल जोन, ये आप बहुत आसानी से कर सकते हो. थिंक ऑफ अडेप्टेशन, एंड इफ यू थिंक ऑफ बेसिक प्योर इंग्लिश आप सोचो, यू हैव टू अडेप्ट. इफ यू हैव टू अडेप्ट, डू यू हैव टू बी फ्लेक्सिबल और यू हैव टू बी रिजिड? फ्लेक्सिबल. अब बताओ कोई किसी ऑप्शन में रिजिड है? Rigid stomach or mouth, will it help them? It will not help them. They have to adaptation by definition. They have to be flexible. अब सही बात है, मेटाबॉलिज्म रेट स्लो क्यों होना चाहिए भाई? यू आर देयर एट द बॉटम, यू आर ऑलरेडी नॉट गेटिंग लाइट, यू आर नॉट गेटिंग न्यूट्रिएंट्स, यू हैव टू लिव, सर्वाइव. ऑफ कोर्स स्लो मूवमेंट स्पीड, यस, बिकॉज ऊपर पे फास्ट मूविंग करंट्स है, जितने नीचे जाते जाते नीचे है ना, द करंट्स आर नॉट फास्ट मूविंग. रिजिड, ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज नॉट देयर, दे हैव टू बी फ्लेक्सिबल. बायोल्यूमिनेसेंस, व्हाई? Add a lot of depth to be able to see, etc. You have to have bioluminescence. By the way, bioluminescence can be done by insects, true or false? बताओ, example, जुगनू, fireflies. They can also be done by fungus or mushrooms. बताओ, true. This was asked by UPSC this year. Can it be done in aquatic organisms? हाँ, यहाँ पे दिख रहा है. For example, if you want to know, it is a dinoflagellate known as Noctiluca scintillans, which was seen in a lot of Indian beaches. जो बहुत अच्छी सी beach glow कर रही है blue color से, that was Noctiluca scintillans. So again, I'm saying bioluminescence can be seen in a lot of organisms. It is not just fungus or it is not just insects. Just to give you an example. ठीक है? तो कौन से मिलेंगे? Only 3, true or false? ठीक है? Then question number 30. Please note we are talking incorrect. Question number 30 पे what did you mark? Planktons thrive better along the continental shelf. These are more highly productive regions. True. Okay. Ocean gyres इन सब में क्या होगा? बहुत ज़्यादा currents move करेंगे. Okay. So this will not. So of course they will continental shelves. That is why they are very productive regions of the world. Number 1. In summers, the growth of phytoplanktons is observed better in higher latitudes compared. अब ये बताओ. Just read the statement and apply. Okay, abyssal means the bottom. Abyssal zone, Shri Vidya, it means the bottom zones, abyssal. So the abyssal zone will have your benthic organisms and the organisms almost at the bottom. So it does not have light. क्यों? हाँ. Then we are talking of summers. तो temperate regions will perform better, isn't it? बताओ. तो higher latitudes पे in these regions, पहली बात तो phytoplanktons में ऐसा नहीं है कि they will need excessive amount of sunlight. They need general amount of sunlight. In the winters, of course, the higher latitudes will not be very, let's say, perfect. But here in this case, the growth is observed better because they are generally more warmer, which is more conducive. The comparative sense में this is correct. That in summer specifically, the growth of phytoplankton is better in higher latitudes as compared to the subtropical parts. That is correct. ये देखो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट एक बार ना. many of you would have thought हमने ENSO तो नहीं पढ़ा है. You might have left it maybe. क्या करा इसका? What did you mark? Okay. Effect of ENSO on the productivity is larger in tropical Pacific as compared to mid and high latitudes. Why? Or is it true or not? Why is it true? And of those who have marked false, why is it false? Sorry? Okay, ठीक है. अब देखो इसके लिए you should also read. Are you aware about the Atlantic region? And very important, are you aware about the upwelling? Upwelling में क्या होता है? Nutrients ऊपर आएंगे. If the nutrients come up, phytoplanktons के लिए तो there is a lot of food. And if there is food, the productivity, would it be better or not? It would be better. The pronounced effect of ENSO etc. is in the tropical Pacific regions, वहाँ पे अच्छी upwelling हो सकती है. So because of that, the productivity is better. And in general, mid and higher latitudes do not experience a lot of things. तो अगर आपको इसमें ज़्यादा detail भी नहीं पता है, but if you are aware that this is a phenomena which is having more impact on the tropical regions, there is a proper, let's say after the heating etc., there is a proper upwelling which happens. Upwelling से ज़्यादा nutrients आएंगे, nutrients से क्या होगा? The productivity of the planktons would be better. So using that, you can apply. So this is the part here. So for question number 30, the answer for us is D. Okay. Which of the following is incorrect? None. Moving on. हाँ, ये देखते हैं nectons. Nectons are powerful swimmers. We had seen planktons, we had seen nectons, periphytons, neustons. वो सारे हैं. अब इसमें plankton पहले हटाओ. What are the planktons? Coccolithophores. Coccolithophores are what? Calcium से related है. इसको हटा देंगे. दूसरा आपने क्या हटाया? सी ग्रास. वाई? ठीक है. तो अब कौन से मूव करेंगे? लेट्स से विच कैन बी स्विमिंग. यू कैन हैव स्कैलप्स, you can have sea anemones, okay, and you have comatians. Comatians are also part of crustaceans. One more homework for you. शायद कुछ लोगों को ये आइडिया होगा. Sea anemones and clownfish का interaction कौन सा 6 में से कौन सा होता है? We have 6 interactions. Mutualism, commensalism, amensalism. Sea anemone and clownfish, इसको लिखो and then tell me tomorrow. Sea anemones and clownfish. This is a very well documented example. बहुत famous है. एक और लिखो if you want to read about barnacles and whales. Barnacles की spelling ये है CLES. Barnacles and whales. Whales is sorry, मैं अभी आंसर नहीं बताऊंगा. अभी सबको मेहनत करने दो. You could be right, you could be wrong. We never know. ठीक, but again, this is how you would learn. So for 31, what is our answer? B, only 3. ठीक है. शाबा. ये देखते कौन करता है. देखो ये क्वेश्चन पहले आ चुका है. हाँ है ना? किसको याद है? This question has already come, but in a different format. The question was which of the following is a natural filter feeder? Out of that, उस क्वेश्चन का आंसर क्या था? Yes, तो आंसर ऑयस्टर तो पक्का होगा. ओके, बट हाउ डू वी आंसर? हमें तो एक ही पता है, ऑयस्टर. ओके, सो नाउ व्हाट वुड यू आंसर? बाय द वे, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर दैट ऑयस्टर्स आर नोन एज मोलस्क? अगर नहीं पता चलो ठीक है, आई विल नॉट बॉदर यू विद दीस क्लासिफिकेशंस. ठीक है, इफ यू नो इट एक्सीलेंट. देयर इज एक्चुअली बायवॉल्व मोलस्क होते हैं. दे हैव अ मैकेनिज्म थ्रू विच दे फिल्टर फीड. बाय द वे, आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि सिर्फ मोलस्क फिल्टर फीड करते हैं. Whales भी filter feed कर सकते हैं. There is a special whale known as baleen whales. They also filter feed. That we have not asked you yet. Okay. तो यहाँ पे the ones which filter feed. अच्छा, baleen whales. Whales में भी types होते हैं. I have spoken about. And when I say whales, you should remember an umbrella term, cetaceans. Cetaceans में whales होते हैं, dolphins होते हैं और porpoise होते हैं. ठीक है, अभी कंफ्यूज मत हो. अभी आगे कुछ चीजें आएंगी. डोंट वरी, we'll read about them. These are known as cetaceans. Why am I discussing this? This year there has been a global declaration on dolphins. Fine. उसमें बहुत चीजें थी that you should know. Small details. Second, there is a certain porpoise that was going to get extinct. So that is why. चलो छोड़ो उसको. अभी बात करते हैं इसमें से. अच्छा, filter feeder, you know what is a filter feeder? Just it will purify the water. If you see infographics, you will find oyster can filter feed almost gallons of water. अगर ज़्यादा oysters होंगे वो पूरा पानी साफ कर देते हैं. Very much useful. They will eat up the nitrogenous waste also. और भी जितना waste है पानी को साफ करेंगे. Okay? So here the answer basically here is you have clams, oyster, mussels and scallops. All these are filter feeders. Mussels को ध्यान में रखिएगा because one of certain mussel was in the news for being an invasive species in Kerala. The name was charu mussels and it infected Ashtamudi Lake. पर वो इन्वेजिव स्पीशी, वो शायद we'll maybe you can keep a track of it or perhaps we'll see later. Fine. Crabs and jellyfish do not filter feed. Fine. Nutrient overload is a common factor attributed to growth of algal blooms and marine mucilage. How many have heard the term marine mucilage for the first time? आपने सुना है? ठीक है. Okay, now marine mucilage is just a fancy term for one of the news updates which was there. Can you see this? There was a sea snot in Turkey. Okay. एक second कहाँ गया? हाँ. This is how this looked. Because of the sea snot, this again is a type of an algal bloom, but this is very sticky in nature. बहुत ज़्यादा sticky होगी. उसकी वजह से you cannot see the ships move. Okay, ships cannot move. So because of an environmental problem, international relations, economic affairs can be impacted. Okay. This was known as marine mucilage. Okay. Up coming back to our question, algal bloom. I think you already know what is algal bloom. Question was 23. हाँ ठीक है. This is true. Property of stickiness is pronounced in algal blooms उल्टा है. Marine mucilage has more of stickiness. But this is just कि sea snot, इससे याद रखिएगा एक term है sea snot, which is also known as marine mucilage, which was seen in Turkey recently. Okay. So here, what is the answer for question number 33? Okay. Then you have estuaries contribute significant degree to total emissions of nitrous oxides. This is true. Then they are fertilized to an increasing degree by river runoff. सबसे main यही reason है. River runoff has a lot of nitrates, fertilizer and nitrogen. Okay, and here see, estuaries क्या था? याद करो. River water meeting the sea. अब river water ही polluted है because of this nitrogen. So this is also going to be polluted. So here the answer is A. ठीक है? Okay. This question was also asked, I think, in mains this year, GS1, fjords. Okay. So for fjords is a form of an estuary. True or false? It is true. Okay. Generally, this is a landform you do not read about. I know. यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा फिर geography के साथ encroachment हो गया है. But we ठीक है. And these are steep-walled river valleys created by these glaciers. Okay, flooded with slee water, etc. As the glaciers have retreated, जैसे glacier retreat करेंगे, they will bring in the water. Okay, and then of course this is how through the valleys landform ये बनते हैं. This is true. Both the statements and the reason for the statement is true in this case. ठीक है? Now, which of the following projects come under the United Nations World Restoration Flagships? For this, you should read your model answer. There are a lot of regions mentioned, but यहाँ पे question is very specific about mangroves. Okay, so apart from the Shan Shui region of China, all the other 3 regions talk about the restoration of mangroves. Okay, this question was just to give you an idea कि there are certain world restoration flagships. Other than that, आप सिर्फ UNESCO World Heritage Sites पढ़ते हो. एक बार just go through the sites which are mentioned just once. We have asked you even more specific question on mangroves. Maybe such a specific question might not be asked, but this is to make you more aware about these regions. So Shan Shui initiative is also there, but it is not related to the restoration of mangroves. Fine. So this makes only 3 statements here to be correct. Question number 36. Okay. Now mangrove species diversity is not uniform. This is very true, of course. Species diversity is not uniform. Sundarbans is the only mangrove habitat for any of the tiger species. ये बताओ. This is true. What is the name of the tiger? Royal Bengal tiger, right? दूसरी बात, I could have also asked, so Sundarbans mangrove has the world's highest concentration of mangroves in the world. True or false? That is also true. So both the statements here are true. Third statement, you might seem slightly odd. Rising temperature and sea level are expected to expand the range of mangrove distribution. ये बताओ. Here what has been done, there have been some certain studies, etc. वहाँ पे a lot of, see, अभी तो ज़्यादातर it is found in the regions of tropical regions, but a lot of temperate regions will now mimic or start to mimic the regions. इसमें एक चीज अलग है, the threat or the biggest threat to mangroves is shrimp farming. That is separate, which is under a broader umbrella term of unsustainable aquaculture. Shrimp किस किस को पता है यहाँ पे? What is a shrimp? In case you do not know what is a shrimp, please लिखो इसको, देखो. Seeing is very important. Okay. So here what has happened? It is, yes, it is expected to expand because a lot of the temperate regions will now mimic the regions. So comparatively speaking, जो आपके higher latitudes है, so from mid to higher latitudes, a lot of the regions will now can have the regions of mangrove which can be present. तो यहाँ पे तीनों सही हैं in this case. Okay, all the three statements here is true. Okay, so they will actually encroach on a lot of temperate wetlands. Okay, it is true. यहाँ पे which of the following statement is correct? What did you mark? देखो, I'll start with statement number C just to explain you a property. Mangrove seeds are dormant until they are dispersed. देखो होता क्या, generally this is true for trees that their seeds are dormant. यहाँ पे mangroves exhibit something known as vivipary or viviparity. Okay, what is vivipary? The seeds germinate in the tree itself. Why? Because the area is waterlogged, having a lot of salinity, salt content. ठीक है? If the seed would fall in that salty area, there will be a problem. है ना? So this, to prevent this from happening, what do we do? Or what does the tree do? There is the germination which is happening in the tree itself. That is what you have to know. Fine. So this becomes wrong. All mangroves are adopted to block the salt. There are different types of mangroves. There is Rhizophora species, Sonarchia species. You don't have to go into that detailing. But the point is, कुछ salt को block करते हैं, and some have salt secreting glands. Okay. This is one easier way to understand it. Okay. So not all mangroves are adopted. There are multiple species are there. Some have salt secreting glands, which means they will take up salt. उसके बाद वो हटा देंगे, कुछ block कर देंगे सीधे उसको. Okay, this is, I think, with more technical terms is explained in your answer as well. Okay. Then the lenticels are designed to block salt and only allow water to enter. यहाँ पे the lentislated barks are there. So lentislated barks actually do not do this function. Okay. तो यहाँ पे basically you can, when this is present here, both water can also enter and this can also enter. तो वो blocking का direct काम नहीं कर पाता. Okay. Blocking के लिए you can have certain other mechanisms also. So this statement tries to be, let's say, very specific and too extreme. So because of that, this is wrong. And then finally, the fourth statement that is correct. Microbes and fungus, etc., they can have good symbiotic associations with mangroves. That is true. ठीक है, D सही होगा इसमें. But यहाँ पे ये statement number B और C are more important for your basic knowledge perspective. Color is not necessarily an indicator of health in deep sea corals. True, क्योंकि if you have higher sea corals, they have zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae ultimately the color which coral reefs get, it is because of that zooxanthellae. What is zooxanthellae? And basically you can call that a dinoflagellate. Okay. So when it is producing food, etc., right, it is giving the color. But what about the corals which are living deep down? Generally you will find corals in the upper regions, but there are certain deep sea corals also. So इसमें color will not be an indicator because they might have other mechanisms also to survive. तो color तो नहीं होगा इसमें indicator. So this statement is true. Okay. Deep sea corals thrive in cold waters. Something जो पूरा factual part लिखा है. This is statement number 39. Okay. So here they can thrive in cold waters and have been found in this. Actually, when you read about corals, corals require certain, what is the temperature for them to live? Roughly, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा around 22 to 27, 28 degree के बीच में, they are the best. That is where the maximum corals are. But there are certain deep sea corals. Fine. Statement 1 is also correct, 2 is also correct. But can you think, क्या 2 explain कर रहा है 1 को? Totally unrelated. It should have spoken that color ultimately इसको zooxanthellae के reason से explain करना चाहिए था. Fine. So here what happens? Both the statements are correct, but the reasoning is not correct. So here for 39, the answer is going to be B. All right. Then you have tentacles, you have hard corals. Acha, corals ke liye you know that calcium carbonate is very important, and because of ocean acidification, okay, I think you guys know, we discussed this in the last class also, that what happens, there is higher CO2, CO2 ज़्यादा होगा, carbonic acid ज़्यादा बनेगा, H plus ज़्यादा होगा, H plus will react with already present carbonate ions to make bicarbonate ions, and these organisms जो भी हैं हमारे calcium वाले calcifying organisms, they require carbonate ions. So carbonate ion reduces, this causes a problem. This is the issue with that is there with ocean acidification. Coming back, hard corals, they secrete. इसमें what did you, अच्छा पहली बात तो this is also covered in CRZ rules. CRZ here means coastal regulatory zones. You had a Sailesh Nayak committee also, and these zones are notified under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. ठीक है? Just like eco-sensitive zones are also notified under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Okay? So question number 40 में what did you mark? Actually all three are correct. मुझे लगता है शायद इसमें आप फंसोगे, because you might not be aware that CRZ में coral reefs भी होता है कि नहीं होता है? होता है. CRZ also contains the things, and CRZ is simple. Let's say this is a beach, you have water coming in, so based on high tide and low tide, they will know कि चलो from this line to 100 meters is the most fragile, let's say region, there will be no development. From 100 to 200 meters maybe we'll allow something. Okay, so this is why if you now visit Goa etc, तो वहाँ पे जो shacks बनती हैं, collapsible structures, it is based on a lot of CRZ regulations that very close you cannot build shacks. और जो hotel बनेगा वो सबसे पीछे बनेगा, because if it is very close it will be harming the biodiversity. So that is one. Other than that, tentacles are used to catch food, that is true, and this is also true. Okay, these have a rigid, hard corals have rigid structure. So here this is 40 का C. ठीक है? Yes, 1 second. Acha, okay, mentioning, okay, I'll convey this to the team that correct, incorrect में you want them to be mentioned in bold letters, is it? Question paper में? अच्छा ऐसा कुछ नहीं. अच्छा नहीं, I just saw. अच्छा, and yes, Sanit, there are vacancies if you join this 12th February batch. It is starting from today, so you have seen this discussion. Based on this, अभी सारे subject cover होंगे. If you want to join, you can. Coming back, now this question everybody should solve. बताओ. Cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, diatoms. Calcium cycle should be coccolithophores. Calcium is coccolithophores, dinoflagellate का कोई मतलब नहीं है इसमें. हटाओ इसको उससे पहले. Cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria will have an impact. Yes. Now these things will click to you. Fine. Change in the population of diatoms. Carbon cycle and global silica cycle. अभी सोचो. Diatoms are what? मैंने किसका example बताया है? Phyto. They are phytoplanktons. Phytoplanktons will do photosynthesis. Photosynthesis will take up CO2. Would this not affect the carbon cycle? बस. तो आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि what are diatoms and what are cyano. I did say that yes, cyanobacteria is also one of the nitrogen fixing. तो हमने इसीलिए वो nitrogen cycle के साथ लिंक किया हुआ इसको. And this is more specific. Okay, this is generally not found in a lot of textbooks, but this is coccolithophores, also found in sea snot. Sea snot is marine mucilage. Coccolithophores is related to calcium. ठीक है? चलो इस तरह के क्वेश्चन. अच्छा, you know it. फिर तो अच्छी बात है. Which of the organisms, by the way, this phenomena is known as natal homing. कि खोने के बाद भी उसको रास्ता पता चल जाता है. So they're detecting Earth's magnetic field after migrating away from their juvenile habitat. This is done by sea turtle. The phenomena is known as natal homing. This is question number 42. Sea turtle है. By the way, we'll see more about turtles. You have 5 types of turtles which you find in India. One of them is the herbivore जो आने वाला है. चलो ये करते हैं. This is a very good question. Everybody should answer this. बताओ. हाँ? Some planktons are not aquatic. ये बताओ. This is actually a very good conceptual question. चलो मैं नीचे शुरू करता हूँ. Some algal blooms are not harmful because a term is algal bloom. उनमें से कुछ होती हैं green tides, which are not that harmful. There are red tides, which are known as HABs, harmful algal blooms. Harmful वो होते हैं which secrete toxins. Okay, so HABs are the ones we should know. Fine. So of course this statement is true. Some zooplanktons can swim vertically. देखा भी हमने. Vertically, horizontally, हर तरह से. Some, this is a good statement. Some phytoplanktons do not require sunlight. Think about it. Very good. Phyto है तो सारे. अब यहाँ पे some से confuse मत हो जाना, है ना. अब ऐसे कुछ आएगा some plants do not require, तो अब नहीं यार हमने सुना था शायद कोई ऐसा plant होगा 2-3. So this is not the idea. That when in some cases I have told you exceptions, I know that, but generally we'll apply our common sense कि हाँ भाई some planktons do not require sunlight. True होगा, false होगा? False होगा. Some planktons are not aquatic. ये किसने attempt किया है? Sorry, no, but actually इसमें क्या है? There are certain planktons which are also bacterial or fungal. Okay, so if you read about it more, so they are not aquatic, but they are also planktons. So planktons umbrella term है. हमने ज़्यादातर जो भी हमें idea है planktons का, we only think of phytoplanktons. उसमें भी zooplanktons हैं, and zooplanktons में there is a huge list of these, and then there are also certain microbes. Okay, so that is also one, right? अच्छा एक और भी है. There are also aeroplanktons. Aeroplanktons का example, I'll just tell this to you. ठीक है, ठीक. अब मैंने इसको भी I'll just write this down. Aeroplanktons, I'll mention. Okay, ठीक है. ये clear है? इसका आंसर है only 3. I'll give you this example. ठीक है. I think now this sea grasses are the only flowering plants which grow in the marine environment. You eliminated statement number 1, is it? नहीं मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. I'm just asking. अच्छा, no, this is actually true. They are the only marine flowering plants. That is true. Very productive, very true. Okay, and of course we find them. Especially we find them in Gulf of Mannar. वहाँ से याद करो dugong. That is why the dugong conservation reserve is coming up in Gulf of Mannar. Yeah, Tamil Nadu. ठीक है? Incorrect क्या हुआ? None. हाँ, but Lakshadweep से will remember sea cucumber. हाँ. ये तो इसका आंसर तो आउट हो चुका है. These are sea grasses. Fine. Lungs of the sea grasses. Okay. Try to attempt this also. Though this is actually, इसमें आंसर छुपा हुआ है. Let me see if you can spot it. Incorrect पूछा है. And see the smartest of the examiner. पहले बताओ statement number 4 पढ़ो. Some seaweeds produce flowers. कोई भी no seaweed will produce flowers. We see seaweed is different, seagrass is different. This is wrong. Can be used as binding agents. Yes, in anti-inflammatory they will have a lot of medicinal use also. Okay, some weeds are phytoplanktons. So which is incorrect here? Question number 46. Okay, yeah, only one. Correct. ठीक है? Herbivorous species. Out of these, the ones which I am telling you, जो पूछा है आपसे. This is actually the easiest question. मैं इसका भी आंसर आउट है. अच्छा, इस पे एलिमिनेट क्या कर सकते हो? Sea cucumber. Why? I said this is a detritivore. Invertebrate detritivore. It will feed on dead remains. तो वो तो herbivore रहने से रहा. ठीक? Turtles में turtles are omnivorous. Exception क्या है? Green turtle is an exception, and a very well documented exception. And in fact, in my classes also, when I teach the turtles, I tell you about the 5 varieties: olive ridley, हम्प बैक, लेदर बैक टर्टल, ये सारे, उसमें से ग्रीन जो टर्टल है दिस इज हर्बीवोर, ये ध्यान रखना आप। ओके, इनफैक्ट इफ यू सी अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ 2019 इफ आई एम एबल टू रिकॉल, उसमें ऐसे ही पूछा था, सम ऑफ द टर्टल स्पीशीज आर हर्बीवोर, सम स्नेक्स आर ओविपोरस, विवीपेरस ऐसा पूछा था, सॉरी विवीपेरस पूछा था। हाँ, मैनाटीज, अच्छा चलो, मैनाटीज आर वेरी सिमिलर टू ड्यूगोंग्स बट नॉट ड्यूगोंग्स। अब गूगल करो और मुझे कल बताओगे डिफरेंस, मैनाटीज और ड्यूगोंग में क्या अंतर है। ऑल्दो आई हैव गिवन यू अ पार्ट ऑफ द आंसर, मैनाटीज पढ़िएगा और ड्यूगोंग्स पढ़िएगा, और फिर मुझे बताइएगा दोनों सेम क्यों नहीं है। ठीक है, तो यहां पे मैनाटीज, ग्रीन टर्टल, मरीन इग्वाना, ऑल दीज आर हर्बीवोर्स, वेयरएज सी क्यूकम्बर इज detritivore. Okay, it will eat up dead remains. So only 3 are correct. Fine. Okay, chalo, ye bhi, this also we know. This is question number 47, oh sorry 48. When threatened, discharge sticky threads mutilate its own bodies and it is able to regenerate itself. Sea cucumber. सोचो मतलब if you see the videos, some part of tentacles वो काटेगा, it will also release some chemicals. It is also not harmed by the chemicals. Again, I told you the process is known as evisceration and it is done by sea cucumber. Fine. Which one? They are able to, जैसे just like a lizard आप बोल रहे हो, regenerate and grow maybe, but I think yeah you are right, यहाँ पे I think we wanted to ask you more specifically, discharge this threat as a defense mechanism and mutilate its own bodies. ठीक है, but still also a fair point, इस पे भी more clear part I'll give you. ठीक है, I think यहाँ पे भी हमने जो आपको आंसर दिया उसमें एक चीज ध्यान रखिएगा, they produce this tetraparanoid saponins, यही चीज याद रखना, they do not poison the sea cucumber, okay, because they have unique mechanism, ये है मतलब this is something very unique, that they release this, okay, but they release this very dangerous chemical, और लोग इससे मरते हैं but ये खुद नहीं मरते। This is there in your I think answer में आपके लिखा हुआ है ये, ठीक है। Okay, and then these parts are generated, we already know, and then mixotrophy. What is mixotrophy? Any idea? Autotroph, heterotroph, very decent. और किसी ने बुद्धि लगाई mixotrophy में? Sorry? Right, overall mixotrophy means they can also be autotrophs and they can also be heterotrophs, but they can also be consumers and they can also be producers. So in this case the answer is dinoflagellates. Okay, so there are certain varieties which can do both. बाकी जैसे example हैं Venus flytrap, you should remember insectivorous plants. Ants पे what did we see? Fungus farmers अभी for now. Okay, so here mixotrophy means they can do both, they can also be autotrophs, they can also be heterotrophs. Okay, so this is one in which of course autotroph दोनों होते हैं साथ में, right? Okay, and the last question, maritime forest. अगर इसी चीज को आप elaborate करोगे ना आंसर आ जाएगा। I knew सबसे इसीलिए सबसे मतलब सबसे ऊपर रखा है इसलिए। देखो maritime forest means it means water and also the forest area here. This is actually a traditional name which is given to shoreline estuaries. So maritime forests are, आप जो सोच रहे हो, those are underwater forests, और वो हम उन्हें बोलते हैं kelp को, because they have all the microalgae etc. But for shoreline जो shore पे हैं, so estuaries is what? Again you know it is a kind of an ecotone, and shoreline estuaries is similar to this particular. You have a lake habitat, एक forest habitat, and then you have these maritime forest because it is also having water plus it is also having the forest with it. Okay, so that is why the answer A was mentioned. अगर D पे होता तो शायद और भी लोग सोचते। Sorry? नहीं, पर वो टर्म नहीं, मैरीटाइम ना, दिस इज देयर इन अ लॉट ऑफ बुक्स, इट इज डॉक्यूमेंटेड लाइक दैट। अगर वो तो डीप अंडर सी फॉरेस्ट कुछ है तब तो केल्प होगा, देन द एग्जामिनर विल नॉट हैव दिस ऑप्शन एट ऑल, वो पूछेगा ही नहीं। फिर यहाँ पे वो एम्बिग्यूटी आ सकती है, बिकॉज व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज आल्सो फाइन, बिकॉज आई नो, मैंने ही बताया आपको केल्प फॉरेस्ट में that these are underwater forests. Why do we call it? In fact, वो forest नहीं है, हमने नाम दिया है. हमने नाम क्यों दिया है? Because वहाँ पे algae की growth है ढेर सारी. But यहाँ पे these are actually maritime forests which are, let's say, defined by these estuaries in the region. That is the difference or the point of difference. ठीक है? Okay. So thank you for having a lot of patience. This was the first class. Okay. अभी बाकी classes में और ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगी. I hope so. That I can only say. So for tomorrow, I think whatever is your what are your topics? Read it. इसमें से भी, and from tomorrow I'll try to economize more time. But my point is to give you as much information as I can. Okay, guys. We'll meet tomorrow. Bye bye. And also bye bye to the online students who have been very patiently watching this. Yes, Riya, we have incorporated a lot of elements for this year as well. If you see the questions, including the type of questions being asked and also the type of current affairs being asked. This was only the first test, the introduction. So not just environment, but you'll have all the standard, all the subjects followed by the different portions, right? Okay, we'll meet tomorrow.